Oh. Morning, nerds. Nothing like the smell of nerd in the morning. Fantastic. Chia's looking at me like, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Go back to sleep. Morning, good evening, good afternoon, hello, welcome in. Day 5 with Trails of Cold Steel coming in here with our Legend of Heroes journey to get through the entire Legend of Heroes franchise, all of it. I mean, all the 12 main games, right? The ones that are out now. The side games like Legend of Naturia or whatever it's called. I might play that, I might stream it, I don't know. We're about halfway through. So we have 5 games behind us, 5 games ahead of us, and we're about halfway through this game. So that makes us about halfway through the entire series. And it didn't actually take all that long. I mean, when did we start this? Like, May? Actually, I have a document that I've been keeping track of all this with. So we had to start with Trails in the Sky 2nd chapter, and I don't know when I started that, but I will say that we did 3rd on April 4th, so April, May, June, July, and we just started August, so it's been about 4 months. August. You know what? Depending on how I handle all of the game releases, we might be able to actually get through all these games. My estimate was that we will get through Reverie, which leaves 2 more, which is Daybreak 1 and 2. But the thing is that the first half of the year didn't have a whole lot of game releases that I was very excited about. Here and there, you know, whatever. But there wasn't really a whole lot going on. And coming up, we have Lost Soul Aside on the 29th. And then September 30th has the Final Fantasy Tactics, I don't know, HD remaster is probably what it is, what could be considered as. And then right after that is Ghost of Yotei, which is obviously a big one for me. And then I want to say that's it. I guess it's a Dragon Quest 1 and 2 thing, but we're not going to stream that. Not because I don't want to or anything like that, but I wasn't able to get to 3, and I don't think they're really, like, I don't know, they're fun games, but I feel like they're not something I really am excited to stream. It's not something like new or some kind of goal that I'm trying to get through in order to show everybody. So that one I don't think we'll do, but maybe it depends. Like I was looking at the schedule and the calendar and everything, and it seems to make the most sense to play Trails of Cold Steel immediately after Cold Steel 1, because after like I'll have about 2 weeks after this is done before Lost Soul Aside comes out, and each of these games takes about 2 weeks to finish, or about 8 or 9 streams, and if I can squeeze in Cold Steel 2 right before Lost Soul Aside comes out, then I can just go right into it. And because that's going to lead into some other releases, you know, it's basically squeezing in as many of these games as I can between the releases right now, because those are going to be the in-between games. You know, like my current plan is play a Legend of Heroes game, play something else, not including viewer choice, obviously, but then there's a bunch of games that are coming out, and sometimes that lines up in a way where I have to like do it in between game and release game, or do 2 Legend of Heroes games, and that can be pretty lengthy. So just gotta manage it the right way. You know, if I do 2 in a row of these and I do 2 in a row of those, whatever. You know, I mean, I don't have to do 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. It's just something I planned in order to kind of alleviate the monotony. But there's a good chance that we'll do Cold Steel 2 right after this, looking at the schedule, so we'll see. But we still have the Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, which will probably only take like a day to beat, based on the type of game that it is, you know? 6 to 10 hour kind of game, you know, unless I like 100% it or something. Who knows what the game actually has to offer. I mean, a lot of people do, I guess, because It's out on PC, but the physical copies of it were delayed a couple weeks for whatever reason. So that should be coming in actually in about a few days here. So I guess I could do Cold Steel 1, do the Ninja Gaiden, see how much time I have, and then decide if I want to do something else. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, doing too many of those and it can lead too much into the next stuff, the next releases, and then I don't get back to Legend of Heroes anymore. So we'll see. But anyway, I've been enjoying Cold Steel quite a bit more than the previous 2D ones. But it's still Legend of Heroes, honestly. You know, it's kind of funny because Legend of Heroes is so Legend of Heroes, even the 3D game is still Legend of Heroes, that I can't imagine there's any Legend of Heroes fan who's just like, oh man, they really lost it when they did this one because it doesn't do this arbitrary thing that doesn't actually matter that I really like. You know, I mean, we like lots of different games. Everybody likes lots of different games. If you just like RPGs, you still like RPGs that are not like Legend of Heroes, right? So if an RPG does something different, who cares, you know? For instance, people get really upset, you know, because Final Fantasy does something different, and it's like, but another RPG being that exact game style is fine? Who fucking cares what kind of combat style Final Fantasy has as long as it's good, which they all are, so. Actually, oh, do tell, Zyfreak. Spill the tea. In the meantime, I'm gonna say hello to everybody. North Rex, what's up? Rio Power, how's it going? What's up, Mecha? Vila Core, how's it going? Cindy, hello, Mr. J. Dingus, thank you for 55 months, thank you. King Smashington. Jazzy, hello. No Name, what's up? What's up, Kamada Zero? Berserk now, hello. Pikachu, what's going on? Silver Dragon, what's up? North Rex, Rod Bear, hello. Playing Aztec, hope you're doing good. Songbird, what's up? What's up, Local Bro? Zyfreak, Lurkers, anyone I might have missed. And, also, we did finish... I keep on wanting to call it Terranigma. Wada, fucking Star Tropics. We finished Star Tropics on Sunday. No, Monday. We finished it yesterday. We started it on Sunday and barely didn't beat it in a day. And it was like an hour later on yesterday. We finished it up real quick. And we did we started the Crash Insane Trilogy, which is our next game. And we actually managed to beat Crash 1 and have extra time left over. Like we beat 2 games, had extra time. But the second and third Crash games still need to be played because the game that was voted in was the Insane Trilogy. That means all 3 of them. But I think each of those games will probably beat up about 4 to 6 hours, so we'll probably finish them. There are some Legend of Heroes games that really nail some things. Well, I mean, improving over time off of the same system is like a guarantee, in my opinion, you know? Like, every Trails game has evolved a little bit and towards a better direction and better, more balanced gameplay. So if it continues to do that, it's still essentially the same system. Yes, for real. It's not like it's going out and going off on the rails or anything like that. But again, we'll see when we get there, so who knows? I imagine if anything's gonna be... if anything's gonna be different, it's gonna be Daybreak, so... Any game series should learn from previous games, yeah. Or just do something entirely different. Thank you, Nutty, for the 144 bits twice and 123 bits with some DKC votes. DKC3 votes. Hey, it's not the size of the streak that matters, it's how much you try to keep it up. That's why you love Disgaea? Yeah, same. I feel like even though they went to the 3D and a lot of people got bothered by that, I feel like the series has only improved mechanically over time. But what if your streak is 470 days? So, like, I think with Disgaea 2, what they tried to do is something different, and it kind of backfired in some ways, but was better in other ways. But like, there was definitely this push towards like trying to improve. I would rather play Disgaea 1 than 2, simply because 2 is not that much different than 1, and the characters in 1 are quite a bit better. But there are definitely some big improvements in 2 that really, really, really help push the franchise forward. But at the end of the day, I would rather play 7 and 8 any day over any of the prior ones. Actually, 5 and on, honestly. Wait, is the last one 7 or 8? I can't remember what the last one was. Was it 7 or 8? Anyway, I would rather play 5, 6, and 7 than any of the prior entries, period. Like, by a lot, you know? The characters from Disgaea 4. I mean, Desco is like one of my favorites of all time. But, like, the characters in 5, 6, and 7 are all still good. And the gameplay and mechanics and designs and the quality of life are so much better that 4 just kind of looks super dated in comparison, you know? Like, 5 really ramps it up in terms of convenience. I mean, I have 2 alerts based on Desco alone, and then I have another alert from Valvatores. You know? I like Disgaea 4. God dang it, that reminds me. I have alerts I need to make, and I keep forgetting. VG posted some clips. A bunch of people posted some clips in the Discord, and I gotta scroll back way far to go find those. Damn it. Gotta remember to do that. Oh yeah, that backer guy, man. Legend, right? Not that BGG loser. Can I only... Okay, apparently I can only stay in the academy. Oh! Apparently I have a thingy. This is interesting. Because we're right at the beginning of the chapter. We gotta go... Damn it, get out of here. We gotta go... Why did you not go in there? Oh, I did. I gotta go, like, to the next mission thing or whatever. But apparently I have a dealio to talk to people. Oh my god, that movement. Look, did you see me, like, I can't move forward because you stop moving every time you turn. It's so weird. Like, just trying to do small adjustments to your movement and you just, like, stop in place. I really, really hope that they adjust that in the second game. Mary and his fingers aren't even touching the keys. Xenosaga did it better. And they didn't even have sound coming out in Xenosaga. Club's on top. I'm just saying, at least her fingers touched the piano in Xenosaga, or at least they were made to look like they touched the piano. That's all I'm saying. They didn't do it. He was just like the piano was here, and he's just like, you know. Oh, I've definitely done that Sun Top when I was a kid. First learning and understanding music. Isn't it time that we... I thought it was time to go to the station. Maybe it's tomorrow that I go to the station. Oh yeah, the red door. All right, let's return to the dormitory and see if anything happens with that red door.
Oh, you're headed back to Reen?
Yeah. You all on your way back then?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit bushed today.
I figured it was about time to return to the dorms, too.
To be honest, I was hoping to get some more studying in, but since everyone else was going back...
Study in the dorm, bitch.
Good old peer pressure. Oh, aren't Laura and Fee with you?
I'm afraid not. We looked for them, but they were nowhere to be found.
They're old enough to find their own way back.
I guess you're right, but it's a shame we couldn't all go back together.
Reen?
That's gonna be my sister.
Huh?
Guaranteed. Called it.
Who is that girl?
I don't know, some nobody, probably somebody in the fan club. Anyway, let's go back to the
Isn't
dorm.
that uniform...
Elise? When did you...
What?
Is that your sister?
The one and only. What are you doing here, Elise? And this late in the day, too.
You never seen that clip? Oh man, it's a goodie. It's fantastic.
Look deep in your heart and you'll find your answer.
Oh, there it is. It's written right there on my heart. I see now. Thank you.
What?
It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm Elise, Reen's sister. I apologize for cutting in, but would it be possible for me to borrow him for a while?
It's been a while, huh? Must be 6 months since I saw you? 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, Neo?
The last time I saw you was when I came back to Ymir at the end of last year.
Oh,
I always
you know
thought
what's
we had
gonna
a chance
happen,
to meet up
Berserk.
after you enrolled here.
Just brace for it.
I'm sorry. I wanted to meet you out here too. It's just, I've been so busy lately. Besides, it's not easy to get permission to leave St. Astraeus campus, is it?
That's entirely beside the point. Heimdall is just 30 minutes from Trista by train. Add 20 more minutes travel time to get from Central Station to my school. But I suppose you're so tied up that even 50 minutes is too much time to spare for a little visit.
That's... But then it's also the however many hours you take visiting, you know, and then you gotta get another hour back. I mean, it's not just an hour, it's an all-day thing.
I'm sorry. I really am. I kept being hit with classwork, exams, field studies. But you're right. I probably could have made time if I'd made that a priority. It's just that,
I don't care about you enough to make that a priority.
Yes.
well, it's just that when I saw you last year, you seemed kind of distant.
I don't know why, but I was very hungry and or really thirsty.
I thought maybe
Finished my coffee and my breakfast already. We barely even started the stream. Usually it's like an hour or two in.
Stay out of your way, I guess.
I was never distant. Maybe it seemed that way because, well, it's kind of a personal thing. I'd rather not talk about it.
If something's bothering you, you know you can always tell me about it.
I mean, there's also scheduling conflicts because you don't know when she's going to be busy, you know? Like, it's
It
not so
doesn't matter.
simple.
What does matter is that I've never thought of you as a bother, ever.
Oh, I thought that said never thought of you as a brother at first. I was just like, oh god, here we go.
And I swear on Adios' name that I
I
never
swear by the sun and the moon and the stars.
Really? I'm happy to hear that. All right then. I'm going to clear up some time to come to the capital and see you. Promise. And you're always
What's up,
welcome to come visit me
Quadratic?
here too.
will. Really?
Can't get DMCA'd, I can only do a small amount.
After growing up together, you're the last person I'd want to feel distant from.
You're right. So, is that what you came all the way out here to talk about? Seems a little overbearing just for that.
Well, our lack of communication has definitely been on my mind, but that's not the main reason I came here today. Do you really not know why I came?
Should I? Oh, that's the last letter I sent to you, isn't it? Oh, did you come for the souvenir I got you on our trip to the Nord Highlands? I found this cute accessory there that I figured you'd like.
You did? Wait, no, that's not why I came either. The issue here is the final part of your letter.
It's possible that after I graduate, I'll join the army. Even if I don't, though, I doubt I'll be coming back home to live. I really want to repay Mom and Dad for all they've done for me, so I'd appreciate your help with that at some point. I'm looking forward to catching up with you. Hope you're doing well. Ah, that.
What did you mean by, even if I don't, though, I doubt I'll be coming back home to live? Or by wanting to repay Mother and Father? You make it sound as though you intend to sever ties with them. You can't honestly be thinking that you're going to quietly bow out of succeeding father as head of the family. Are you, Reen?
I ain't got it covered.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I have no intention of becoming the head of the family or the next Baron Schwarzer.
Schwarzer.
What's so surprising about that? I was adopted. I wasn't born into a nobleman's life. The best thing would be for you to marry a good man and have him succeed Dad as Baron.
Or how about you just succeed?
That doesn't even make sense! You might not be related to us by blood, but you're still Father's only son. And the right of adopted children to succeed their family name is recognized under Imperial law.
Yeah, if the adopted child is of noble blood. At least that's how it's gone in most cases, and I'm not.
Oh,
What am I? Some abandoned kid that Dad found buried in a blizzard 12 years
I wonder
ago.
if he's a Joshua.
I couldn't even remember where I was from, or life before that. Just my name.
This feels very Joshua.
When he chose to take me in as his son, Dad became the hot topic of high society.
I'm guessing that it's going to be almost identical to Joshua's backstory. I mean, it already is from what we know of it. But I've noticed that the writer often repeats similar or same backstories. It's like bankrupt of unique ideas a lot of the time, you know?
People called him eccentric, crazy. Some of them even accused him of being unfaithful to Mom. One even asked him to his face if he intended to open wide the gates of the nobility to some low-born bastard. At some point, he got tired of dealing with all of it. He started to avoid leaving Ymir, and eventually he stopped showing his face at all among the nobility, except on rare occasions. I've caused a lot of trouble for our family, and I really don't want to cause any more than I already have. I doubt I'll be able to leave the Schwarzer name behind. But at the
Probably.
very least, I want you and Mom and Dad to have the
At the very
respect
least, we
you
know he's
deserve with
special,
your
so
peers.
there's that.
After all, you'll be 16 next year, making your debut into high society. I know it might seem extreme to you, but try to understand how I feel.
Like his reaction to the red door and
I'll
everything.
Still visit Ymir. It's not like I want to just walk out of your lives altogether.
Right? Exactly,
That's
Lone
not
Fellow. It'll be a situation where it's like he's actually extremely special, but because like we can't track his lineage, he's by default lowborn, and so everybody will criticize him. But then at the end of the game, we find out that he's super duper highborn, like god tier status of lineage, beyond anything anybody could ever have, and all of a sudden they'll bend over backwards to appease him. But because he grew up having a nice humble life as just some son to a low-level lord, he's got a lot of humility and balance in his life, and so he's not going to be a bad noble.
I mean, Mom and Dad have always looked out
How
for me,
about
and that's a debt I'll
the
never...
the class system is complete garbage and abolish all of it.
you don't get it.
Anybody that thinks a class system is a good idea is either already rich, or they think that they're going to be rich. Like they like there's so many people in this world that they're like temporarily embarrassed millionaires, right? where they think that they're just a couple months away from making it big and they'll be millionaires, and then they sit on their ass and do nothing about it to earn anything, or they have a bunch of scams and plots and fucking bullshit that get them a few $100 here and there, but nothing ever really all that big. And it's like, you don't become a noble by, well, okay, actually that is how you become a noble, is by stealing and thieving and being dishonest, but that's besides the point. The point is that nobody likes a class system, because all that happens is the vast majority of people get treated like dirt, and a few people get to lord over you like they're somehow better than you just because they happen to have money, which they almost positively got by unlawful means.
You don't get it at all.
Yeah, I'm just temporarily embarrassed millionaire, obviously. Just gotta win the lottery. Ah, yeah. Don't you just love combos like that? I mean, yeah, like there is a vague class-based system in the US as well, but it's not like a lawful system, you know, but there's definitely this, they call it a two-tiered justice system. Basically, if you're rich and powerful, you just get away with everything. But if you're, you know, not rich or powerful, then, you know, even the tiniest crime can put you away for a while. But it has more to do with than just status with the two-tier justice system in the US. It also has to do with skin color, unfortunately.
You don't understand how father feels. You don't understand how mother feels. And you don't understand how I feel.
Elise?
You're the worst!
We're like three-tier justice system, but yeah.
Why you always have to be so stubborn? I hate you! I hate you!
Okay.
Elise.
That sounds like something an 8-year-old
Well,
would say,
what
not
are you
a
doing just
15-year-old.
standing there?
What are you...
Why were they all spying on me?
Look, I'm sorry we might have overheard you, but that's beside the point right now. Don't just stand there. Go after her. She was crying.
That's because shareholders are also wealthy people, so wealthy people doing bad things to wealthy people means that the wealthy person is probably going to get in trouble. But wealthy people doing bad things to poor people, that's fine, according to precedent. in the past, you know, precedent has said that rich people can just get away with doing all sorts of nasty stuff to poor people.
I know this isn't a simple problem, but you can't just leave things like they
How to fill
are.
part of the time. Do you have any
She
suggestions
needs
for a mid-length RPG that isn't too anime? Mid-length RPG that isn't too anime. Gosh, honestly, the thing is like nowadays RPGs are so ingrained in like being anime and relatively low tier production value that there aren't really a whole lot of RPGs with really compelling plot lines or stories that aren't Final Fantasy or anime. And even then, most of the anime shit is pretty blah. But I would say Expedition 33 would be your best non-Final Fantasy bet. After that, I mean, obviously the Final Fantasy games. But there are definitely other RPGs that are relatively new that I love, but most of them tend to be anime or long or both, you know? Is Mario anime or not? No. But the there is the Mario one, yeah, not the Partners in Time, but the Brothership. It isn't very deep or compelling from a story perspective, but it's a good, solid, fun RPG. So there's that. So it's interesting. It's actually like it's a silly question, but it's also an interesting question, Zero, because obviously Mario's not anime. Like, duh, anime is an aesthetic. But the thing is that anime just means animation, and you know, if Mario were to have a cartoon, which it did, it would be technically animation, and they would call it anime in Japan. But realistically, the definition of that is kind of shifted to more of an aesthetic choice, like the Japanese animation that we have right here. This aesthetic is anime, and then everything else is cartoons or animation, you know, even though they're technically all the same thing, the specific word we use does help dictate what it actually is. Oh yeah, I mean you technically have a what do you call it? You have a monarchy technically, but then you have like the prime minister and all the what are they called? All the peoples that make up the stuff. Dang it. I don't remember the names of things. I'm just really out of it. But yeah, I mean I know technically you have a monarchy, but like it's kind of been pinned down. Parliament, thank you. You know, with the parliament, it's not really a monarchy. It's more like the queen or king is a figurehead, and the rest is handled by a somewhat democratic setup. But yeah, Chrono Trigger is I wouldn't call Chrono Trigger anime because nothing on the SNES is really anime unless it's like egregiously anime because of the limitations of the resolution and sprite-based animations. You don't really get anime out of Chrono Trigger, even though it is designed by Akira Toriyama. Whereas if you get a game like, what's that one on the Sega Saturn, Ray Earth? What's the moon? What's it called? Something Ray Earth. That's obviously anime. Tales of, obviously anime. You know, very, very clearly anime.
Indeed, you have a duty to her as family.
Magic Knight Ray Earth, thank you. Yeah, exactly. Magic Knight Ray Earth was an anime first, yeah.
Okay, I will.
That's a Saturn game, though.
If you see her around, let her know I'm looking for her.
We will, so get going.
You've got a slap or two coming when you do find her, I'd wager.
He didn't do anything wrong. It's just such forced tension and drama. You mean... I'm pretty sure what you mean by they are remaking it is there's a fan patch or translation or port or something that people are working on. That's not a remaking it, that's a fan project. If you're referring to Magic Knight Ray Earth.
It's no use.
Oh, a new anime. Oh, that I don't know about. I thought you meant the game. Exactly, Neo. Exactly. There's a couple Sailor Moon video games, Asher. I don't even know what a Paltabor is. My guess is that she ran away into the corner and is hiding and crying for no reason at all. What do you know I was... Oh, not right. Fun fact, nobody has a drop of noble blood in their body. At all. Nobody is inherently a noble. In fact, every noble family was at one point poor, or had nothing, or wasn't important. So there's no such thing as like inherently noble. They just found a way to exploit people and get rich, and then try to lord it over everybody like they're somehow superior. It's the dumbest ass shit ever. True, good point, Iceburner. I mean, if we eat the rich, then I guess we'll all be nobles then, yeah? Weirdly, I am, Neo. Noble gases. I'll show you a noble gas. That's about as noble as a noble. Pretty sure both of those are poisonous to people too. This is that Gary Stu, Mary Stu stuff where hero protagonist guy is the coolest ever and everybody loves him and he's awesome and he can do no wrong and he's just the coolest ever. So of course his sister is also the most beautifulest, awesomest, coolest person with the grace of a delicate flower. Also just like gross. Yeah, awesomeness by association, exactly. So the Mary Stu, Gary Stu trope is extremely prevalent in the Legend of Heroes games. Basically, every main hero of those games is loved by everybody. If you read the dialogue and the writing of those games with that in mind, it just shows you how forced the like of the main character is. They haven't really done anything to actually show that they're good people. They just forcefully like them because that's the way the writing went. It doesn't matter like what they do or how they go about it. They're just like, oh, I'm sure you have your reasons, or I just happen to like that thing, or whatever other arbitrary nonsense is made up in order to make it so every character likes the hero. You know?
What am I going to do? I can't find her anywhere. Did she go back into town?
Oh, interesting, Neo. I didn't realize that. That's neat.
It feels like she wouldn't have left the academy grounds, though.
Why does it feel that way?
Yo, Reen, what's up?
Crow? I'm just looking for someone.
A classmate? Or did some second-year sweetheart confess to you and you botched things up?
Actually, it's my younger sister. She's not a student here, though.
Oh, you have a sister? Honestly, I always kind of got that only child vibe from you.
Well...
I guess that must be who that girl I saw earlier was then. Long black hair, St. Estrella Academy uniform, tear-stained cheeks.
That has to be her. Where did you last see her?
She was talking with one of those upper crust boys in white, out on that path behind the school. That stuck-up first year, what's his name? High Arms, I think?
Hello, Arms. This is Legs.
Don't you dare start acting like you're above me, Reem Schwarzer. Just because Ymir's lord took you in out of pity doesn't change the fact that you're a nobody without a drop of noble blood.
With him?
He's the worst.
He didn't actually do anything. He just said, hey, I might have my own path in life. okay. Nobody gets super emotional and cries because somebody won't think of themselves. Ever. They might get worried, but they don't go, you're the worst. All you do is think about other people and you never think about yourself. You're so... Wait, why is that a bad thing? What? You know what I mean? Like, oh no, he's, what's the word? Fucking goddamn my vocabulary. Anyway, nobody actually gets sad or emotional about that kind of thing. It's the most forced drama situation ever.
Why can't I just be more honest with him?
Not altruistic. Selfless is the word I was looking for. But that works. Selfless and altruistic, both, but specifically selfless.
Where am I?
Oh, who might you
How
be?
could you be so selfless?
That's the uniform of Heimdall's St. Estrella Girls' School, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, true.
What brings a lady like yourself all the way out here?
I'm sorry,
No, I apologize. I wasn't accusing you of anything. Wait, right. I should introduce myself first. My name is Patrick.
Patrick Star.
Irons. I'm sure you've heard the name before.
Nope.
Irons?
Hello.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Elise Schwarzer, daughter of Baron Schwarzer.
Ah, Elise. Such a lovely sounding name. Wait a second. Schwarzer? As in Reen Schwarzer? Are you his sister?
Yes? Reen is my older brother.
Why does she have to be related to that cretin? But wait, he was adopted. That means they aren't related by blood.
It seems you're not on the best of terms with my brother. I don't wish to cause you any unpleasantness, so I'll just excuse myself.
No, you aren't. I mean...
Why would he say that out loud anyway? He would just think it. I hate how people just like wear their thoughts on their sleeves in these games.
That way...
Like as if there's no internal dialogue ever that can be hinted at through clever writing, you know, or just like human writing. What would a human say? I don't know. Not that.
You said you saw her behind the old schoolhouse. Which way did she go?
Oh, right.
It's actually funny because I was watching the South Park episode the other day.
Come on.
I think it was actually just yesterday, where it's like a parody of social media, and there's like this Alec Baldwin social media site called Shitter, where they get this brain implant that just broadcasts your thoughts like live without any editing whatsoever. And that's basically how this entire game series is written. There is no editing, there's no internal dialogue almost at all, and people just say things out loud that are really stupid and unnatural for the sake of forced drama, and it gets really annoying. Ah, okay, awesome, good to know. Thank you, Vex. I look forward to it.
I'll show you where I saw it.
Nice lone fellow. Hi, Arms. One sec. Well, good morning. Or you could just have like a certain way of voicing the line where it's like, Schwarzer, eh? Interesting. Done. That's it. And then he goes like, so you must be related to Reen. And you know, you can have like some subtle tone that kind of suggests that he's got something underhanded in mind. Even that's a little on the nose, and you could definitely be better about it. You wouldn't even need like an evil tone because like we already don't like Patrick. We already see him as a negative, so like it wouldn't have to be that forced out.
The old
You know?
schoolhouse is usually locked, so I don't think she could have gone in there.
Ugh. Damn, that sucks. If you have like assisted sleeping and your thing broke, then that's no good. That's no bueno. Both Mia and Maya have taken to, whenever it gets time for bed, Mia and Maya really, really, really prefer to lay on or next to me very closely. And since they're tiny itty bitty kittens and I'm big 6'4" guy, I really don't want to accidentally roll over on them. So I have to like position myself just the right way in order to not, risk that. But also, I don't want to move. So I get stuck there sitting up in bed for like 2 hours extra, and I end up not sleeping very well because I'm subconsciously thinking that I'm going to roll over on the kittens. And so I wake up like every half hour. So yeah, that's my issue. Oh my god, Berserk, that's hilarious. But yeah, it's like Mia will like excitedly like zoom into the bed and then like plop right down next to me. And then it's like zoom, 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 like speed running the sleep, and then she's there all night. And then Mia will just kind of a little bit slower, a little more purposefully do the same thing. Yeah. I figure it gets a little normalized when you got one of your own. Sleep 80% run, I know, right?
Patrick!
Yes, this is Patrick. Oh, we finished Azure a while ago. About a month ago.
You?
Where's Elise? You better not have tried to pick
Because
a
I
fight
have
with her and
something,
scared her off.
and it's for Elise. Huh?
I did no such thing.
Here, let's see if we can play it. Oh no, because I'll have to go to YouTube and it's Ad City and other dumb stuff. For Elise is a classical track. I want to say it's the one that goes.
I just happened to see her
Something
crying,
like that.
so I approached her to see what was wrong. Then, when she took off running this way, I followed her out of gentlemanly concern.
Oh, recreational activities. I know the kind. I've definitely had moments like that in my teenage years with other people, friends and family, stuff like that. Yeah.
Looks like she definitely
I'm walking
came
in
through
place.
here, though.
I can tell because this stone path definitely allows tracking to be very
You
easy.
think she could have gone into that old schoolhouse you guys poke around in every month?
Couldn't be. We locked it after we finished up in there earlier.
That's the one I was thinking of. Whoops. Be-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Uh-oh, it wasn't locked. Dun, dun, dun. A short while earlier. Let's go into this creepy house off on the beaten path. That sounds like a good place to hang out.
Where am I? What is this place? The door wasn't locked.
That's just you punching the door with your strength of will.
A cat?
It's not a reuse of the room, it is the same room. No one's home!
Oh,
Thank you, Plain Isaac, for the 212 bids. I hate it when walking animations are designed to where they drag on the ground. If you watch her feet, it's like she's doing
What is
this
this?
instead of doing this, right? It's this kind of thing.
It looks like some kind of machine, and yet... Where's that cat I saw?
I mean, that
earlier?
animation has nothing to do with the Vita. Also, a Vita is like basically a mobile PS2, but better. It's actually a pretty decently powerful system. There is no space limitation issues with Vita. There's only performance issues, which of course they're gonna, like, that's not really a problem. I mean, you can design a game however you want with whatever 3D visual style you want, no matter how limited.
I don't see anywhere it could have hidden itself.
The Vita does not have like memory limitations.
It looks like there's something...
But
wrong
animations have nothing to
here.
do with memory limitations. It has to do with effort, vision, quality.
Huh? Ah!
And then a bunch
So
of
it
high-level
was an
monsters come in
elevator.
and eat her face. The end.
I must have descended pretty far underground.
I'm talking to myself with no one around. I mean, handhelds were kind of on the decline at the time, and you're trying to compete with the DS, like good frickin' luck. Handhelds are basically a dead platform now because the Switch is a home console that's also handheld, and there's just no beating that without making your own. You have the Steam Deck on top of that, just like there's no room to squeeze in anything else. So the fact that Sony is working on another handheld is kind of short-sighted and silly, but either way, like, it had nothing to do with the Vita not being a capable console. It had to do with the fact that, like, you just didn't have enough demand for it, you know? That's all. So who would want to develop a game for a platform with no users? Wow. Come here, Mia. Hey. She hates me. She doesn't, but yeah.
It seems awfully huge. Maybe it leads to somewhere important?
That's just to warm you up until you get into it. Exactly, Neo. Fourth lock released. Potential Awakener waveform confirmed within 50 ARG. Commencing the first trial. Well, she's dead. It's gonna take so long for that elevator to go back up and bring somebody down. She's dead in about 20 seconds.
Elise! Where are you?
No sign of her.
Except for that smear
Why
over
do I
there.
have to?
Elise?
Scream? It came from farther inside.
Yeah, the visual novels and anime games on the Vita were pretty prominent, but overall, like, there's not even a lot of demand for those either, you know? Also, you have to understand that, like, Japanese market is much more handheld focused. That's why there's a lot of mobile games and handheld
came from below.
platforms concepts.
What is this place?
Wow.
Only if it's made from
This is what
animal
it looks
fur.
like down here now.
Banner Saga? Oh yeah. Hey, if you want a really short RPG that's really fun, what was it? Small Saga was really fun. I
Going
enjoyed that
down,
quite a
huh?
bit.
All right then, patty cakes. time to lock and load.
Don't call me that!
It has to do with the fact that they commute a lot. They're sitting on trains for hours every day, commuting to their jobs, and so they want to be able to keep themselves busy.
What the hell is that?
Cool. How nice of that thing to just sit there and let her be passed out. Why is he not making a smear out of her?
Elise!
It would have been awesome if he jumped over the railing of that thing and like charged in and jumped over her to like block the sword or some shit like that. That could have been some really cool animation going on there. Like him hopping over the railing on the elevator and charging over to block the sword swing. Accept the truth. No animation for it, just fade out, fade in. Now I have white hair and red eyes.
What the?
Lucky 7.
Now.
Yeah, take that. Aw.
Now. Now. Now.
Remember Things? Yeah, this is emotionally provocative.
What's happening?
Things, yes.
Is he trying to suppress his power?
Oh my god, that one's actually amazing too. Wife got me another mug. Look, this is the Moogle is the mug, and it's amazing. On both sides. I love it. Thank you. I'll watch that later. It's dishwasher safe, right? Yeah, but I just need to do a quick wash because it's just got packaging dust in it, so I can use it. Unless you got room in the dishwasher, I guess. It's a Mog mug, exactly. A Moog. She's good. She's very good, yeah. Thank you to you over the 110 bits. Potential Awakener detected nearby commencing first trial. Actual train warrior. I forgot this. I trained my whole life for this. I won't fail now. Let's X, Y, and Z. All will be different. Whole integers. What? You lost me on that one. I'm not math-y. I'm not mathy. Thank you to you over the 110 bits.
No, I'm not going to be swallowed by it anymore.
I can't solve it without additional equations. Okay. That's the joke? Oh, okay. I figured it was some kind of, like, unsolvable thing, or, what do you call it? Like, a contradiction of some kind.
I don't have a chance of beating that thing, but I have to try anyway. To take back myself, and take back what I lost that winter's day.
All these, like, super duper mega vague flashbacks to his life without actually saying or doing anything at all.
What?
As if I'm supposed to, like, have any kind of connection to that.
You're not thinking of leaving me out of the action, are you? Take care of the girl, Catastrophe.
Don't call me that either!
Thanks. I owe you one.
No problem. Let's fire up those combat links.
His name is Crow. What sounds do crows make?
Go!
Oh, hey, we already got 200 again. Yeah, exactly.
Here we go!
Yeah, you're done.
I'm just spinning around in circles and shooting instead of just shooting directly at my opponent. Oh, well, I guess that makes sense.
Cross Raven! See ya!
Why do you need a gun to shoot your bullets if you can just telepathically, or like, not telepathically, but
My turn.
what's the word I'm looking for? When you can just fucking mind control your bullets. What do they call it? What's it called? The telekinesis. When you can just telekinetically control your bullets, you don't need a gun at that point if you're. I guess rule of cool or some such. Oh. Hey, what's up, Nikki?
Okay, it's safe for now.
Adamantine shield could be good. Is that physical immunity, and if it's group wide, hell yeah. That's the XXXL size chastity belt he's got on.
Damn. I thought I'd finished my crash course in craziness half a year ago.
Thanks.
We like two-shot the guy, dude, so I don't think we're gonna be
So
getting
you
that
can use
tired.
Arcus too?
Yeah, I was part of the trial program for Class 7. That's how I met Toa, George, and Jellica.
Angelica? Angelica? Okay.
I see.
Oh.
Reen.
Yeah, I had my super duper 200 craft point specials on both my characters and just wiped them out. It's the weird thing about balance in these games often is that, like, if you have your S-craft,
you
just
alright?
kind of trivialize
You're not
everything.
hurt, are you?
But without it, you just kind of get destroyed a lot of the time, or it just takes a long, long
I'm
time.
fine. I just lost my balance when that tremor hit earlier.
So you can just, like, grind out an S-craft and then win, and grind out an S-craft and win.
Thank you for protecting me.
Final bosses tend to have a little bit more meat on them, though.
Just like you did back then. No, this time was different, wasn't it?
Yeah. I pulled through. Somehow.
I'm glad.
I won't say it's easy so much as it's normal balance. It feels decently balanced, you know?
Oh.
Like
Here comes the cleanup crew.
there's some weird balancing in these games where sometimes you can just like start the fight and you die, and other times you just mop up the boss, you know? It's very SMT in design in that regard, where just having the right things happen the right way equals easy mode.
Are you alright?
But at the same time, you can just get squashed just as easily. So it's not really like easy so much as it is chances are if you have certain abilities, you will have an easy time, but you can still get wrecked.
Is your sister... Oh, good. It looks like she's okay.
I mean, I want to try the harder modes in these games, but they're already really, really long commitments that
A giant suit
I don't
of
know.
armor?
I will say that I bet if I were to like not care about story and just mash through everything, I bet you could probably beat these New Game Plus in like 10 hours or less.
It looks like something imbued with the magic of the Dark Ages.
I can't begin to imagine what must have transpired here.
Well, a tough fight did, at least.
Maybe.
You're all here.
Good grief.
Maybe I'll do Daybreak on hard. I don't know.
I'm so relieved you were able to find your sister and that everyone's okay.
Woo! Everybody that has a unique frame is here magically.
She's even more of a beauty than I'd imagined.
Shut. Oh, that wow. Okay, first off, shut up. Also, second, there was a typo there. She said he said Angelica, and I thought it was like Angelica, but like it just sounded like Angelica, but it actually wasn't Angelica. Her name actually is Angelica, but they wrote it Angelica. So that was awkward. Like, I had to second guess myself. I was like, wait, her name is Jellica? That's weird. And it's not. It's Angelica. But they wrote it Angelica, like this. Angelica. That's how they wrote it.
Oh, I'd love to get some hands-on time with that door in this suit of armor.
I swear, it's almost comforting how you guys never change. But hey, what took you, instructor?
Sorry about that.
No, you're not wrong, Lone Fellow.
Still, it looks like you guys managed to handle things just fine.
There's a tremendous
without
amount of
me.
dialogue. There's going to be some slip-ups.
I take it this big lug came from inside that door?
Yes, I was just looking at it when suddenly.
Hold on. Let's just give our report starting from the top.
I was having a normal conversation with my sister, but then we forced out some drama so that she would run away and find this door. And that's how we got here. Now I understand why they forced out the drama so aggressively, because they wanted to push they wanted to push Elise into this room.
Good evening, I'm your host, Misty.
Good evening to what? Good evening to what? Good evening, welcome to nothing?
You're listening to Radio Trista. It's July 18th and things are finally cooling down now at 9 p.m. So pour yourself a cold drink and let's roll right into tonight's Oven Time, shall we? It's just over a week until Heimdall kicks off its summer festival, a month after the rest of the country. I'm sure plenty of you out there might be thinking of the concert in the Heimdall Opera House or the summer races. But the festival is best known for its opening day events, traditionally attended by members of the Imperial. This year, Crown Prince Cedric will be making an appearance at the ceremony in Heimdall Cathedral. And his sister, Princess Alphen, will be attending a posh garden party sponsored by Heimdall City Hall. I would have loved to see the Empire's two greatest treasures in person, but alas, I can't get away from work that day. But don't you worry, I'm still planning on winning my bets on the summer races. I'll let you know how I do. If you're not old enough to place a bet, don't worry, you'll be able to make questionable financial decisions soon enough. Moving along, I'm sure by now many of you have heard about the ongoing construction of the giant building in Crossbell State.
Oh, well that's where we are in the story now.
It's supposed to be even taller than the Rhineford building in Ruhr, making it the continent's first true skyscraper.
It's so funny because they talk about how it's like the first skyscraper as if this is like a known thing that people know about that exists. And it's like, finally we get one, you know? Like, that's not how that works when something new happens. It's like, wow, it's so big. It's like it's scraping the sky. We'll call it a skyscraper, you know?
The latest reports say that construction is almost complete and that it'll be unveiled at next month's trade conference. A lot of you have been writing in about it, so I'll be sure to keep you posted with all the latest.
We're not going to care about any of the other news because that isn't relevant to anything else that happened at any time in the series. So even though we're surrounded by all sorts of different countries and different things going on, we're only going to care about this one thing anyway. Good night. I translated it for you, roughly. You're welcome. 3 days later, we're not gonna even investigate this door down there? We're just gonna ignore it? Like, how are we just not caring about that? We didn't see off my sister or anything. No, none of that was resolved. Like, look, I'm all about like not having overwriting in video games, but there's such a thing as underwriting something as well. I don't know how they can sit there and like have this like 5 million paragraph scene about nothing, but then but then just like totally gloss over, you know, the actual progression of the story. Like, my sister was there. She's like, yeah, I'm okay now. I almost died, but whatever. And scene, sister's gone, you know? Recovery from what? But I want to choose her. Fine. Your opponent today will be, let's see, how about Lauren Faye? What, yeah, we'll go with them. Once again, she's pairing people that don't get along right now in order to force them to learn how to get along. She did this earlier on in her lessons. This should make for an interesting battle, if nothing else. Lauren Faye have a clear advantage when it comes to strength and speed. Yeah, but I have items. Well, formidable opponents, but I think we have a good chance of winning this one. As long as we make good use of our combat links, the fight ought to be ours for the taking. Pull the bow out of my butt, as one does. Yep, that's exactly it, Lone Fellow. The whole process of my sister coming to visit me was to force out drama to get her upset so she'd run to the door and activate it. That was literally it. Like, it's so egregiously forced. I'm actually kind of blown away by it. It's really, really like super duper obvious what they were doing there to force out a plot device.
Don't worry, I won't.
When without using items, damn it. Activate an S-Craft during the battle.
Right.
I have breath, and I have 5.
Let's go! Target lock. I can do this. Arcus, go!
Arcus, activate.
Shatter!
Oh.
Careless.
I proc death on her. Get wrecked.
It's my turn. Arcus, activate.
Thanks. Go.
Shatter!
It's my turn. Let's go.
Thanks.
Right. Hang in there.
Thanks. My turn. My turn. That's that. Let's keep moving.
It's a pretty low rate for the death on that spell, so yeah. Alright, that's enough. Reen's team scores the victory. Excellently done, both of you. As for you two, I don't even think I need to say anything, do I? It sure would be fun if there was something in the battle that showed that they weren't working well together, you know? Instead, it's just kind of like we're leaving it to the player to figure it out, which I guess at least there's some things in there where the game doesn't just slap you in the face with internal thoughts and what's going on. Still, let's move on to the next pairing. The teams for our next 2-on-2 battle will be ... fade out. Next scene. You did pretty well at that, Reen, but we're really gonna have to do something about those two. Yeah, it's not like they hate each other or anything. At least I don't think they do. So I feel like they just get a good push in the right direction. Looks like you're really back in fighting form, though. Yeah, never felt better, actually. I didn't want to drag this out and end up worrying Elise. 2 days ago. It seems like a very unnecessary way to determine this story, but okay. Sorry I caused everyone so much trouble. Thank you so much for going to the trouble of preparing a bed for me. Don't worry about that. Our maid can do that much without even breaking a sweat. Isn't it nice to be able to rely on servants? You can say that again. She was so well prepared you'd think Elise had called in a reservation. That's Sharon for you. Reen, are you sure you're alright? Yeah, I'm still sore all over, but that's nothing unexpected. Compared to the kind of training Master Kai Fei used to put me through, I feel like I kind of got off light. But still, Melly doesn't appear to have any sprains or pulled muscles. He's just looking him over. I don't see any sprains or pulled muscles, which are internal injuries that I wouldn't be able to see externally anyway, but being the super duper mega detective that I am, I mean, I suppose you could see like a limp or favoring a particular arm or something, but still. Should be better in a couple days. Well, I can't help but feel that if I hadn't been so careless, if I hadn't gone into that building in the first place. Well, in a way, it was Reen's fault too. True, he got what he deserved for being so insensitive. He didn't do anything. Yes, trained martial artists can sense, like, I don't know, just how much iron is in your blood, you know? It's like, I'm detecting a hint of hemochromatosis over here. Is that hemochromatosis? She's very worried about me. I would have hoped that as an elder brother, you'd conduct yourself in a more seemly manner. Once again, forced drama. You're not wrong, but do you think you can maybe not all gang up at me at once? You know what I hate about forced drama? It's not that it's forced drama and thus bad writing or anything. It's that people are reading this somehow are going to try and take lessons from that. There's no lesson to be taken. And if somebody like says that you trying to live your own life the way you want to is like bad and being selfless is bad, what the fuck kind of lesson is that? You know? It's really stupid. Like you're teaching people reading this that this is the right way things should go, and this is a reasonable thing to get upset about. It's like a reality TV where the producers tell you, like they tell the actors to like create more drama and create conflict and fighting because drama sells, right? So you get all these reality TV shows with these people just screaming at each other, yelling and arguing and stuff, and people start seeing that as normal. It's not. It's not. It really isn't. You know, and so people are taking lessons from the bad writing, suggesting that something in there was actually inherently wrong, and it wasn't. He just said, yeah, you know, I may not come back home because I don't want to, my path is different. And she got all like upset about that, like it was a problem that he did that. Not because he wouldn't come home, but because how dare he, and he's being so selfless. Right, we talked about that too, Neo, but he's not doing that. He's not being self-destructively sacrificial. He's just like, I have a different path planned for myself. That's it. Well, can't really blame them this time. Well, let this be a lesson to you, Reen. Your families are family no matter what. Okay, I get it already. I'll force myself to be at the beck and call of my family's whims from now on. Thanks, Elise, for setting me straight. Seems everything turned out well in the end. Well, we're still no closer to unlocking the secrets of that giant armor, or the red door it was hiding behind. Yeah, all we know is that the red door showed up after we cleared the 4th floor of the old schoolhouse. And then Elise went down there and opened up and the whole Hulking armor came out. Thank you for synopsis of the last 15 minutes. You said you heard a voice coming from the door, right? Yes, I think so. I'm afraid I don't remember much of what it said, though. I remember it said something about the 4th lock and the first trial and an awakener, too, whatever that is. You should be commended for recalling even that much after what you've been through. At this point, it really does... Kitty is stretching and knocking cups around. At this point, it really does seem as though there's something significantly hidden deeper in those ruins. It's getting harder and harder to presume anything else, isn't it? I think from now on it might be a better idea to leave the old schoolhouse alone. What do you mean? The reason I sent you guys there in the first place was because I thought it might make a good training ground. But after what happened with Elise, and with the elevator appearing, I feel conflicted about letting you go back. The principal is thinking about rescinding his request for you guys to investigate the place too. I object. It's ideal for us to keep ourselves trained for battle, right? And it seems like fighting down there encourages us to cooperate better too. Much as it may lack weight coming from me, I'm inclined to agree. The effectiveness of combat links there truly comes to the fore there. Yeah, the wind seems to suggest to me as well. The wind. There's no denying it's dangerous, but I feel like I'd regret if we just stopped there. Yeah, I have so many questions about that place and I want some answers. I agree. I feel the same. Do you think we could talk to the principal and get him to change his mind? Looks like I don't have much of a choice, do I? Alright, I can promise anything, but I'll do what I can to persuade the principal. But if anything else weird happens in there, I want you to report to me immediately. Is that clear? Yes, instructor! Rain, I'm afraid I still can't accept your position. That you don't wish to succeed father as head of the family, or that you enrolled here because of that. Honestly, it seems to me that you aren't even certain yourself that what life you want. Because of that, it's like you've lost your way. Well, am I right? I can't deny it, but this time I was able to come back to my senses. I think enrolling here at Thor's may be the best thing I've done for myself in a long time. It's given me the chance to start moving forward, little by little, and I owe that to my friends here. I've got a lot to think about, but I want to find an answer that works not just for me, but for you, Mom, and Dad too. I know it's frustrating, but I hope you'll stick with me until I'm figuring things out, or while I'm figuring things out. Protect the Moog. Technically, this is also a Moogle mug because it's got start your day with a Kupo coffee on it. It's kind of hard to see. That was sent by Selnica. Get the fuck on the train. Stop your 5 hours of dialogue and get the fuck on the train. Thank you. The stereotypical head pat, as if that's some kind of, like, meaningful interaction. Heimdallar's not too far away. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. We can talk about this more then, okay? Alright, that's a promise. You're really devoted to your sister, aren't you? Though I get the feeling it's way more than just devotion on her part. Here we go. You think so? It's not like I spoil her or anything, and honestly, she can get pretty harsh towards me sometimes. I mean, I wouldn't say we get along badly or anything, but he really is totally oblivious. Why? I can't help but feel that they made him adopted so that the weird incest trope can, like, be like kind of somewhat forgotten, you know? It's not technically incest because, you know, you're adopted or whatever, and it's like, it's one thing if you're adults and then like your parents marry and you end up becoming step siblings or something. It's another when you like grew up together, you know, like that. It's weird. It's weird. It's not technically bad or wrong, but it's really fucking weird. Also, yeah. Yeah, no, it's the Lannisters. She's 15, right? I've heard that nobles make their debut into high society when they turn 16. That's right, she'll be making her debut next year. I just hope she finds a guy who deserves her one day. Because I'm not letting just any old guy marry her, noble or not. You really can be dense. Dude, stop. Fucking stop. Why? Nonchalantly stroking her head like he did was kind of cruel. It's a dumb trope to begin with, but it's far from cruel to like... Ugh. Alright, that brings this month's practical exam to an end. Next, it's time to announce this week's field study locations. Here it comes, the moment of truth. Oh, where are they planning to ship us off this month? Let's see, we get Laura, woohoo, Faye, all right, Macias, and Elliot. We lose Elisa and Emma. Which is, oh, of course we have Laura and Fee, right. This is exactly as I predicted. I said that the next field study will have Laura and Fee because we already understand that they have a problem getting along together. They were in the last pairing on the other side, but now they're going to be paired with me because Hero Protag guy is the coolest and he'll solve all the problems and we'll all get along. Guaranteed it's going to be a subplot about one or the other, Laura or Fee. We're going to go to one of their hometowns or some place of significance for one of them. And something will happen where they're forced to like work together, get along, or help one another in some way, and their tension will magically disappear because Hero Protag guy is the coolest ever. Also, we're all going to the Vermilion capital. Interesting. We'll be able to see them there. I wonder if we'll all just end up grouping together and we'll be able to get everybody, but at first it'll say separate because we have different tasks. But the capital's a big place, so both groups are going to the same place. I assume we'll be dividing the work between our groups. Well, the capital's incredibly vast, so it seems like a logical solution. Group divisions aside, I'm certainly surprised at the choice of the capital as our destination. Yeah, you and I will have the home field advantage considering we're both from there. Guess this means I'll get to be in town for the summer festival after all. Instructor Sarah? Oh, whatever is the matter, my beloved pupil? Please don't call me that. I have no objections to our destination or the arrangements of the groups, but I can't quite shake the feeling I'm being used again. It's true. It does appear that you're the only one who changed groups from last month. Innocent whistling isn't fooling anyone.
Your rank's gone up.
Woohoo! I didn't see what I got
Here's
though.
a little something from the
Oh.
academy. You did really well, Reen.
Thank you.
Alright, this is our chance to discuss what to do before they get here. But to be honest, I don't really have any good ideas. How about you guys?
Smooch party!
I can't say that I do. Unlike me and Eustace, at least Laura and Fee understand each other to some degree. Our group's performance in last month's field study wasn't amazing, but there were no actual conflicts or anything.
Yeah, that's all the more reason why I feel like we should step in and do something for them. But from what Elisa and Emma have told me, it seems like they have trouble connecting with each other.
My guess is that Elisa, not Elisa.
Yeah, that's the
The
impression I get
Blade
too.
Lady had somebody important to her killed by Jaegers.
It's not like they hate each other.
Or vice
They're just
versa, or
having trouble
both.
coming to terms with their differences.
On the one hand, we have the daughter of a noble military family, a knight in shining armor, as it were. While on the other, we have a girl who spent her childhood on the battlefield running with Jaegers. Their upbringings couldn't be more different when you think about it.
So,
Maybe
here's a
their values,
question.
too.
Is the leader of the Jaegers the Jägermeister? Because Meister is German for, you know what, never mind.
You're right. I wonder if that's...
I apologize for the delay.
Zyfri gets it.
Hey! Good morning, Laura.
I was wondering if that would actually, I guess Meister is sort of a word that it goes beyond language. Like we recognize Meister as a word regardless of the actual translation of it, you know? Kind of like forte, we all know what that means. Even though it's French.
Certainly the early bird today.
It's kind of sort of semi-integrated into English already.
You needn't worry about us. We have no intention of causing trouble, and we're prepared to do what we can to form a combat link as soon as possible. It's not our intention to be confrontational towards one another. Is that not the case, Fee?
Yep. Don't worry. We won't bring the group down during the field study.
Well, that's a
say so.
Meister, not a Meister.
That's not really what we're worried about.
Anyway, we should finish up our preparations and head over to the station. I'll bet Group B is waiting there for us already.
Agreed.
I'm gonna have to disassemble everybody's setups again. Well, she's set up at least. I had her last time, I think, so that was good. But I had to take... Oh. Wow, she had all of her stuff removed. I do want to open up some of his slots if I have the extras, just because he is a good caster. I definitely want to finish opening her up first. Let's get that rib cracker. Why? I don't care. Just give me the shop. Okay, the cost for opening slots is not that bad, so that wasn't so bad. I'll open up what is inexpensive for him. Yeah, sure. Okay, fine. The cost of opening up slots is way more manageable, thankfully. So everybody's opened up already. I don't know if there's gonna be a slot 2 or anything. Like a level 2 slot. You know what I'm seeing here? I'm seeing the flaw of such an open court system because there's just so much now. it can probably feel a little overwhelming. Oh. Phantom phobia. Is that down random? Could be interesting. Offensive arts deal critical damage. Starts at level 3, volcanic rain. Good magic attack. Is that like a 30% chance if I crit, or a 30% chance to crit and it will do critical damage, I wonder? I'm gonna get it anyway, just cause I think I have extra cash to work with. I don't really care about the healing arts one, so giving him credit criminal might just be a better way of putting him in the spellcaster role, you know? And plus it'll rank up his thing because this is only level 2. Yeah, it'll just be better stats as well. That doesn't change this though, of course. Alright, now we get to remanage 2 characters setups. First off, we get to give you an attack 2. Not really, Lone Fellow, but it's, I mean, you could look at my games, you could look at the things that you may have seen, you know, and you kind of want to, you know, things I've said and everything like that. I don't really keep a list of my collection except for my games. What it kind of intends for it to be is like, hey, maybe I have an old retro game that you want to look at the manual and check out all the little inserts and stuff like that. And so I can go through that kind of thing, but there's also a bunch of stuff, you know, that you may have seen and you want to investigate a little bit further. It's just kind of something, you know, to kind of take a look at some of the stuff I've managed to collect over the many, many long years. I don't know if that's really a good one. Oh my god, Fee has very low HP. Can't get HP 2, unfortunately. There was the heal, though. No, it wasn't heal. There was something else that gave a bunch of HP. Well, I guess there's Tira. Huh? There we go. I think that's fine. I just need to give him a better spell, like a Silver Thorn. So that it's like he's got Silver Thorn and the fire spells, and then he's got a lot of really good support. Her, on the other hand, I want to give her debuffs. First thing I wanted to do was that Impede 2. That's really good. 60% chance to cancel arts on attack. That's amazing. Plus always a delay +5. So that's just really good. I'm really excited for Impede 3. Honestly, I feel like it might be 100%. Move 2's meh. I'd rather have Evade 2. Or like, I don't know. Anything. Actually, the better one would be... Oh, interesting. I can do evade. I can stack evasions on the different. Oh, interesting. You can stack the same. It's not just debuff that you can stack on separate lines, but you can also stack the same buff. So you could have like attack 1 there, and then attack 1 here, and attack. No, okay, you can't do attack. But you can with the evade. Maybe it's only the color specific ones, or maybe it's because it's a evade 1 and evade 2. Maybe that might be why. Okay, well, either way, this needs to be a debuff. I'm gonna say, wasn't there like a good double one for green? Oh well, blind. Oh yeah, she has it, that's why. And then we'll give her evade 2 instead, and then we need another debuff. Oh yeah, we got all this as well. Oh, I can put Impede there. I want another poison. Maybe I'll try Petrify. Oh, right, she's got blind already here, that's why. Okay. Impede, mute, seal, blind. I can't then, so I gotta do something else. Gotcha. Could give her Breeze to make sure she has breath and Mercuria. Aerial isn't terrible either. Heat up wouldn't be terrible. Oh, Dragon Vein. It's gotta be that one. It's really a shame that a lot of the passive quartz does not do anything on the field. Like Septium Vein has to be active party, which I think is silly. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get any new items. I'll wait until we get to the new town. Typically, it's shown that like when I get to the new chapter, it doesn't give me access to the new weapons until I actually get to the new town. Wow, the other group is here already every single time. So weird how it always plays out the exact same way every single time. Yeah, I know, right? I think there was something to suggest that they felt like they had to pay for it, but the school already set it up for them or something like that. Mind the gap. It would make more sense if I had gotten to Heimdallr before, and then my sister came to visit. Like, either I didn't visit her while I was there and she got upset, or I visited her and that made her more comfortable to come and visit me, and then all that happened. I'm also waiting for, like, the antagonist to make themselves known. Just seems like a day in the life of, you know? There's no real conflict. I mean, it's okay to start a game with conflict being like how you're getting along with your party members or just some kind of generic plotline or something, but there's no actual antagonist or like antagonizing force, you know? Heimdallr is, among many other things, the capital of this country, which means it's the home of his reigning emperor, the Majesty Eugent Rhys Arnor III. Even children know that. We need useful local information, not a recitation of a travel brochure. Well, Heimdallr is divided into 16 main districts. Each district is about as large as a whole town in any of the Empire's provinces. All in all, the city's population hovers around 800,000 people. Once again, now that you've told me what the population of this place is, now you put it on the test for me to learn. Not before I learned that. But the game gave me the test for all these things that I didn't have any way of learning yet, or the game hadn't told me anything about it. But then, yeah, made me learn it afterwards. That's the third time it's done that, by the way, just for a small segment of the game. I can hardly imagine that many people all in one place. The problem, Ren, is that you're uninterested in a story that's just like, I don't know, slice of life is fine, but there always needs to be drama in order to keep interest in for the reader or the player or whatever, right? You know, and a lot of the drama is kind of like really minor side plot kind of stuff, or vague, you know, general unrest, or like the forced conflict with you and your sister in the last little segment. I went to the library and I did not want to read 80,000 books. I feel like if the game is going to force you to take a test, they should give you the answers as part of the dialogue first. You know, if it's an optional test, then I gotta go find those answers out, fine, you know. By the way, Ren, you can do both. You can have character growth and a meaningful plot that gives you lots of drama and excitement, you know what I mean? Oh, the concept itself is not necessarily a bad thing. The problem with this game's writing is not the concept of like day in the life of or focusing on character interactions or anything. The problem with this game's story is the writing in general is it's not really well thought out, and the biggest problem, I mean there's lots of problems with it, but the biggest problem that I have with the game's writing is that it doesn't leave anything left for the imagination. It always slaps you in the face with like what is, instead of kind of leaving some kind of subtlety about helping you discover motives of characters or, you know, concepts or what's going on or whatever. Like for instance, it'll be like, they'll make these like generalized guesses about what something might be, like, oh, this person attacked this other person? Well, I wonder if it's this reason, and it's not a guess. That is not the character guessing at what the reason might be. It's the writer slapping you in the face with what it is, instead of you trying to figure out what it might be, or that coming up and being unveiled later as a something, you know, to help explain a situation. They don't let the player discover anything for themselves. And then, you know, yeah, sure, there are some kind of somewhat hidden subplots here and there, but generally speaking, the vast majority of everything's kind of slapped in the player's face. And so it doesn't really leave much for self-discovery or nuance in storytelling. But then like the villain of all the last 5 games was like, randomly the janitor is actually the ultra villain, and it's like, you mean the janitor I saw like once ever on a side quest? That's the main villain all of a sudden? Like, you're never going to guess that. So like that's not like a big twist. That's leaving 0 breadcrumbs for the player to discover, and then going, aha, you're an idiot for not figuring this out, you know? And that's generally the problem that I have with the story's writing. So like the concept of like, you know, getting to know the characters more and having like the half of the game focus more on the build up and the relationship that you have is fine. In fact, if you look at Breath of Fire 2, that was like the big part of the first half of the game was meeting these people, having this history with them, growing stronger, like more familiar with one another, and building up that rapport with one another before the more prominent antagonists are unveiled. And the story in Breath of Fire 2, you know, may have its own problems, but at least it kind of is nice in that regard. So there's definitely ways of managing that concept and still creating an interesting environment. Absolutely. The characters have too much narrative insight. Yeah, that's a really great way of putting it. But also, yeah, there's a really, really forced, a style of talking or music whenever bad people are played in. There's this scene in Azure where they're on the roof of the tower and they're all talking amongst each other, and what they were doing there was actually like impartial. It wasn't bad or good. They were bringing unity to Crossbell, and they were like talking about, you know, making themselves an independent country and how that would help everybody and everything, right? But evil music was playing while they sat there and been like, ha 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 ha, we will help everybody and everybody will be happy and this will be good because everybody's gonna be happy, ha 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 ha. And if they just voiced it like, oh, this is really good, we have the strength to defend ourselves and now the people will be safe and happy. If they just voiced it like they were good characters, you would never be able to tell the difference that they were supposed to be the antagonists or the villains or whatever. They forced out this like evil feel without actually giving evil dialogue to them. And also, I think a better villain is somebody that's not necessarily evil, but somebody that just has a different perspective on things that is misguided, you know, or somebody that has a less of a, less of a moral issue with doing extreme things in order to help their people, like Vayne Solidor, who's willing to go to do whatever it takes for the betterment of his family and his house and his country. And obviously that goes beyond reasonable, but he's not necessarily bad. He just lacks a strong moral compass, or rather he feels that the ends justify the means or something like that. Slow burn, yeah. It's, you know, it's not even necessary that they have an upfront villain either. You know, you don't need to have an upfront villain, somebody that's a constant antagonist to the plot or anything either. There's plenty of ways to write a story for it to be compelling. At the end of the day, it's about how it's written and how it's given to the player. I think that this game relies too much on tropes and cliches, and then forces out drama where there really isn't any. Like that scene when you first meet your daughter, or not your daughter, your sister, up on the rooftop, and it's just like, hey, you know, I might not be, you know, coming back home when I'm done. And she like got mad at me, not because like she may not see me again, but because I was being selfless. Not selfish, selfless, you know? And it's not one of those moments. It's not one of those like, how, you know, hey, you know, if you're being too selfless, you might hurt yourself kind of situations. It was like, how dare you be selfless and help others and care about them more. Oh, I'm so mad at you, Oni-chan, you know, kind of shit. And it just felt really like forced out drama just so she could go into the building and activate the door, you know? So, I mean, I'm totally, yeah, shellfish. I'm totally fine with the character interactions, and I love how all these characters have these like conflicts because of their history, and it's almost like it's intentional. Like they were not intentional from a writing perspective, but they were intentionally chosen to be together to force this conflict and have it be resolved through the link system, which is like kind of a fourth wall breaking technology that is like both for the narrative purpose and for the combat perspective because they're in a military school. And I think that's well executed for the most part as well. So, I mean, it's not all bad, but there are definitely flaws in the storytelling in this game that bother me, but it has nothing to do with, like, the concept of having strong character building over a long period of time before you introduce major themes. But I will say this about Trails games in general. The first game in every single one of the series that I've played so far, pretty much the first 3/4 of it could just be entirely cut out or like really, 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 really edited to get through it a little bit more expediently, and then take the second game and then make that the meat of the game, you know what I mean? Like, they didn't really need to be 2 games. It just needed to be 1 and then edited. So I feel like that's the problem with every single one of the Legend of Heroes games so far, is it's just so stretched thin and with tons of filler. Indeed it is. Crossbell is known for being a thriving center of trade, but its population is only around 500,000. Meanwhile, to the south, the Barrow's capital only has about 300,000 people. You know, I'm fine with a measure of padding. Like, and it's also really important to note what is padding. What is padding? And I'll explain, because I know what padding is. A lot of people like to claim, oh, this game just has filler and padding or something like that. It's a common argument against, like, FF7 Rebirth or something, which is ridiculous because that game actually doesn't even have that much padding at all. Padding is when you take the main forced content and apply generic side stories to it that just fill time, or you make quests or dungeons or content way more long than they need to be without adding anything of significance to the main plot through that time. And these games are very, very guilty of that because the first half to 3/4 of the game is pretty much just generic interactions that could be tidied up, and you could still have that character growth and character like familiarity, you know, being gained during that time. But in a game like Rebirth, almost every part of the main game is important for some reason. You know, either you're learning more about what's going on or you're having important character interactions or something. I feel like a lot of the time that when people complain about Rebirth's so-called padding, it's simply because, like, they use a shimmy to manage a loading screen, or they did a lot of side content and they feel like that's padding, and it's not. No amount of side content is padding because it's side content. It's optional. You don't have to do it, and it has nothing to do with the narrative path that is required. Only that matters. But then they kind of get like a little disjointed about like how much side content they've done and just think, oh man, I've been spending 8 hours, I haven't done a single main story thing. That's padding. And it's like, almost nothing in Remake is padding in terms of the main story. You have all of the main FF7 events play out in almost entirely the same way, but with elaborations on what's going on to better facilitate the storytelling. The only time I would say that there's like kind of padding is the second time you go to the sewer. And even then, that's setting up that character for later, which we'll probably see at some point, you know, because obviously we're going to go to Wutai, and that's going to tie in. Whoa, cats are... Okay. Cats are getting fed, so that I had a whole bunch of them in here zooming out. So, you know, it's also really important to note that Remake and Rebirth is part of a 3-part story, right? So things that you might do in the first game might feel like filler, but they're important character growth for the next game or a game after that or something like that. And even then, even if you don't take it in that context, you're getting very little filler. Having a dungeon that has like a reasonable length of time also does not count as filler. If it's exceedingly long without like meaningful content within it, yeah, filler. But even this game doesn't even have long dungeons. But like, what's a game with like really long dungeons that are just long for the sake of long? That's also filler, you know? So just having like a dungeon is not filler. Having a main story where that's required, that doesn't add anything of value to the actual overall plot and character interaction, that's filler. But I don't feel Remake or Rebirth does that almost at all. Like, there needs to be just enough interaction with each character so that you care about them as you're moving forward. So it's not just like you meet a character and then boom, something bad happens to them and you don't care. You know, you need to build rapport, you need to build familiarity, you need to learn their little quirks and start to grow attached to them. It's like when a video game starts and the main hero's parents die and you're just like, am I supposed to care? You haven't gotten attached to these characters, what do you care, you know? I'm not upset, I'm explaining. I'm not allowed to have a conversation and disagree with somebody? I mean, I'm not saying Master's necessarily wrong for having that opinion either, I'm just having a discussion. These are games that I care about, so of course I have an opinion on them, but I've played them each like 4, 5, 6, 7 times, so I have a lot of experience with it, and so that means I have discussions ready. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing with someone and having a reasonable conversation. You're absolutely, completely allowed to disagree on my feelings on video games. No one's telling me that you're right or wrong. This is my first time through, yeah. My goal is to go through all of the Legend of Heroes games before the end of the year, or before December anyway, and we're about halfway through, I'd say. Because this is 5 games behind me, 5 games ahead of me, halfway through this game. So. What's up, Titus? That's fair, Jazzy. I personally, Remake was the best combat in a video game I've ever played, ever. I absolutely love Remake, Rebirth combat. I think it's a perfect marriage of all the previous Final Fantasy games, balanced and well thought out in a way that feels really exciting. And I love the seamlessness of changing characters and setting up things and, you know, executing all of that. It's just chef's kiss to me. But it might be because I really enjoy combat systems that really engage me. I feel like a lot of turn-based RPGs kind of just tend to be like, you know, hit the button and go. There is some strategy to it, obviously. But like games like FF13, FF7 Remake and Rebirth, and FF12 demand your attention. And it's just like, you're in it. If you ever watch the Final Fantasy Fiesta, because for those of you that don't know, we did this thing called the Final Fantasy Fiesta where we play through the entire Final Fantasy franchise, main numbered entries every year, starting on December 1st. That's why I only have until December, because we do that every year. This year will be the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta, so it's the first decade of it. Anyway, whenever I'm playing Final Fantasy like 1 through 10, it's just like I'm focused on chat more than anything else. But when I get to 12, 13 and on, I am engaged in those games because they demand your attention whenever you get to like a boss or a harder fight. And I love that. It's just like you got to think on your feet about everything. There's so much to do. Do this, go over here. You know, it's really, really menu intensive, but also action intensive. And I love that. I don't remember everybody's opinion on every game. Sorry, Master, if we've already had this discussion before. Hey, totally fine, Ren. Everybody's got their flavor, right? I love Legend of Heroes fans, honestly. I've played so many games. I've streamed probably 500, 600 games over the last 10 years. And Legend of Heroes fans tend to be my favorite so far because they enjoy the conversation and discourse about what they like or what, you know, what somebody else may not like. And it's really just like a nice, hearty, healthy discussion instead of just yelling and screaming and being divisive and everything. So I actually have been really enjoying this Legend of Heroes journey because the fans are just really just a joy to be around, you know, regardless of how I feel about the games. Republic's capital is pretty big too, but I don't think it's quite as big as Heimdallar. Really? Well, Ereboni's pretty big. I was just wondering what kinds of tasks we may be asked to do in such an expansive city. Probably kill an elite and do some fetch quests. I can hardly hazard a guess. Well, we don't know who our point of contact is or even where we're going to be staying. Who knows, maybe we'll end up staying in Elliot or Macchius' home. I doubt it, my house isn't big enough to put us all up. But Macchius' dad is the governor, so maybe we'll be staying at his place. I think that's even less likely. Dad spends most of his time in his official residence, so I doubt anyone's going to be at our family's place. Instructor Sarah said there'd be a guide of some sort waiting for us at the station, though she didn't mention who. That's the instructor for you. Honestly, she never really tells us anything, does she? Yeah, that makes sense, Mr. J.
Go easy on me, okay?
No. I mean, when I
Okay,
think
then,
Final Fantasy
let's
VII
draw.
Remake and
Well,
Rebirth
looks
are
like I'm
two
up
of the
first.
best games ever made, I definitely,
The same score means we draw
you know,
again,
may sit
right?
there and go like,
Well, looks
man, how
like
could
I'm
you
up
not like
first.
this game? But then I realized that like
The
not
same
everybody
score
is me,
means
and
we
that's
draw
fine to
again,
not
right?
like it, you know? And that's only like a
same
snap
score
thought
means we draw
kind of
again,
thing.
right?
So it
like
doesn't
you're up
actually, it isn't actually like
I
something
win.
I legitimately think for more than a fraction of a second, you know? Oops, I don't care about talking to you.
Then let us begin our duel. Please draw a card. Then I'll make the first move. Divine Bolt! Divine Bolt! Divine Bolt! Divine Bolt!
Can I just lose already? Fuck's sake.
An excellent duel.
I'm only doing it for the Link XP.
I'm not going to hold back. Well then, go ahead and draw.
At the end of the day, like there
We'll
are
have to redraw.
definitely methods of objective quality or lack of quality, but at the end of the day,
go
sometimes you just like something and there's nothing to be said about that. Oh.
Mirror!
Oh, so that's what that does.
Looks like
Okay,
I
so
win
the
this
staff
time.
does something. I didn't realize. Anyway, point I'm making is that like Ephemeral Fantasia has terrible writing, objectively, and terrible combat and terrible visuals, and it's a shitty game. But like there's something to be said about it just speaks to you on a personal level and you like it, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know? Some people like putting mayonnaise in their cereal,
here, right?
you know? Like, are you gonna criticize
first, I
them
guess.
for liking food that
Looks
you
like I
don't
win.
like? It's ridiculous, right? Yeah, I mean, everybody, that's exactly it, Mr. J. Everybody has a different history. Like, perception is reality, right? What that means is everybody perceives life and existence differently. Everybody sees something differently. Hell, some people literally see different things because they're colorblind or they have limited vision or something. And so or different levels of peripheral vision. And they think differently as well. So what they're thinking about on the day-to-day basis and what influences their life changes constantly. Hey. Oh. Like that, a little bean. Look at this little bean. I guess she was being a piggy and eating all the food, and so I need to hold on to her for a little bit of time so the rest of the cats can eat. Little bean. This is Mia. She's a little fidgety right now. So I'm just gonna set her down here and hope she falls asleep. Oh. Yeah. She wants to get back down and go snack on all the food that all the kittens are eating. Okay, I can't stop her. She's on her way again, very, very aggressively. She did not want to be up here. She wanted to go and eat all the food again. So I tried to put it up here. Normally when I put it up here, she sniffs around, and when it's curious, she sprinted back to the kitchen. So oh, they just come out of our ears, actually. Yeah, Mecha, I know the types. You know, every time like I have a discussion about like having a rebuttal about, you know, what somebody else's opinion is, it isn't me telling them that they're wrong. It's me going like, oh, that you thought that way? That's interesting because, you know, this is what I think. And true healthy discussion is actually helpful for everybody involved. It helps you determine what it is that you like about that thing, and it helps others maybe potentially see it in a different light. But at the end of the day, you know, sometimes things just don't vibe with you, and that's fine. Nobody here is going to tell you you're wrong for liking or not liking something, you know, unless of course it's, you know, the things. Want a doggo for your kitty friend? Yeah, that's really rough because there might be some conflict there. Anytime you bring in an animal for a cat, it's kind of a hit and miss, you know. Missed opportunity to call one Mishy, or was it? How is that a bad thing to have kittens coming out of my ears? That seems like a net gain to me. Oh no, I just mean that like your cat may not get along with your dog. You know, you have a cat. Cats sometimes get along with other animals and sometimes don't. Because cats are not like dogs. Well, nothing is like a dog, actually. Dogs are extremely unique. Every dog is happy all the time, forever and infinity. They like literally cannot help but be happy all the time. And that means like their affection is free. So it's very easy to get the affection of a dog, but every other animal, that includes cats, not so free. You have to like vibe, obviously, with the cat, and then you of course have to care for it and gain rapport and you know, build a relationship with the cat. So because dogs and cats tend to be the most popular pets, that's why it feels like some people hate cats, because they have to try. And dogs are free, so they never learn that they have to try to get the affection of another animal. That includes people. You have to try with people too. You can't just sit there and like scratch their head and expect them to love you, you know? Like, that's how that works, right? Pretty sure your dog is a cat then? Hey, there's all kinds, right? But yeah, there's effort that's needed in order to gain the friendship of a cat, usually. So whenever you introduce a new animal to a cat, who knows? But if you were to introduce a new animal with a dog, they'd be like, hey, friend. Yeah, fair, Mr. J. That kind of like everybody's life influences their decision-making process much differently, of course, yeah. Chihuahuas are... I don't care for Chihuahuas. I love animals in general. I do not like Chihuahuas. Vicious little things. Chihuahua is a species of rat, maybe. They're very like territorial in a way and overly protective of whoever they've like got their bond with.
Exactly on time.
Huh?
Yeah, it was me. We were on time. I made sure the train was on time.
That.
I love.
You're from the Railway Military Police.
Why did they have a
If I'm
flashback
researching
there?
correctly.
It's like we see her, and then we flash back to a picture of her that is in no way like detailing where that is at all whatsoever. So it's like a flashback of like, you might as well just flash back this exact scene. We would have garnered the same amount of memory from it. Like, obviously I remember who she is, but it's just like, that was such an unnecessary flashback.
You're Captain Claire, was it?
Yeah, I've never been a guest in someone's house where the Chihuahua was like friendly. It's like every other dog or cat, and I'm always just like their favorite or whatever when I go to visit them. But Chihuahuas, they hate everybody that isn't their owner.
That's right. I'm glad you remember me. I believe it's been about 3 months since we last met.
So, this must be the woman the group who went to Keldic encountered.
This is exactly the problem that I have with this game's writing. This is it right here. Like this line encapsulates almost everything. First off, that was months ago. As if Machias would even remember that vague statement of we met some girl or something like that, right? Second, did we even detail out that we met some girl? Like, we didn't report to Machias. He wasn't there. We reported to our teacher or the principal maybe or something like that. We definitely did not report to fucking Machias. Like, yeah, sure, maybe we had a casual conversation with him months ago and we talked about that or something like that. But the game is chock full of this, like, wild, sweeping assumptions made by everybody about what was or what is before the player could even know it or before the character can even know it. It's plain. So okay, I'm gonna use a comparison I used a while ago again. If you play D&D, if you play Dungeons and Dragons, there's this rule that you live by for Dungeons and Dragons on how to role play, and that rule is that you role play based on your character's knowledge and personalities, not on your knowledge and personalities. So if I read the entire monster manual cover to cover, and I know every monster weakness and every monster like location and way of life and like attacks and everything like that, and I sit there and play my character with that in mind, despite them not having like monster knowledge or, you know, any kind of like history or experience with that creature, it's called power gaming, and it's not fun for anybody because you're sitting there and basically just breaking the rules, their unofficial rules of role playing, which is like one of the main reasons to play Dungeons & Dragons is role playing. You're playing that character in this fantasy world with a narrator, the dungeon master, you know, detailing it out for you, and you're just power gaming everything because you read the monster manual or the dungeon master's guide or something instead of playing that character. And that's what's going on here. This writing is not Machias's knowledge and him coming in with his own personality about like, oh yeah, I remember that, you're talking about that. There was no previous cutscene about us talking about some strange woman so that he can bring this point up again. It's just there for no fucking reason. It adds nothing of value to the player whatsoever. And all it does is make it seem like everybody has like this insanely perfect memory with absolutely perfect draw and making the wildest fucking assumptions, and it just happens to be spot on. And it does this with like, I wonder what their motive was. It's like, I wonder who they were. I wonder why they did this. Every fucking question a player may have, there's some asshole that comes in and just makes some sweeping ass assumption that just happens to be bang on. And it started in Sky 2 because Joshua, as soon as you got to that like the last dungeon area, you walk into the most plain ass room with like a platform, you know, 5 million feet above a bottomless pit that you can't see the bottom. Well, you can't see the bottom of it anyway. As like a normal office hallway, and he's like, oh, this must be the administration room or some bullshit like that, like just making the wildest off-the-cuff bullshit assumption about what the room might be. And then you look at the room and it's just a plain hall with like drop-offs on either side and nothing there. There's nothing there. You want to tell me what the room is? Show me with the detail of it, or have like an NPC there, or like a console that you know says, you know, hey, welcome to this place. You know, please let me know what you need and we'll get to you or something like that. Something. But this is a relatively minor aspect of what I'm talking about. But you get shit like this so fucking often. It gets very, very frustrating. And it just makes everybody feel like they're all just reading from a textbook, or like they already previously read the script and they're just like regurgitating it without actually having an organic experience, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's my problem with this game's writing. Like, right there. What would have been better is if hero guy, whatever the fuck his name is, turn to everybody and be like, this is so-and-so, we met here. And then maybe someone will be like, oh, I think I remember you talking about that when, you know, a couple months back or something like that. That feels natural. Somebody with experience is letting everybody know how we're familiar with them, so the people that weren't there get to be brought up to speed. And it's just a quick little thing, no problem, easy.
So this is an officer from the fearsome RMP?
Since you're here, does that mean you're going to be the one assigning our tasks for...
No, I'm just here to provide a place for you to talk with the person who is. He should be here any moment now.
It's gonna be fucking what's his dick? Music, poet, bard, drinker guy from the first game. I can never remember his name. Olivier, thank you.
Perfect timing.
No way.
Oh, it actually wasn't.
Dad?
Huh. I've seen him in the Imperial Chronicle before.
Governor Regnitz, one of the Reformists' most influential voices.
Yes, you can read from an encyclopedia as well. Or I can, rather.
This is Machias' father. This is the first time.
Oh, there's also a lot of encyclopedic writing in the game. And what I mean by that is, like, whenever they need to describe something, they go from their vague semi-1 or 2-dimensional personalities to encyclopedia mode, where it's like they're reading straight out of an encyclopedia instead of talking about what like the country's about or what the situation is or anything. They're describing something and it's like it just full on like cut encyclopedia mode cut, you know. It's really awkward. So yeah, again, my problem with the game stories are not the stories themselves. In fact,
Carl Regnitz, Machias' father.
what was it, Trails from Zero, no, Azure had a couple chapters that were absolute bangers of plot lines. They were super good and really well thought out. And I really appreciate the concept of the game's stories all being interconnected. So it's not all bad. It's not like I think these games are garbage or anything like that. And I don't mean to like trash them and only. I want to say good things about them as well, because there is quite a bit to appreciate in these games, complexity in the storytelling, but the writing, it just gets to me sometimes.
I'm the governor of Heimdall and head of the local government. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
We've seen this guy before, by the way. We didn't know he was Machias' dad. Oh, 8:50 a.m. Railway Military Police Command Post Briefing Room. My apologies for the location. I would have preferred to brief you in City Hall, but I'm regrettably short on time, so I had to ask the captain here to lend us this room. Anyway, let's move on to confirming your assignments and lodgings.
Hold on a minute.
How did you, of all people, end up being one to sort out our lodgings and tasks? It seems a little too convenient. Yeah, now that you mention it. If you wouldn't mind asking, sir, how did you wind up being our point of contact? My apologies, I probably should have explained a little more first. It's actually a very simple reason. I'm here because I sit on Thor's Military Academy's board of directors. There we go, there's the third one. That's actually very interesting because he's part of the Reformist group, which is probably less militaristic. And the other two people on it are like the super duper noble bro's brother, and the head of the Reinford company, which is a weapons manufacturing company. So they both have a very strong personal interest in being on the board of directors, whereas this guy is more like he wants to reform the country into a more democratic government, which means that a military academy would be less important. Hey, what, mate? How? First Jesus' brother, then Elisa's mother, and now Machias' father. It stretches the bounds of imagination to believe the Academy's choice of directors is mere coincidence. Education of the youth is important, but a military academy teaches military education, right? Things that are important for warfare. That's different than, like, college education. Gee, hey, come on. Come on. That's what I thought. Yes. Very mischievous. I can assure you the three of us didn't arrange for it to be that way. If anything, I was unsure what to do when the Academy first offered the position to me. The Academy did. Would I be right in assuming there's some kind of secret reason behind the formation of Class 7? I'm afraid that's not my place to say, but whatever the case may be, I'm the third and final member of the Board of Directors. Oh, that's like the Elite Four. I'm the fourth elite member before you can fight the champion. And that's why I'm the one who's prepared your field study tasks and arranged lodging for all of you. Unbelievable. It's all starting to make sense now. Thanks for clearing that up, sir. Anyway, back to what you were saying before. Yes, as I said, I'm short on time, so I'm afraid I'll have to keep this brief. Your field study will take place over 3 days, of which this is the first. As such, the third day will coincide with the start of the summer festival. Each group will be assigned half of the city and tend to the list of tasks I've drawn up for you. So one group will take the eastern half of the city and the other the west. You're making that assumption? What if it's north-south? What if it's northeast-southwest? Shut up, Emma! Once again, that wild assumption based on no evidence? The city's big enough that it looks like we'll be working apart even though we're in the same place. Indeed, I'm sure you've seen for yourselves how vast Heimdallar is. If both groups were to rove around the entire city, you'd have trouble getting anything done. As such, I've broken it down so that all Group A's tasks cover the area east of Van Queer Street, and while Group B's tasks are focused on the area west of Van Queer Street. Must be an important street. I believe Van Queer Street is the main thoroughfare that runs through the city, leading to the Imperial Palace. That's the one. As soon as we leave the station, you'll see it stretching out to the north. It's hardly a precise division, but for the purpose of this field study, I'm sure it'll be more than sufficient. Now I'd like each group to take one of these envelopes. Oh, we could actually get an apartment or a house for us. This envelope looks like the one we usually get with our field study itinerary. Well, what about this address and key? It's our house. Yeah. Oh, Alto Street. That's around where my family lives. Really? Yep, can't say the address brings any particular place to mind, though. I seem to remember Vesta Street being the main street on the west side of the city, and it's a fairly lively working-class neighborhood. That or these... That's right, the addresses of these places you'll be staying while you're here, along with their keys. Both groups will be staying in different places, so I suggest tracking down your lodgings before you start work. Think of it as a small orienteering exercise to help you get the better feel of the city. My apologies, I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave now. You don't need gerrymandering when you are an imperial government system, because the emperor just decides everything. So you don't need to cheat in order to district things in your favor, you just say what it is, period, you know? I apologize, I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave now. Preparations for the summer festival of me running from place to place, as you can imagine. I wish I could stay and chat a bit longer, but that's life of politics for you. The assigned sections, yeah. We're in an imperial government structure. There's an emperor in this entire country, so you don't need to do that. Good luck out there. Wait, hold on a sec. Oh, right. I see what you mean. I think it's just basic, you take east, you take west. Because, so the field studies are always two groups that are separate. Usually we go to different cities, but this time we both went to the same city. So because we're both at the same city, they want us to work independent of one another. So they're just taking the middle of the city, the main thoroughfare, and just saying, you go here, and that's it. I'm not sure what to make of it all. I think there's probably going to be a narrative reason why we're in the same city so that we can eventually come together. My guess is that the first half of this, we will be separate, but in the second half, something will happen that will allow us to all group together, and that'll be the end of the separate field studies in the game, and then going forward, we'll have our full party at our disposal. I'm guessing this is basically it's kind of like slowly like giving a little bit more to the player about what your teammate is. Here, now you use these characters, now you use these characters, now you use these characters, now you use this mix of characters, you know, and now you get more and more, and then now you have all the characters at your disposal, kind of thing. Like it's exactly it. Yes, that's exactly it. Just like FF13 does. It's letting me get used to all the different characters before throwing them all my way, and that way I can decide which ones I want to use. Not sure what to make of all this. Since he's the governor, I was expecting him to seem a lot more strict, but he actually seems more playful? I feel ashamed you had to see that. He's always been like that, I'm afraid. At least he manages to fulfill his responsibilities as governor somehow. Actually, I've heard he's extremely good at his job. Coming from the background he does, he's friendly and down to earth, but people say he's a born leader too. The Imperial Chronicle always paints him as a favorable light as well. I hear he butts head with the noble faction far less than his fellow reformist Chancellor Osborne. Oh wait. Chancellor Osborne is a reformist? I thought he was like super duper imperial. Oh, that changes things. Interesting. It makes me wonder what the actual motive of the reformists faction is now. I thought they were anti-class system, but now I'm not so sure. Come on. Oh, good job, Lone Fellow. I'm glad you noticed the panel for noticing. In politics, a friendly demeanor can just as easily be an act to sway popular sentiment. After all, there aren't many who can waltz in and borrow meeting space from the RMP. Well, the capital is the nexus in the heart of the nation's entire railway network. As such, the railway military police finds itself indebted daily to Governor Regnitz's good graces. This was just an opportunity for us to return the favor, at least a little. Come on now. Well, thank you for allowing us to use this room for our meeting. We need to get to the field study underway, so if you'll excuse us. I wish you well in your studies. If you follow me, I'll escort you to the station's exit. Gotta love the footprint, like the massive amount of footprints, just sounding like. It's so vast. 2 people walking. That's better. The size of this city never ceases to amaze me. Way too many people. It only starts to sink in that I'm in the capital after I see an orbital tram zipping along. You mean a tram? Not an orbital tram, just a tram. Is that what those little train vehicles are? I've never had the opportunity to ride one, but I believe they're used to ferry people around the city more easily. Yeah, they're the main form of public transportation here. They link all 16 of the capital's main districts. There's something of an icon here in Heimdallar. Their fare is pretty cheap, too, which makes them convenient for getting around. Lots of people use them so often they just buy a yearly pass. Amazing, all that and so many orbital cars on the road, too? Oh, is that building off in the distance? That would be the Valflame Palace, residence of His Majesty the Emperor. Although, from what I understand, Chancellor Osborne's imperial government is also situated within. Yes, that's the case. Anyway, I'll be taking my leave here. Wish you the best of luck on your 3 days of field study. Yeah, trolleys and public transportation definitely need to be more enforced than larger cities. She really doesn't seem like an army officer, does she? Indeed, though the railway military police are known as one of the Imperial Army's most elite divisions. Imagine the train police being the elite division. Just think about that. We're the train police, the most elite division of military ever. Not to mention one of the branches most despised by the aristocracy. If a province has a railway, you can virtually guarantee they'll use it as an excuse to meddle in its security affairs. I've rarely seen them in Legram, though judging by their actions during our encounter in the nature park, they did seem exceptionally well trained. They just walked up. That's all they did. They just walked up. Very well trained, as you can see. Even with the same number of soldiers, they had no trouble rolling right over the provincial army. And on top of that, the captain is so elegant and pretty. Her most important trait, obviously. She even looks good in a uniform. Some people have all the luck. It's like she's everything Sarah isn't. You could say that again, though it seems those two have more than a little history between them. Alright, I suppose we ought to get moving then. Yeah, we'll need to hop a tram to where our lodgings are, then find the address we've been given. We've got a long 3 days ahead of us, so let's give it our best. There is a Mayo police in the US? Yeah. Makes sense. Stealing mail or destroying mail that isn't yours is also a federal crime. Which is why there's a mail police, because it's a federal crime and you need a federal enforcement. I haven't been to the capital in a long time, but I'm almost surprised at just how big the street is. Really? The view is nothing special to those who have lived here all their lives, but I suppose seeing all those orbital cars and trams zipping along must be a real sight to people from the provinces. Indeed, even though in my home province people are depending less and less on horse-drawn carriages, I've never seen so many orbital cars in one place before. Yeah, what's up, Phoenix? Well, even here, carriages were the standard up until about 20 years ago, but these days they seem kind of quaint. Never really see them anymore. The Republic's capital has a lot of cars too, just like this. After that, Crossbell probably has the most. Oh, really? You've done a lot of traveling for someone your age. Though I guess when you were in the... Yep, Jaegerwork takes you places. If someone takes your mail and refuses to return it to you, federal police is involved? I don't know the exact stuff. All I know is that stealing mail and damaging other people's mail is illegal, and it is a federal crime because it has to do with federal situation, you know. Federal just means cross state. It's beyond. So like you have like state law enforcement, which is, you know, within each state, like police, right? And then you have like the FBI, which is like the Federal Bureau of Investigation. FBI just federal just means the whole country. Like it means beyond state regulation, you appeal to a higher authority. You appeal to the whole entire country's authority instead of just state authority. Like a local police officer from one state has no jurisdiction or authority in another state. Anyway, what's Alto Street like? That's where we're staying while we're here, right? Isn't that where your house is, Elliot? Yeah, it's pretty calm street, I guess. It's actually kind of confusing for people not from the U.S. how things can be different from state to state, because most countries are just a single country without the division of state lines or anything, so everybody adheres to the same rules and laws. But the U.S. is kind of big, and when the U.S. was first founded, you had like the whole 13 colonies, and each of those colonies had different laws that they had established in order for it to be like a little bit more agreeable for them to unify under a single banner. They had to be able to keep a lot of their autonomy. And in fact, 10 years before the actual Constitution, like the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution that we have now, well, not the Declaration, but the Constitution that we have now, there was this thing called the Articles of Confederation, which basically gave more power to individual states than it did to the central government. So the central government basically had no authority over the states, and it was a big problem. Like when we wanted to do foreign trade, they laughed at us and said, "Oh, should we have one trade agreement or should we have 13?" Ha 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 ha, kind of thing, because it was a mess. And then 10 years later, they got back together and drafted the actual Constitution that we have now. Yeah, I mean, the U.S. is pretty big, so a lot of the states that we have are the size of a country, but mostly, because like, there are a lot of countries out there that are big, like China, you know, and they don't have laws so separated between provinces or states or anything like that as much as we do. But the reason is because the colonies didn't want to give up autonomy, and there's just a lot of mess with how the U.S. was born, and so basically it's just they didn't want to give up individual area autonomy. And because travel between those areas was so difficult, everything was so new, you needed local government that was strong enough to keep things in order, that was vaguely close enough to the central government, until technology improved, communication improved, and now we're just kind of in that system already, despite not needing that system anymore. But that's the way it is. Just it is the way it is because of the way history works. Oh yeah, it's a pretty calm street, I guess. And we should be taking a right here. Pretty good diagonals there, actually. Or curves, rather, would be more accurate. Actually, it'd make more sense to go to our place first, drop off our baggage, and then go exploring. This music almost feels like I should be solving a murder mystery, and it's like getting to the really intense part of it. Hey. Come on. Come on. Come on. I even moved the chair closer. Come on, bud. Come on. He wants to come over, but he thinks the gap is too big. There you go. Come on. I got a buddy. He'll probably bound off in a minute because he's a hard time like settling in and like he's very affectionate, but it's like intermittent, very heavy aggressive affection, and then he sprints off somewhere. I want to get individual emotes that represent the primary emotion that my cats exhibit, but emotes are expensive right now, so. And we have like 50 or 60 emotes right now already that I feel like I can wait a bit. Crazy how we just walked into somebody's house without them knowing that we're like Elliot resides here, and they just come down and approach me like, "Oh, hello, random visitors. How can I help you?" As if like walking into someone's house is just totally nice and fine and acceptable. Literally every like family interaction is all the same. A really, really caring and affectionate family, and everybody's always surprised at how well they get along, and they make such a big huff about being embarrassed with the family, like every single time. Like you could literally just replace any of those characters with any of the other brother, sister, father, son, mother, whatever pairings, and keep the dialogue exactly the same, and you would have the same scene that's existed every time family meets one another. Yeah, well, a little bit with Jesus. His is a little bit different, I will say. So. So he's probably a officer in the Imperial Army. I doubt he can't afford that on a grunt salary. This is also very common. Like we give our first names and our last names, and then we think nothing of it until we encounter the situation. All of a sudden we know everything about their family. Olaf Craig, Decorated Lieutenant General of Arbonia's Armed Forces. Encyclopedia mode has been activated. Leads the 4th Armored Division with boasts the greatest firepower in the entire armed forces. I read about him in a research I did before entering the academy, but I never put 2 and 2 together when I met Elliot. Sometimes it feels like the obvious it goes past these supposedly like incredibly insightful characters that know everything and make wild assumptions and are perfectly right, but then the stuff that's like right in front of their faces they totally miss until the game feels like it needs to start describing it, you know? Thing is, in a game like this, you can't really have. I guess you can kind of have some side characters that would like not get along with their parents, but generally speaking, you're gonna have everything like sunshine and flowers and happy-go-lucky, and all their family loves everybody. And if there's gonna be like drama in the family, there's usually gonna be like 1 or 2 people in the family that will unyieldingly love Character Kun. But, you know, they have conflict with, like, dad specifically because of unrealistic expectations or something. Not gonna be, like, broken home kind of situation. Almost ever. You got a key. Why would you need a key for a hotel? You would just go check in and get the key there. Come on. I thought you guys are supposed to be insightful and they know everything all the time. They know the most outrageous complex things based off of a hunch or assumption. You can't actually take evidence and go, oh, this is a house, not a hotel. Oh, old Bracer Guild. Just a lot of pleasantries exchanged. Nothing really plot forming, except for that his dad is the Lieutenant General. And before Elliot's room is just full of like half-naked ladies on the wall. Oh, it's a mess in there. That's why I can't let you go in there. Yes, a mess. Hey, more power to him if that's the case. I don't know, this seems like some prime real estate. Although it would make sense that they would burn out the neighborhood to dispose of bracers to get rid of them, because they're a force that is not under the thumb of the Imperial rule. They operate outside of that, and that would compromise the integrity of an emperor's, like, authority, right? If they also have some kind of authority as a bracer, that kind of flies in the face of authoritarian rule. Although, yeah, in Liberal, bracers were really popular, but they framed the monarchy as this very lovely thing where the queen is so kind and forgiving and wise and da-da-da-da-da. But the emperor is, you know, grr, bad. Building is owned by the local government. What a surprise. Of course, they would take... Well, I mean, it probably already was owned by the local government, because all property is under this kind of government. So when somebody leaves, then it's up to them to decide what to do with it. Oh, here's 3 required. There's 4 this time. Oh boy, I just realized I have had 1 battle today. We've been playing for about 3 hours and we've had 1 battle, and it was like more of a scripted battle. Imperial Chronicle, Jasmine in the Dreikel's Plaza. What was this? Old man hemming on Alto Street. Der Himmel. Oh man, I feel like I should know that word, but I don't. It's just been too long. I don't remember what Himmel means. While in Heimdallr, you can travel between the areas of the city relevant to the group's field study. To travel, either walk to the end of the map or press square. Each area also has a tram stop, which you can visit to travel. At certain points in the chapter, you'll need to ride the tram to reach your destination. Alright. First quest. Did you notice that all the content in this game is basically a bunch of side quests? You go and you do some school stuff, and then you go on your field study and do a bunch of side quests, and then you go and back to your school and do school stuff, and then go back to another place and do a bunch of side quests. Even the main quests are just quests. They're not actually like story narrative important. But every area you go to does end with some kind of plot relevant thing or some kind of big moment. And I think if you're paying attention, some of these things will be tying into the main plot overall. But it's just kind of really stretched thin. Like, this is actually when we're having the conversation about filler recently. This is kind of the epitome of what filler actually is. I'll explain it. Let me get to this side quest dialogue. So there we go. These three are required quests. Okay, one of them is I need to have a monster be defeated. All we're gonna do is we're gonna talk to somebody who's gonna be like, yeah, there's a monster and he's being a butthead. You need to go defeat it. The end. And that's it. And that's pretty much all you have to do. And there's no real narrative reason for it. It's not like blocking your path because you were going through a place to get to the next area over and it jumped in your way or something. And it's purely just go defeat monster. And usually these are all side quests in these games, but in this case, it's a required one. So like most of these so-called required quests haven't really offered anything of value to the plot, and they're basically as side questy as you can possibly get, you know, with the whole like go collect 5 boar anuses so I can make boar anus stew kind of shit. That's the definition of filler. That's what that is. Having to go and like do a thing, and you know, it just happens that something is blocking your way, and yeah, the boss isn't story relevant, but there's like it just happened to be in the way while you're doing a story relevant cave. That's not filler. We're gonna go to Pizza Belfrost. Seriously doubt there'd be a casino in here. There we go. There's so many menu buttons, it can be hard to remember which one opens the map. These look good, but very expensive, so we will not be buying any of those. Okay, so we gotta do the other quest first. You know, the funny thing is, Motzi, with Erebonia, you don't even need to do any kind of like heavy lifting because Ero already is a common shortening of Eroji, which is like basically lewd or lewd things. So there's already like right in the name. You don't even have to try and make it sound lewd. It already just does. Is there a reason why games of this art style are often so tropey in execution? I feel like just because a game has an anime look doesn't mean it should be so typical. So, okay, yeah, there's actually an answer. There is an answer for this. And in fact, I actually just kind of had a kind of a small conversation regarding this earlier. Basically, anime is a cheap medium, so it's very inexpensive to do that. And that's obviously because money won. But the real answer is that anime is a very, like, volatile market right now. There's so many people popping up trying to make the next big anime or the next big anime thing. And it's because there's so much of it, there is a common thread lining to like anime games also being a part of that, you know, as a cheap aesthetic, right? But when you have a lower budget and then you default on a certain type of aesthetic, then you fall in line with what people expect for that aesthetic. So, like, money leads into the real answer. When you are competing in a very volatile market like anime, you don't have the funds or the time to really let your vision come to light. You just try to make something that works, and you hope that it picks up enough steam that you can keep doing it and make a little bit of cash on the side. So artistic integrity and, you know, complex storytelling go out the window because you're not going to hire a really professional writer, and you're not going to hire a lot of like artists or anything to make a true visual cinematic narrative experience. You're going to fall back on tropes and everything because crunch time, you got to get going, you got to make this game work. Not to mention they always bite off more than they can chew on the amount of writing that they do, and so it's more about quantity than it is about quality, and you end up getting issues with that. Obviously, there are exceptions like Xenoblade. I was going to make a mention of that as well, Matzi, but, you know, like, not every anime game falls into tropes so much, and not every anime game is so cliche, and not every anime game has characters with you know, two-dimensional personality or one-dimensional personalities or anything like that. But generally speaking, the answer is more than money, but generally they all lead back to money. But there's also another thing. Anime is made for an Eastern audience. It's not made for Westerners, or rather, it's not made with Westerners in mind. It's made for their locals in mind. They are making it for them. If Westerners happen to enjoy it, then great, that's special. I seriously doubt anybody from that studio has given even a second thought about what we care or feel about this franchise whatsoever, or most smaller anime franchises out there. It's just they're making it for Japan and not us. And it tends to be that Japan likes those tropes. Generally speaking, having tropes is almost like a necessity because it's not like a cultural thing, and it's not, you know, because Japanese people like tropes or anything stupid like that. It's more of an expectation that's been set and they adhere to it. It's kind of like when you go into a store, you expect for somebody to be like, hello, can I help you with anything, right? It's an expectation. So it's not like they're predisposed to liking repetition or some other kind of bullshit thing like that. It's more like an expectation based on what all other anime has done, is to feed you tropes and cliches, and so you almost, like, if you don't have it, is it really anime anymore? Come on, you know what I mean? So saturated market, volatile market, toxic market, low budget craftsmanship, because that's what anime is. It's a very easy artistic aesthetic to express very cheaply, and all those things kind of come together to create the tropes and cliches that we get in basically every anime game ever. Yep. Yeah, also what Jesse said, yeah. It's just basic. Okay, so here's another big problem with anime and anime things in general. This isn't made for you and me. We're like in our 30s and 40s, and we demand a little bit more deep and rich, compelling storytelling. It's made for kids. This is basically what shonen is. Shonen means young boy, which means that if it's something that's shonen, It's designed for teen and preteen boys. That's the target audience for this game or any other kind of like action-packed fighter type anime thing. You know, that goes for like DBZ, obviously shonen, you know, Bleach, heck, even Inuyasha, which had a slight broader appeal to other people, but generally speaking, it's shonen, you know? The point is that they're kids' cartoons. This is essentially a kids' game. It's not meant to be targeted towards adults. It doesn't mean an adult can't enjoy it. It just means that we're not the target audience. So getting a very, very generic, tropey story is the same thing as watching Fairly Odd Parents and them having the most ridiculous, obnoxious, stupidly silly, goofy plot, and then complaining that it's not deep and rich and compelling experience. Essentially. Maybe not that drastic, but you get the point. When you go for something with a little bit more mature storytelling, then you have a higher budget, a lot of things change, and there are definitely franchises out there that try to tell a more compelling story while still having the similar target audience. But generally speaking, with most anime stuff, you're gonna get like American cartoon equivalent, you know? At the end of the day, there's also things that are really compelling storytelling that are still an all ages sort of thing, you know? There's also a difference between having like PG/PG-13 and then just target audience being kids. You know what I mean? Like Final Fantasy is all PG/PG-13, but the target audience really isn't kids so much as it is like all ages, if that makes sense, right? Final Fantasy isn't necessarily an all ages thing, but it definitely has a more mature storytelling that can be enjoyed by anybody of varying ages because it cares more about the integrity of storytelling than like this per se. You know what I mean? It's just about like what tone you want to present. The tone that they're presenting here is that this is essentially the equivalent of G.I. Joe's, right? This is G.I. Joe's where the storytelling integrity doesn't really matter, but they do have an interconnected plot and that's neat, you know? Or like maybe like One Piece where it's more epic and spanning across multiple, you know, seasons and everything like that. But it's still targeted towards teen and preteen boys, you know what I mean? So it's basically just a vibe that they want to go for, a target audience that they want to prioritize, and what you can still have a lower rating like teen, PG-13, whatever, and go for more mature storytelling. It just depends on the content and the vibe that you're trying to set. That's it. That's the biggest thing right there. But you can still have all those things and still have better storytelling. It's just they choose not to. They want to lean into the tropes because it's essentially a cartoon. The equivalent of. This is very E rating sort of thing, for sure. But there's like cartoon violence and that pretty much puts it at a teen automatically. Right, the first 9 Final Fantasies, no. The first 6 Final Fantasies I think are all rated E for everyone, but that also has a lot to do with like limitations in storytelling, and the target audience for older games was always a younger
Looks
audience.
Like we've hit a dead end.
Because back in the...
This area seems easy to get lost in.
Back in the SNES and prior eras, it was widely accepted that only kids played games, and so every game was made with kids in mind, almost entirely. There were very few games that were made with all ages or, you know, more mature audiences in mind. Alan's VA from Xenosaga? Could be. So it wasn't until PlayStation that we started seeing more mature storytelling. Obviously, the first one being Final Fantasy VII, Metal Gear Solid. Those revolutionized storytelling in video games, and it marked basically the cutoff point when games were targeted only towards kids and started being targeted towards a variety of different audiences, including a more older audience. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with one method or the other, but generally speaking, there's going to be a tone in the kind of game that you're going to get with the target audience. And when it's targeted more towards a younger audience, you're definitely going to get more tropes and cliches and stuff. Samwise Gamgee. Oh my god. Same universe as Lord of the Rings. Amazing. Aw. Kitty sleeping on the table. I would say Xenogears definitely has much more of a mature storytelling than pretty much most of the PlayStation games. There's some concepts in that game that kids will not really grasp or understand. Breath of Fire 4 definitely much more for a younger, all ages sort of audience. FF7? I mean, FF7 may have some more adult-themed storytelling elements, but it's not really, based on the content of it, it's not really like a mature experience. You know what I mean? What makes Final Fantasy VII a more adult, like adult storytelling or mature storytelling, is the complexity of the characters and the concepts and the things that they deal with. Most notably would be the strong anti-fascist and anti-capitalistic messaging in Final Fantasy VII, as well as the heavy theme of trauma across all the characters and mental health and everything. Those are huge, huge things that are that a young audience can't really tackle. Guarantee you, if you played Final Fantasy VII the first time as a teenager or a kid, you did not get Final Fantasy VII. But you go back after you learn some things as an adult and you read it and you reread it again, and you're just like, oh damn, you know? No, that's not really what it was, Demi. I think it was more like they just had a shift in what they wanted FF7 to be. It was just like, here are some concepts for Final Fantasy VII. Okay, we'll pick this one. It's Xenogears, and then like 2 weeks later, they're like, actually, no, let's go with this one instead. Like, Xenogears was not really meant to be Final Fantasy VII. It was more like they had concepts, like storyboarding of what they wanted FF7 to be. Xenogears was originally chosen and then later changed or something like that. Along those lines, it was very, very, very intermittent, very simple. There wasn't really any kind of development going on with Xenogears as part of FF7, not substantial anyway. But yeah, all those heavy concepts in Final Fantasy VII, they're definitely more mature storytelling, but there's nothing inherently adult about them that makes the game like MA rated or anything like that. It's still a very teen rated game, but the weight of the story and the writing is what makes it a more mature story. And not to mention just quality writing in general helps a lot with a more compelling story. So you don't always just need like heavy elements for a better story, you just need better writing. The writing is what matters the most. I always find it funny that these like tasks that we have to do are like hand-picked for us, and yet so many of them were like, yesterday this thing happened and I need help with it. And it's like, this is like a pre-planned trip that's been like months in the making, and you're giving us tasks that were just an issue like yesterday? That doesn't really seem very well thought out or planned, you know? Yeah, pretty much. Like, basically, Final Fantasy II is Saga Beta. Bravely Default is basically an extension of Final Fantasy V, more or less. And Xeno, whatever, was just... could have been a Final Fantasy, but never really was. But, you know, they still had the project and moved forward with it. Although, to be fair with Xeno, it was more Takahashi's baby and less Square's baby. Like, Takahashi wanted the Xeno Epic he wanted to tell that massive story, and Square, like, they wanted every Final Fantasy to be independent of one another. You know, it's a single standalone game, not this 6-game epic or 7-game epic that they wanted, or was it 5? I want to say Xenogears is supposed to be the last game in his planned epic. And that's episode 5, I believe. I remember it wasn't 6 like Star Wars. I remember it was something else. It was like just off of that. Not really, Demi. It's more like Xenosaga was his kind of attempt at finishing that up, and he more or less did complete that. Xenoblade is like similar themes and concepts, but totally different from his like Xenosaga attempt. Xenoblade is quite a bit different and not really his attempt at finishing a Xenosaga. Or, you know, multi-game spanning thing, kind of thing, whatever. It's like he kind of took, it's almost like FF7 Remake in a way, where they took elements of Crisis Core and elements of Dirge of Cerberus and elements of Advent Children and sort of like peppered the remake with little nods here and there, but nothing really substantial as to like retell those stories, but just kind of integrating some of the plot in a more meaningful way. So he, like, Xenoblade is like, he takes his concepts and thoughts and processes and goes, I'm gonna make a new game and a new thing, but it's gonna be you know, these like concepts and the vague ideas that I want to elaborate on and make it in a new game. Yes, and where do you think 4 Heroes of Light is spun off from? Final Fantasy V. Like, 4 Heroes of Light was meant to give the feeling of Final Fantasy V again in a new game, which is basically what spawned the rest of the Bravely Default games, but it was meant to carry on that job system concept in other games. 4 Heroes of Light is basically Bravely Default beta. Yep, Monolith Soft definitely does some wonderful things. Yeah, Monolith Soft is responsible for the majority of the world building and world designs of Mario Kart World, the Zelda games, Breath of the Wild, and the other one that was just basically a copy of that one. The fucking shit ass of the fart world. That one, Tears of the Kingdom. And Sardines. Yeah, Playonastic, they give it 100 bits. God, there's so many others that I'm drawing a blank. But anyway, they're so integral to Nintendo at this point, just as Motzi said. And I really hope that Nintendo gives them the budget they need, because honestly, Monolith Soft is kind of doing Donkey Kong Bonanza. Monolith Soft is really doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Nintendo, and I want them to give a proper budget for them to really make a super high quality game. Because like what they do with Xenoblade 1 through 3 with a limited budget and everything, amazing. Like, and imagine if they had the proper budget, you know? This gives me big Arcadia vibes. I mean, some developers are just incompetent at optimization, or if they release a game for multiple platforms, they just make sure it's good enough and don't worry about optimization too much, because it can be costly, but like you say, it does end up being an issue, but it's not always the reason. What I'm really looking forward to is a Switch 2 optimization for Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and 2, and I think they didn't fully optimize it on 3, because I would love to replay them on Switch 2 with a better performance. Like, they already perform slightly better on Switch 2 just in general, but I want a patch that really takes it home. I hope I don't have to load this train in every time I switch, now that I've switched the first time. I have a Model 1 Switch, and I didn't have any problem with any of that. Yeah, I just want higher resolution and 60 FPS. Welcome to Pizza Bifrost. I'm glad I came here first. Alright, I was gonna wait to take a break, but I actually gotta go to the bathroom anyway, so we're gonna do our standard midday break here, where I go grab a snack, and I'm gonna play some tunes for you. Let's do this, yeah. Alright, that'll work. See you, stars. So, enjoy the tunes. We're back in just a few minutes. And we'll finish these side quests and get further into Trails of Cold Steel. Be right back.
Right.
Left. I mean, yeah, right. Or what? Even though I don't read these books, I always buy them whenever I see them. Well, I was like, well, maybe I'll read them later or something. Also, hi, I'm back. General Goods? That must mean they have General Tso's chicken. Doesn't look like there's a weapons store in here. There it is. Yes, those teenagers would like deadly weapons, please. Oh, sure, not a problem. IRL vampires are shittier than Dracula? What does that mean exactly? Oh, you mean like ticks and mosquitoes are way worse, yeah. And did you know mosquitoes are the deadliest creatures on the entire planet? Yeah, it's not even close. Oh, that's one of those personal massager devices. Okay, cool. Can upgrade 2 weapons. So obviously his and hers. Yeah, I'm currently nursing a mosquito bite on the back of my leg, and it's really annoying. These are better boots. Thing is that mosquitoes no longer existing would be an ecological disaster. They are a primary food source for things like fish and stuff. So
Isn't this...
Oh, this is where they published the Imperial Chronicle newspaper.
yes, the news, or the government mandated updates to the public, more like. The news in an authoritarian country is the biggest oxymoron ever. Not sure what that does, but I can see a higher temperature or very warm temperature soothing it a little bit, yeah. There you go, Ice Burner. Thankfully, we live in a relatively dry climate, so mosquitoes are uncommon, but they still happen. Oh, it's Norton. I wonder if he's getting his antivirus run. We need you to make a tourist pamphlet. You who probably primarily aren't from here, and you're a bunch of kids, you wouldn't have any experience about what attracts tourists. Want you to make a pamphlet. That's definitely military academy level stuff. Oh, that's interesting, Berserk. I didn't know that. All right, we just need to collect something from the stores. That's not that big of a deal. We just need to help them make a traveler's brochure. That's all. So basically, what you're saying, Kamen Rider, is that burn all mosquitoes, let none survive. Got it. You know why they have you say cheese when you get your picture taken? It's because everybody loves cheese and it always just brings a smile to your face. Yeah, see? You could be like, fromage, queso, right? It always just brings a smile to your face. Every one of these is like super generic interaction that has no value whatsoever, so not even gonna bother with it. I guess it's probably okay to turn the quest in. I don't think I'm gonna need to worry about. So there was one quest that I had to wait until I was done with the other two required quests anyway, so. Oh. Ooh. That could be one of those stealthy type ones. Makes enemies in the field more likely to run from you. Yes. Yes. And it gives phantom phobia. Dun dun dun. Well, I mean, after mosquitoes, mankind is the most deadliest creature on the planet, so you know. We're gonna go to Enron's used goods. Yeah, I mean, humans have played no small part in the way ecologies have developed over time. Bum, bum. All right, I don't want to turn that in just yet because, well, I don't feel like there's any risk, but I just want to make sure that I turn this one in first, just in case something happens after I finish the other ones, you know? Is it him? Wobbly pudding. Okay, so basically flan. So you get some new music to listen to that. Neato. I freaking love custard and flan and all that, yeah. My favorite donut is custard filled. Boston cream. Technically, there's a better one called Canadian Maple, which uses the maple stuff instead of the chocolate, which I prefer.
Well, are you still playing this thing?
And we will be for a while playing Isaac. Thank you for the 301 bits. I think we'll finish by the end of the week. My prediction is that we finish by Friday. Maybe I'll have a couple late nights to just kind of help facilitate that.
For real?
Maybe, it depends on how I feel. Thank you, Playing Isaac, with 144 bits and the 299 bits.
Cool.
And the 123 bits. Hey. Why does she have a hat on in her portrait, but then no hat on the field? Also, I noticed that teacher didn't have a portrait, which felt weird because it's not even a portrait. It's just a camera that sits in front of them. Okay. Completed all of them. Now we need to go to the Garnier district. For the last one. After visiting the assigned areas and completing the mandatory tasks, granted Group A contacted Group B. Noon had long since passed, so both groups gathered in Vanquier Street's department store for a late lunch. Said we haven't finished our required tasks. Hey, let's get lunch together. Separates the table by like 10 feet. Everybody ordered the exact same food, apparently. Seems really boring. I mean, I just had a snack and I want food already. So I'll take another late lunch or early dinner. I'm a big fan of, like, not really sharing food per se, but like if somebody orders something else and I can let them taste what I have in exchange to taste what they have, I'll do that. It's fine. You know what I mean? Because I like to taste and experience different foods and new things all the time. So for me, I always want to try everything. Always. And I want others to try the things that I like as well, of course. You know, I like sharing all of that. Generic pleasantries, good day, have a good day. We gotta go finish our last task. Another sewer quest. All right.
Oh my.
Lady Clotilde, is it time for you
Clotilde? That sounds like a STD. That's not a very good name. Clotilde. Yeah. It's cloaca and chlamydia combined.
Yes, I'll be stepping out for a while.
This is such a forced scene already. Just like she was like in the other room and she just says, "Oh my," and all of a sudden like everybody's turning and stopping and paying attention to her for no reason at all.
But more importantly, who do we have here?
Is that... No way! Vita Clotilde? Whoa! I can't believe it! It's really her! I never thought I'd actually get the chance to meet her.
Wait, who is this now?
You three, don't just stand there staring. You're in the presence of the legendary opera singer Vita Clotilde, the Azure Diva herself!
Okay.
The Azure Diva, huh? I do recall hearing that name.
You know, like, I don't really get starstruck personally. Like if I were to meet
I've never seen one this big before.
You've never seen a Clotilde that big before? Well, you know, they come in all shapes and sizes, Playanastic. Thank you for the 691 bits. But I will say if it's like, I don't know, Hironobu Sakaguchi or Uematsu or something, I might get a little sweaty palmed, you know? Also true, Matthews. Also true. But it really depends on like how much of an impact that person has on you, you know? Like it's not just like they're a human and of course, you know, you're a human and you're trying to have a human interaction. It's that you're thankful for the things that they've done and the things that they've created and you want to show your appreciation for it. So you kind of get ahead of yourself And so I can understand like why you might get starstruck for that reason, but some people just like die because a celebrity is within 100 feet of them or some shit like that, you know what I mean? And that's silly. Like, just because they're famous doesn't make them any less or more important to anybody else, you know?
Wait, you don't know who she is?
I'm not surprised. Opera is a world unto itself.
Yeah, it's like, I really appreciate what you've done for this, that, or the other. Thank you for your creations, you know?
I expect there are multitudes who have never heard of me before.
Vita Cloaca, Clotilda,
I'm
whatever.
Vita Clotilde, an opera singer. I'd be delighted if you would come and hear me sing sometime.
Oh, we're gonna go right back to no voice acting again. Okay, it's a pleasure to meet you. By the way, I couldn't help but notice your uniforms. You're all students then. I'm PlayStation Vita. Nice to meet you. Did you come here in hopes of getting my autograph by any chance? Vita just means life, by the way. It means life and energy and that kind of thing. The opposite of Vita is Anima, basically. They are opposing forces, Vita and Anima, more or less. But Vita is like life and refreshing and that kind of stuff, and Anima is the opposite of that. So her name is just supposed to be like, well, if it's Vita Cloaca, it's just life-giving vagina butt. Oh, man. The most famous, I guess, person I've ever met was Jessica Negri at a comic convention, and I had her sign my 3DS. That's about it. But I met her because my girlfriend at the time really loved her, and so she wanted to meet her, and I was like, cool, fine. You met the Queen? Oh, that's pretty awesome. Well, it's kind of funny you guys are talking about a lot of celebrities I've heard that are all assholes, like Sean Connery, James Woods. I've heard Tom Hanks isn't the nicest either, but at least he's kind of decent, I've heard. But I don't really know exactly. I've never met them. Matt Smith. Oh, I've heard he's an absolute joy. I've heard Matt Smith is just the nicest. I've heard Nathan Fillion is a lot of fun to be around, yeah. Only heard good things about them. We came to Capitol on a field study, started making our rounds, and ended up here. What a way to take the wind off my sails. So, by the way, this is another example of, like, what do you call it? Gary Stu complex with the tropiness of the game. There's no reason for this lady to come down and talk to a bunch of nobodies. Like, we're just a bunch of random kids in the hotel. There's no reason for her to come down and talk to us. She hasn't pointed out anything that is of particular interest to her that she would have a reason to want to talk to us. It's just, wow, we're the hero protagonist guy, so of course the famous person thinks we're the coolest, interestingest person ever, you know? You met one of the actors from the original CSI and he was a dick? Nah, that's a shame. Oh, you can't wait to meet Isaac Godgamer. I wonder who that is. You met the composer from Secret of Mana. Outside of the panel setting, we couldn't talk, but he was enjoying a pianist that happened to be jamming out. Oh, that's cool. Business and not personal, yeah, of course. But a military academy, say, could that mean you've come to take care of the beast in the underground passage? Yeah, just about to get started. Just leave that monster to us. We'll have it down for the count before you know it. I'm relieved to hear that. I've been quite worried since I first heard about it. Still, you said you're here on a field study. My school these days certainly puts students through some challenging coursework. I doubt there are any other academies in the country with a curriculum quite like ours. Oh, thank you, Sammy. I'm sure it's going to be a really popular clip. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough, Asher. Sorry, but I need to be on my way or I'll be late for my rehearsal, if you'll excuse me. Such a meaningful and important exchange that we had that was totally story relevant and had a lot of logical value in how she approached us. Once again, the game is telling me how I'm supposed to feel about the character. This is another big flaw of the game's writing. The game insists that I feel a certain way about a character, and they'll do this thing every time you meet a new character. You'll talk amongst yourselves saying like, wow, this character felt kind and compassionate and patient, or I didn't really like that guy. He felt like there was something off about him or something like that. Like there's never like the game never just leaves it and lets you make your own conclusion. It forces you to believe and feel a certain way about every new character you meet. There's no subtlety whatsoever. It just slaps you in the face with how you're supposed to feel, and you better feel that way, goddammit, or I will fucking bury you, you know, kind of feeling. That's the way it feels. I don't know who John Barrowman is, but that's a pretty funny interaction. Exactly, Matzi. It's telling me how I'm supposed to feel instead of just feeling it. Like, maybe I drew a different conclusion about that lady. Maybe I felt that there was something underhanded about her, you know, but the game is like, nope, she's a good guy. She's so cool and awesomest and pretty and everything. And it's like, okay, well, never mind, I guess. Whatever. Also, it's really important to note that whenever there is a character that is actually a bad guy, the game gives no indication of that actually being the thing. You will react to that person as being good and awesome and the bestest ever, like every other interaction that it forces you to feel a certain way about, and then randomly it's like, by the way, I am the ultimate demon god of death, doom, destruction. There is no foreshadowing or conveyance or subtlety or anything about what that might have been. Well, still don't know the name John Barrowman, but that's a really funny little story. I'm Ozzy Osbourne? Jesus Christ. That's hilarious. I think that's probably a really refreshing thing for celebrities is when they don't get recognized, especially when they're more well known. It's just having a human experience and interaction again instead of somebody sucking up to them in hopes of gaining something from them, you know, which is usually what most celebrity interactions tend to be. They think that by association with their fame that they'll somehow get something out of it, you know? Dude, this doesn't look like an underground passage. It looks like a prison. And then the hotel manager comes in behind me and locks us out, or in the prison, and then we're here forever and we die at the end. All right, do you get...
Spy treasure. Okay.
Right.
No, hers sucks.
My turn.
I've got this.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish.
Here we go.
We've been playing this game for 4 hours, and this is the first actual encounter I've gotten into all day.
Arcus activate.
Okay. Arcus activates.
Go.
Tremors 2 specifically.
Enemy sighted.
My turn.
Okay.
My turn.
My turn.
Right. Is everybody okay?
Great.
I've only just begun.
I mean, they're super hokey. Like the first Tremors, even the first Tremors movie is kind of supposed to be a B movie intentionally. It's just that you had people like Kevin Bacon and what was it, Reba McEntire, kind of lifting those up a little bit. That's kind of nice, actually. I really like that. Prevents stat downs. That's cool. I'll put it on him for now. But I've seen all of the Tremors movies, and I gotta say, like, they're definitely B movies, but they're ones to watch. You know, they're good B movies where it's like, this is so hokey, but I love it. You know what I mean? I think there's, what, 3 or 4 Tremors movies?
My turn.
Right.
My turn. The advantage is ours.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Arcus activate.
Okay.
There's 6 or 7. Oh no.
Keep going.
I guess I have not seen all the Tremors movies then. There's a TV series as well? Oh, what have I been missing out on?
My turn.
Here we go.
Right.
Of course.
My turn.
Go.
Right.
Of course.
I'll handle it. Target's eliminated. Let's get going.
Hey.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
What a nice looking treasure chest. What a just a friendly little fellow he looks like. Just I wonder if he'd like to be friends. I don't care about the loot inside of it. Just that friendly little treasure chest. What a guy.
Go.
My turn.
Right.
Right. We should keep going.
Success.
This would make a great training area. I envy the people who live around here.
Only you would see an underground path.
The advantage is ours.
Double advantage.
An opening. My turn.
Okay.
Here we go.
Right. Let's go.
An opening.
We're finished.
Right.
still have a lot of training to do.
Here we go.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Reed.
Leave it to me. Here we go. Now's our chance. You're done.
Right. Of course.
I'll handle it.
Go. Okay, it's safe for now.
I feel like it's a good idea to constantly change who I'm linking with so that I can build up link levels. I think there's a cap. That.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure
Gotta
chest.
love all the snafus of like old B movies and stuff, you know?
Okay.
Of course.
It almost makes them better. It's like The Room. You don't watch The Room because it's some masterpiece. You watch The Room because it's awful.
Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
Oh, a treasure chest.
No. Or rather, yes, Matthews, yes, exactly. Yeah, these rooms totally have value as rooms. Totally. They're not just random hallways with empty rooms for no reason at all. There's definitely a totally built-in thing for them. See, obviously this room is the storage for broken rubble and trees and giant moths. So that obviously, duh, you know.
Let's get this over
My
with.
turn. Here we go. Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
Genbu. Give me a status thing, isn't it? Way poison or petrify. Hell yeah. Because I have. What was it? Oh, I didn't put poison or petrify on her because she had the blind there. Okay, well, I'm gonna take mute off then and put Genbu here. I love the ones that do multiple status effects because you can just stack the status effects and there's almost like when you start stacking them so much, there's almost like a guarantee that you'll land something, you know? Like if they're vulnerable to something, you're gonna find it. And I love that. I love passive status application. It's one of my favorites. Because it means that you get to see whether or not something is vulnerable to a status effect without having to sit there and spam cast it until it lands. Because typically speaking, status effects always have like a high miss rate, but sometimes can be applied. But like, they're not really worth it unless you can apply them right away. But if you can apply them right away, then you can trivialize some fights depending on the status effect. And so it's always this really difficult thing. That's all I'm doing. All I was doing was holding down the analog, and she was just stuttering on her movement because the movement is so bad in this game. It's really, really not good. I don't know if you saw my hand when I brought my controller around because I know the camera range is rather relatively small due to my cropping, but yeah. All I was doing was moving forward, and she's like stuttering back and forth like she couldn't go forward.
Here we go.
Especially for bosses, yeah, exactly. It's not even that Laura has a stiff run, it's just that it's all the same for every character, it's just that the movement is just really poorly designed.
Right. Hey, off guard. I'll pick you up.
Okay.
Go.
My turn. You still have a lot of training.
Oh, okay.
Watch out.
My turn. I'll handle it.
My turn.
My turn.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Here we go. It's my turn.
All right, let's keep moving.
Done.
All right, good. My links were kept.
I'll handle it. Yeah. Okay, Rean.
Right.
My turn.
Okay.
But yeah, I want status ailments to be usable. I want stat downs and other, debuffing to be useful.
Okay.
But obviously, I don't want it to trivialize the encounters. It can trivialize some or weaker bosses or something. So that balance is always really difficult. That's why Final Fantasy 13 is actually one of the better combat systems out there. You can debuff just about everything on almost every enemy, and it has impact, but it doesn't trivialize anything. But it's all useful,
I did it.
So far, none of the enemies have run away from me despite getting intimidation.
Okay.
Right. My turn.
My turn.
Here we go. Go.
Of course. Hey, now, I'll pick you up.
Every enemy aggroes me like I have scent on, even though I don't. I'm actually not sure if that's even possible for the most part. I mean, I know it is because I know that I beat the game originally without really utilizing debuffs the first time I played it.
You fought well.
But no, it's not a hint at anything.
Here we go.
Right.
That one all right.
See? Go.
Oh. It's a lot of friends.
Arcus.
Okay.
It's over.
My turn.
You should keep going.
Ooh, level 4 force. I got heat up. Okay, it's 20 to kill an enemy, and once per fight, I get 100. There's something, they said there's something I needed to do in order to get my link level above level 3. No. I think it was I needed to increase my link level in order to get the affinity higher, so I get a higher link level available. Like, I gotta cap out the link level first. Both of those would be so boring. Honestly, I'm not even sure one character only is even viable because, well, first off, you automatically get fully restored every time you enter battle. So if you down a couple characters, they automatically get healed up. But more than that, it's like, even if you could, I'm pretty sure when you get to like the final dungeon, when you got a million of those little duck things, you're just gonna get murdered. Even at extremely high levels. But you couldn't get high enough level to trivialize it until you've beaten the game because your last Crystarium doesn't unlock.
Let's get this over.
I'll handle it.
My turn. Give it up, everyone!
Oh wow, okay. All we got was half health and then blind and burn. Oh, well, she's got impede, so...
Laura, let's go. Understood.
Second floor. Now's our chance.
I'll take you up. Of course.
Oh, this is the same thing that happened before. Where their link gets broken and then later on they make it work and blah blah blah.
Too slow. I'll handle it. Target locked.
My turn.
My turn.
Shatter! Okay. Here I go.
My turn. Analyzing enemy attack patterns. I've got it.
Very susceptible to blind and burn, so it's a good thing. I got that.
Go.
My turn. Arcus activate.
Of course.
My turn.
And then at the end of the battle, they're gonna be like, "Whew, we sure are lucky that we got through that, just because your links fell off and stuff, and that's bad. And if you don't get it together, then we're gonna die next time or some bullshit." Which is exactly what happened last time.
My turn. Now's our chance.
I'll take you up. Okay, that was tough.
Nice work, though.
Sweet, 2.3 times XP. Raven reached level 3, nice. Raises speed when HP is low. Yeah, these are all getting very predictable. It's good that she has Demonic Scythe now as a base, so she'll always have like a decent spell to fall back on in case
only just
physicals are no
begun.
good. Oh, nice! A vortex on a craft. Awesome. Petrify possibility. Not bad.
Well, that was... You know, maybe you should just stop worrying about trying to form a combat link with each other.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I can see why you'd really want to.
No. I don't want to hold our group back more than I already have. I'd like to withdraw from active combat and take a more supporting role for the duration of this field study.
No.
But Laura, it doesn't make any sense for you not to be in the thick of the fight.
Don't be ridiculous. If anyone should be benched, it's me. It makes sense when you consider what each of us brings to a fight.
No. My own immaturity is the cause of this. There's still a part of me that refuses to accept you, and this is the result. I'm sorry. I didn't think I was this narrow-minded, and I apologize for the distress my prejudice has no doubt been causing you. I came to realize during my club activities that I still have a lot of maturing left to do.
Most self-aware teenager in the history of time. Usually teenagers think that they're flawless, perfect, amazing, awesome, know everything, gods.
Laura.
The reality is they don't know shit.
As such, Reen, I wish to withdraw.
Denied. Actually,
Correct.
I'll be the one withdrawing from frontline combat.
Oh.
What?
Huh? Reen?
This seems awfully sudden. What's your line of thinking?
During all the battles we fought, one thing stood out to me. I couldn't help but notice that under ordinary circumstances, Laura and Fee's fighting styles complement each other perfectly.
Well, you think so?
Interesting. What do you mean?
Well, you get the big, slow, lumbering, heavy hit, and the quick slashes in between. You know, you get somebody to distract the enemy with a lot of quick slashes, duck out for the big hit, comes down. I mean, it works perfectly, actually. It allows the big, heavy hitter to set up in order to get that big hit out, while the quick one bothers and distracts and annoys somebody.
Laura's the ideal knight, standing strong in the thick of the fight, dominating enemies with her blade. Then there's Fee, the ideal vanguard, overwhelming the opposition with her speed and creating openings for Laura. During the practical exam, none of us should have stood a chance against the two of you.
When you put it that way, it does make sense.
If they could form a combat link, they'd be virtually unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't think that's escaped you two either. That's why you keep trying to form a combat link, but there's something stopping you from connecting with each other. Whatever it is, it's been frustrating both of you this whole time, right?
Mm-hmm. It's exactly as you say.
Okay, so, since that's how things stand, it makes no sense for you two to just give up and withdraw from combat. In fact, considering everyone's relative strengths and weaknesses, it makes the most sense for me to fall back. This way, you'll have more chances to work out whatever it is that's standing in the way of you forming a link.
Well, you already heard it's on what's her name's side. It's bias. Like I said, she probably has something against Jaegers because of a personal experience with them.
You have my things.
We'll take you up on
And
your
my
offer.
ex.
That's what I like to hear.
You really can be audacious sometimes, you know. Just like you were with me and Eustace.
You think? I don't really think I did anything out of the ordinary.
That's so you, Reen, to not think anything of it. Still, thanks to you, there might be hope for these two after all.
We'll do what we can.
But first, we need to get back to the hotel, right?
I just wanted to rest. I didn't want to destroy the damn thing. I've noticed that the quartz system has turned into much closer to what the materia system is like. Instead of it being kind of a vaguely similar to the materia system, it's pretty much the materia system. I wonder where the switch for this could possibly be. What? I'm guessing it leads to like the opera house or something, and that'll play into the story later on. Slap! Slap! Get slapped, damn it.
Okay.
Of course. Right.
Leave it to me now.
And open.
My turn.
Of course. Right.
Leave it to me.
And open.
You kept up there.
I did it!
I did it! He puts himself on the back line and doesn't do any fighting, and then everybody else wins, and he's like, I did it! Fucking Reen the leader, apparently. Taking credit for everybody else's shit. No wonder everybody looks up to him. He just takes all the credit and people don't notice. Well, guess what, Reen? I did notice. I did notice. Oh god, it's a tremor!
Right.
Leave it to me.
Right.
My turn.
Of course.
You still have a lot of training.
Hey, bud.
Oh, a treasure chest.
4 tuna. I prefer 5 tuna. What if this is like luck plus? Grants lights protection to raise. Oh, right, of course. He's got silver thorn, so I'll take Fortuna instead. I mean, if you've ever had like good sushi level tuna,
Now's our chance.
My
We can
turn.
do this.
so good.
Leave it to me.
My turn.
Right.
Leave it to me.
My turn.
My turn. Target's eliminated.
Aw,
Let's get going.
I was jamming. Wow, those guys give me U materials. I should farm the ever-lemon crap out of them.
There's a light.
The sound's getting louder too.
There's lots of lights. Like, we're
must be
literally
getting
sitting
close
here in
to
a
the
bunch of
exit now.
lights. Come on. Which is weird because this place is like abandoned, yet there's a bunch of lights here. They all just happen to work. I always find that funny when you go into a cave, right? And it's like a cave, like nobody lives there, nothing's going on in there, and yet there's a bunch of lit torches lining the walls. Like, who's lighting the torches? This is Mater Park. Like Tollmater? If so, we're not far from City Hall. Where's the music coming from though? Because music doesn't carry that far in an open area like this. Ancient Zemurian lamps that never go out? Who would have guessed that those underground tunnels would spit us out somewhere like this? The layouts remained unchanged since it was created during the Dark Ages. You can really feel the city's history. It seems like the network of passages here is even bigger than Barrowhead's underground waterway. Hey, Elliot. Is something wrong? Oh, sorry. I was listening to the sonata, then I realized that the musicians playing it over there are actually friends of mine. They look like students. They seemed exceptionally skilled for their age. Oh, they are. I'm really proud to know them. Would you guys mind if I went over and said hi? No sweat, go ahead. Perhaps we should go and greet them too. But yeah, like even light bulbs, that you can leave them on forever and ever and ever, the light bulb eventually goes out, you know, because it breaks or, you know, just wire and tear, the heat, constant application, whatever, you know. Interesting. I think that's the first time I've ever gotten an item from a random NPC ever. Yeah, the music is... Oh, there we go. The music is still carrying way too far for this, but that's fine. That's not that big of a deal. Kalinka? That sounds like a Pokemon name. Trainer Bill sends out a Kalinka. Kalinka, obviously. Like Clink is actually an actual Pokemon, by the way. And then Kalunky. I like how the academy that they're attending is just the Music Academy, as if there's only one in the entire world. The shading of the pants always makes it look like everybody's wet their pants. We don't even go back to turn in the quest? That's weird. That makes me feel like something is gonna happen that's drastic and causes us turmoil and to be dislocated somewhere. Well, Billy Madison would agree with you on that one, DW. After enjoying a wonderful meal prepared by Fiona, we were invited into Elliot's room. Whoa, okay, Can't say I've heard anything about him, but that's good to know. It's always nice. I can see why he's so embarrassed about his room. He's got musical instruments in here. Ugh, cringe.
Whoa, this is incredible.
You could open a shop with all the instruments here.
A piano, violins, wind instruments, a robust percussion section.
Really? Where? I didn't see anything.
I'm assuming the papers in the cabinet are all sheet music?
There's no way you can call this just a hobby.
Yeah, coming in here, this must look like some rabid obsession to you guys.
Yeah, weirdo.
You know,
you
my
like
mom
stuff,
was a pretty
weirdo?
famous pianist.
A whatist?
Being raised around music like that, my sister and I ended up sharing her love of music.
Really?
Looking at all this, I can see why you decided to join the wind orchestra at the academy.
Still. Why didn't you go to the same school as the people we met earlier?
fee.
Dad, obviously, being a
Wait,
lieutenant general.
That's
Don't worry about it.
That's not an invasive question. I think that's a pretty standard question. You can just simply answer, I'm not really prepared to answer that question right now. And that's it, you know? Like, it doesn't have to be that big of a deal. I don't think it's an invasive question, especially considering the context.
But I'd originally planned to attend the music academy.
Oh.
My sister and I grew up listening to our mom play the piano. Dad was more the strong, stoic type. He didn't know much about music, but he was head over heels in love with her. Our home was always filled with the sound of music, and it kept our family smiling together.
So would you say you're in love with the sound of music?
But 7 years ago, Mom got really ill. Eventually, she passed away. After her death, my sister and I both wanted to follow in her footsteps. She enrolled at the music academy and began working toward a career as a pianist. Naturally, I tried to do the same. But Dad wouldn't hear of it. It's one thing to have it as a hobby, but the idea of a man of the Empire making his living through music is absurd.
Yeah, the arts and stuff? Ugh. Sounds super lame, and my closed-minded view of the world is the only one that matters.
No matter how hard I tried to convince him, he just shook his head and refused to listen. Then he started recommending one military academy after another, trying to push me toward a career in the army. Eventually, I didn't have much choice. I had to give up my dream of attending the music academy. I hated him for it. I really did. I'm no good at fighting, never have been. I'd get smoked in a real war. But after some research, I found one academy, Thor's, offered plenty of music-related classes. And that about half of its graduates end up in careers outside the military. In the end, I met him halfway and chose to enroll at
In the end, it didn't even matter?
Kinda pathetic, huh? You've all got great reasons why you're there at the academy. Then there's me, who'd rather be on a stage than a battlefield. But I couldn't go against my dad. For a while, I started to think that maybe my passion for music had kinda cooled off. But I'm still full of regrets about the music academy and the summer festival concert, so I guess it hasn't after all. Oh, I wish I could just crawl into a hole right now.
So that's how you ended up at Thor's.
I had no idea.
Do you regret it? Coming to Thor's and all?
Huh? Why would I?
So you don't?
Life at the academy keeps me busy, but I still have time to perform with the wind orchestra after class is out. And I feel like I really broaden my horizons every time we go on a field study. Honestly, I feel like I get more out of Thor's than if I had just enrolled at the music academy without much thought.
See, obviously the arts don't provide you as much grounding and growth as the army school does,
Because whether
son.
I decide I want to be a musician or do something else totally different, I'll at least have the chance to choose what I want without someone deciding for me.
Elliot.
Wow, you've really given this a lot of thought.
You really are strong, Elliot.
I wish I thought so too. I still feel jealous when I see my friends who went to the music academy putting their heart and soul into their music. But even with that, I've got no regrets about
No
coming to
regrets.
Thor's. None at all. Besides, if I hadn't come, I never would have met you guys, would I? I'd regret that way more.
How can you say that with a straight face?
I don't see how it's a reference to Billy Elliot. Yeah, I'll absolutely agree, Matthews, but it seems like the agenda that's being pushed here is that it turns out my hyper-militaristic, closed-minded dad was right about military academies being better than following my dreams, you know what I mean? That's what it feels like the message was.
Maybe he's just oblivious.
Like, I feel like the writing could have been done a little bit better in, like, saying, you know, despite my misgivings about everything, I still found something that I enjoyed here, and I'm I cherish the friendships that we made or some shit like that, you know?
I didn't think I was saying anything particularly embarrassing.
I'd figured that most people would blush saying something like that.
Still, this is Elliot we're talking about. He can get away with it.
There was nothing really embarrassing about that.
You're the last person who should be saying that, Reen.
Now it looks like Makia got caught after he peed his pants and he's like, huh! Oh shit, everybody know I peed my pants, and it's just really bad.
Actually,
it's just all over the
just
place.
Remembered. I guess I do have one regret after all.
Oh?
What is it?
I didn't kill you when I had the chance.
Remember the summer festival concert my friends said they're going to be performing in? Back when my mom was still alive, she performed in it, and my sister played in it 5 years ago too. So I was really hoping that I'd be able to take the stage there one day too.
Once again, it's a very awkward cutoff, man. It's just like, anyway, scene end, you know, like they didn't resolve the scene yet. It was just like, that was actually a thing that he was getting off his chest, and then it just ended. It just felt very awkward. Remaining 4 of us began to make our way to the old guild building where we'd be spending the night. Oh, Elliot was gonna stay at home, I guess. Oh, it's not Alan's VA? Yeah, I can see that. I mean, there's a lot of different people to voice act here, so you can get some similar voices. So, I thought Xenosaga 1 was okay. I thought Xenosaga 2 was garbage doo-doo butthole. And I thought Xenosaga 3 started out really well, like the best of them all. But then about halfway point turned into Xenosaga 2. So, I would say 1, 3, 2 in my order of liking them. Oh, and here I thought they were gonna... Okay. That's just don't play Xenosaga. Honestly, I don't think they're worth playing, to be perfectly honest. I think if you really loved Xenogears and you really want to see generally what the overall feeling was supposed to be for the previous episodes of that epic that Takahashi wanted to do, then yeah, play Xenosaga. But just beware, man, those games are rough. Like, mechanically, they're very frustrating and obtuse, and then story-wise is like... I don't know. It's just very, like, drawn-out cutscenes. I mean, you get, like, half-hour cutscenes with very little said in them. Just a lot of panning and quiet and stuff. And so there's some neat stuff to Xenosaga, but Xenosaga 2 is, like, really not good. It takes all the story and like, just compromises everything. Every random battle takes, like, half an hour to do because there's all this, like, build-up that you have to do. And then the game is very short. And so if you actually had, like, reasonably lengthed battles, the game would be done in 5 hours, you know what I mean? It's just not good at all. Still some of the best RPGs on PS2? I know the PS2 is, like, kind of overrated in a way where there's nothing, like, groundbreaking on the PS2 that is like, holy shit, you have to play this. There's a lot of very decent and a lot of very good games on PS2, but, you know, it's just kind of this era of this era of like chaos in gaming where everybody was trying to make their mark by doing something new. So you get a lot of kind of half-assed, like half-baked ideas being thrown out to try and make something stick. And so that's why the PS2 is kind of hit and miss a little bit. But even so, there are plenty of very decent PS2 RPGs that are plenty better than Xenosaga. But I would say they're definitely at the very least like the middle ground of PS2 RPGs, maybe above average overall as a trilogy. Maybe. Yeah, fight right here. Throw each other in the river. Use the tram as a weapon, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that tends to be a lot of problem with folk is like when they really have a connection to something, it's harder for them to judge it objectively. I mean, I'm the same way with Final Fantasy. I know that I try to be as objective as possible when I comment and review games and everything. But it is definitely harder for me to separate my love for Final Fantasy into objective analysis of it. So I get it. I definitely am not perfect, you know, and those things can have a pretty big impact on everything. Yeah, that's the way I feel, Iceburner. I love Xenogears and I love Xenoblade, but Xenosaga is just, it's a pass, for, as you say. It's I would not recommend them, but I can understand why you'd want to play them. Honestly, there aren't a whole lot of really great PS2 RPGs, to be honest. Most of them have like really awkward mechanics. They're kind of cheaply made because that was the era of just throw everything out as fast as possible because gaming is taking off and everything. Like you got even like gosh, man, it's bothering me now. I gotta look at my list of PS2 games because honestly, I really feel like the PS2, even though I had tons of RPGs, did not have a lot of good ones. Okay, so I haven't played Ars Technica, even though they're on my list. Disgaeas, obviously are good. Ephemeral Fantasia, oh boy. Obviously Final Fantasy X is like probably the best PS2 game in existence. I guess FF12 is also on that list. Grandia 3 was bleh. The dot hacks were absolute doo-doo. Kingdom Hearts 2 was meh. Legaia 2 I haven't played. Makai Kingdom was meh. Persona 4 was alright. Rogue Galaxy was had a bunch of SMT games on it, which I guess would be pretty average. Then you have the Suikoden games and the Wild Arms games, which were hit and miss for the later ones. God damn. I really have like most of the notable PS2 RPGs. Let me do a Google search. Best PS2 RPGs. I guess there's Dragon Quest VIII as well. Alright, here's the 15 best PS2 RPGs. Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, which we have on viewer choice. I've heard good things about it, so that's cool. Nocturne, SMT3 Nocturne, Radiata Stories, Tales of Symphonia, lol. X-Men Legends 2, Rise of Apocalypse, Kingdom Hearts 2, Dragon Quest 8, Xenosaga Episode 1, Grandia 3, oh 2, oh Grandia 2 was on PS2, well in that case, I can agree with that. Shadow Hearts Covenant, oh yeah, the Shadow Hearts games, Dark Cloud 2, Persona 4, Final Fantasy X, Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, and Final Fantasy 12. There really are not very many good RPGs on the PS2, are there? There's a whole bunch of them, and they're all kind of just not good. I haven't played Radiata Stories. Also, I wouldn't really count Baldur's Gate as like what you look for in an RPG. It's a hack and slash. It just happens to have level ups, you know? Shadow Hearts were alright. Star Oceans also, the 3 was decent, I think. But Wild Arms 3 was probably my least favorite Wild Arms game. Suikoden 3 was definitely my least favorite Suikoden game. Tales of Symphonia is like one of the few Tales games I actually just absolutely hate. I didn't care for Tales of the Abyss either. I thought that was one of the worst ones. I haven't played Art Tenelico. I haven't played Radio Stories. The dot hacks were... Oh my god, somebody's actually got this list recommending Shining Force Neo. Good lord, dude. This is why I can't trust people's taste, man. Shining Force fucking Neo. You gotta be joking me, dude. Yeah. Thank you, Kamen Rider, for the 100 bits. Yeah, like, there really isn't, like, a whole lot of quality games in general, let alone RPGs on the PS2. You got Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy 12, and then you got a bunch of other kind of okay stuff, and then a bunch of trash. Like, half of the top 15, 20 RPGs on the PS2 are actual garbage. Chaos Wars, yeah. And let me be honest, let me be frank about my rating of video games. I don't do the whole, if it's good, then it's God tier. If it's not good, then it's trash kind of thing. I mean like legitimate trash. Like the Dot Hack Quadrilogy is a garbage series. They take half of a game and somehow split it into 4 games with the most generic, repetitive nonsense, procedurally generated dungeons with no detail and no story given whatsoever over the course of 4 games. And I'm supposed to just gobble that up and spend $200 on that shit? Give me a fucking break. You know, Chaos Wars is famously awful. Ephemeral Fantasia, one of the worst RPGs ever made. But yeah, like, that's what I mean by like actual like trash. Like these were failures of games. The Dahak GU games I haven't played. I do have the remaster with the extra chapter and everything, and I will get to those eventually. Maybe I'll make that my journey next year as getting through the GU games. That might be a fun thing to do. Because there's only, what, 4 or 5 of those, so... And then I just need to finish Dragon Quest IX at some point.
Ah, what a pleasant evening.
It's pretty relaxing.
No denying those two have some surprising similarities.
Because the size of the library and the growing popularity of video games, on top of that, Sony basically gave away the creator kits, basically. So like the dev kits. Here's
I don't see any people in this part of the park.
So when Nintendo and Sony had the falling out about like, you know, making the Nintendo PlayStation disc add-on thing, Sony went on to make their own console, and as a way of like basically getting their foot in the door as well as sticking it to Nintendo, they basically offered the dev kit for virtually nothing at all. And they continued that trend with the PS2, making it so basically anybody could get the dev kit to make a game. And so the library was ridiculously large. It was a really, really, really smart way with a right time, right place kind of thing, mindset that allowed their library to be ridiculously huge and drawn a lot of attention. Not to mention, a lot of developers were attracted to the disc-based system, having a little bit more power than something like the Sega Saturn, so that they could do things like Final Fantasy VII with cinematic cutscenes and all sorts of fun little stuff. It was like a perfect storm situation. But anyway, the virtually free dev kit meant that anybody can make a game, but that's also why we have so much garbage on the PS1 and the PS2, you know? But yeah, the growing popularity of video games really lend itself to that. Also true with the Saturn. Yeah, it didn't really have that.
I'm fine with here if you are.
All right, Fee. Here are my conditions. If I win this duel, I want you to tell me about your past, your personal history. At first, there was something about your strength that I couldn't bring myself to accept. From the moment we first met, I could tell you were holding back. And considering your build, your combat proficiency is extraordinary. It's simply too far removed from what I've come to know through following the way of the sword.
No doubt.
Really?
Yeah, all things considered, Fee's strength is totally improbable for someone her size.
Oh, come on. Tons of people have, like, superhuman strength in this game with ridiculous ninja anime moves.
To add to that, you were once part of a Jaeger Corps. I can't say I've ever thought of the Jaegers in a particularly favorable light. If one defines knighthood as the way of the virtuous, how can the path of the Jaeger be seen as anything but corrupt? I came to believe that because we'd been raised with such strongly opposing values, I could not accept you.
Honestly, the PlayStation shouldn't have even pushed 3D. Like, the PlayStation should not have tried to do any kind of 3D whatsoever.
However, I was mistaken.
Maybe this game came out in, like, what, 2015, 2016?
After hearing Elliot's story, I asked
True,
myself again
yes.
why it was that I felt such resistance to fighting alongside you. I tried to ascertain my own feelings, slowly and carefully, and that was when I finally realized. During all these months we spent together, I've known deep down that you were worthy of my trust. Our values had nothing to do with that judgment. It came from my heart alone. But in my stubbornness, I refused to acknowledge that one simple truth. In my heart, I had already deemed you worthy of trust. Yet in my mind, I still couldn't see past our incompatibilities. I suspect that contradiction was what prevented us from using our Arcus to fight as one.
So, that's how it was. Did you know about this?
Yeah, I noticed during our fight with that monster earlier.
I noticed during the fight with the monster exactly all the intimate feelings and history of both of these characters.
You weren't the only one who thought we couldn't get along. You live your life so honestly. I guess somewhere along the way I'd given up on you ever accepting me.
I see.
Still, what does this have to do with wanting to know about my past? Why do you want to know?
It's very simple, really. I want to know because I like you.
What are you?
I find it frustrating when I'm not able to understand those I've taken an interest in or have a high opinion of. I felt like this several months ago with Reen, and I feel the same way now. That's why I want to know your history. I want to know what shaped you into who you are now. That said, this is simply an act of self-indulgence on my part. Nothing more, nothing less.
I'm not sure what to say.
That's Arlor, all right.
Yeah, we know her
Yeah,
so well that we
something
can
else.
definitely tell that that's definitely something that she would do and think
It's
about.
fine. I don't mind telling you. But taking your spoils by force is the Jaeger's way through and through. Is that okay with you?
It's fine. Because I have no intention of thinking of my reward as a spoil of battle. I'd much rather consider it an honor, bestowed for a hard-won victory.
Think she's compensating for something?
Fine by me.
You just talk things out. Why do you even need to fight now?
Some things can only be resolved by crossing blades.
All right, I'll officiate your duel. Neither of you need to hold anything back. If I think it's getting too dangerous, I'll step in and stop the fight.
Very well.
Thanks.
Oh, they're charging up the power levels.
Go!
Am I actually gonna? Okay. It's just putting itself in a battle scene to, like, have them
Shatter!
do attacks randomly.
Target locked.
You just shot your classmate, so I guess that's murder.
Here.
And apparently throw a grenade underneath her and she's dead. Well,
Impressive.
Same to you.
Then I won't hold back. Allow me to show my strongest skill learned from my father.
Then I'll show you my strongest. Learned it from the boss himself.
That's enough!
I couldn't even tell who won. What about you, Reen?
I feel bad saying this after volunteering to be the judge, but as far as I could tell, it was a draw.
Really?
Well, I suppose it is what it is. I'll simply have to continue my training and challenge you again another time. And don't forget, I still wish to duel you as well.
Wait, why me?
Honestly.
Actually, I lost this one.
Huh?
I don't even
Jaegers are at
tell.
our best when we fight at night. The darkness gives us an edge. But even after I threw out a flash grenade, the duel still ended in a draw. If we'd fought during the day, I would have lost.
That's
She has a point.
Well then.
very well. I'll accept this victory.
Well, anyway.
I guess the two of us should go for a little stroll then.
I don't mind if you listen. Is that fine with you, Laura?
I have no objections. We're all in this together.
Okay.
Oh, you guys didn't want some alone time? Okay.
I used to be part of a Jaeger Corps called Zephyr. Before that, my earliest memories are of explosions and battlefields. I found myself wandering in a war-torn hotspot on the outskirts of some country I never even knew the name of. Jaeger Corps threw themselves into battle for the highest bidder day after day, while I wandered alone. The man who eventually took me in called himself the Jaeger King.
So the Jägermeister. He is the Jaeger. We found him. We found the Jägermeister. That's him. He's the Jägermeister. We did it.
He was the leader
We
of
did
Zephyr,
it.
a pretty famous Jaeger
It's
Corps.
Mona / Morgana from Persona 5. She's in a lot of stuff.
He was middle-aged, crafty, stubborn, and lucky. He always seemed so carefree, but he never let his guard down.
That's her name, yeah.
To me, though, he was the closest thing to a father I've ever had. The other members of Zephyr had their quirks, but they were all nice to me.
Yeah, because they're indoctrinating you into a fucking child army.
As time went on, I started helping with the cleaning, the cooking.
You become
packing.
incredibly reliant on them, so you'll do anything
During
they
my free
ask.
time, they started teaching me all kinds of skills I'd need to survive on the battlefield. One thing led to another, and I ended up fighting in my first real battle.
I was
10, I think.
watching wife play Bravely Default, and I was like, holy shit, Adia is Morgana. This whole time I didn't even realize it, because I didn't really know VAs back then. I didn't really pay attention, you know?
The boss was reluctant, but after the others persuaded him, he made me a full-fledged member of the group. For the next few years, we lived and fought together. I even picked up a nickname like some career Jaegers do. Sylphide.
Didn't they say that the Jaeger group was called Sylphid or something like that, or Sylph or whatever? Something to do with the wind, and Sylphid is the wind element, basically. Zephyr,
We
yeah,
roamed
Zephyr,
all across the
Sylphid.
continent together.
They're all different words for the wind, or wind elementals, or wind gods, or whatever.
There were hard times. Times when we thought we might not live through the night, but until last year, when our boss died.
Sounds like it blows.
It was a clash with another Jaeger Corps. The Red
The
Constellation.
Red Constellations. This is so dumb. Because what it's doing here is it's trying to demonize one Jaeger Corps but while praising another one. Because one of the hero protagonist peoples is from one Jaeger Corps, they were actually kind of cool and nice and fun, and everybody was super nice in the one that I was in. But when the other Jaeger Corps came in, the Red Constellation, they're the bad guys from the other games. So of course those bad guys did the bad thing and killed my daddy or whatever bullshit. It's so silly, dude. Jaegers are universally hated because they're not just a mercenary force, but they're a brutal mercenary force, and they're all of them essentially prescribed to the same idea of money for anything and it doesn't matter, you know? So just because the Red Constellation was framed as a bad guy, realistically, the Red Constellations are as bad as any other mercenary group. They were just hired to do a thing, they did the thing, the end, you know? But because of the way the game frames characters by forcing out evil dialogue or evil sounding voice acting or evil sounding music when the character is on screen, they're suddenly bad, even though literally there is a established trait for all Jaegers, aside from the fact that there is like a meta Jaeger force with the organization, which is obviously bad. But again, mercenary force, they are indifferent. There is no good or bad with a mercenary force. They're only as good or as bad as the people that hire them. So it's just silly to try and like pose it this way. Oh, the poor Zephyr group, they were so good and honorable. No, man, they were just as ungood and unhonorable as the Red Constellations, or just as honorable, I guess you could say. You get paid to do a thing, you do a thing. The end, you know?
People used to say they were the only other Jaeger Corps in West Zemuria who could match us. Their leader, a guy they called the War God, had been on bad terms with our boss for years. Eventually, the War God and the Jaeger King decided to settle things
right, we
with
knew
one
about the
big
Jaeger
duel.
King. They killed
kept
each other
going
during the
for
duel.
3 days and 3 nights. In the end, they both fell.
This is basically a little bit more of a detailed story about Randy's dad from the last game.
After that, the Zephyr I'd grown up with disbanded. All the members who were left just kind of scattered. I don't know where they went. Then, just like that, I was alone again.
I don't know what to say.
After that, you ended up coming to the academy?
Yep. Just when I was wondering what I'd do next, Sarah showed up. She said she'd been following the situation between Zephyr and the Red Constellation. That's how we first met. I told her about what happened, and she dragged me to the academy. She introduced me to the principal, and after that, well, you know the rest.
That's quite a history. Listening to you tell your story really brings into focus how limited my view of the world has been. But I feel like I finally know you. There's still so much more I want to learn, of course, but at least this gives me a base to build on. How about it? Care to mix things up a little?
Oh, let's do it.
Now wait just a minute.
Should have known. I guess I've had this coming since the practical exam, huh?
Well, it's at your discretion, of course.
But
I doubt
but-
either of us has the energy to fight at
But
our
I don't
peak.
want him.
But we'll give it a try.
You've got to be kidding me! We haven't got a chance against them!
Come on. This is a good opportunity to see what they can really do, right? Let's just think of this as a little bonus for our field study and give it the best we've got.
Fine. But I don't intend
It's
to hold
hilarious
back.
because his weapon is a shotgun. How is he supposed to fight back with a shotgun without killing them?
So I expect no less from both of you.
Also, her daggers have guns in them.
Here we go.
I'm not going to hold back.
Fine, I'll do it.
Oh, I have to fight them. Oh, okay. Lauren, Fake, and L-Link with one another.
Right.
That's better. That's much better, actually.
Oh god!
seen that?
Correct.
Ridiculous.
Evil will fall before my blade.
Done.
We did it.
You didn't even get touched.
Uh-huh.
I didn't even need the link. I just used my S-crafts.
You too. It's like they're off in their own little world.
I think we've just witnessed the birth of an unstoppable duo.
Hey, what are you four doing?
Your mom. Oh, got him. Oh, shit. Let's get out of here.
Oh, crap.
Uh-oh.
Students, are you from one of the local high schools?
We received reports of a group causing a terrible racket in the park. What in Adios' name were you doing?
Dueling.
Please, sir, this isn't.
And
what
then
it
I
might
go,
seem like.
I know.
There's a perfectly reasonable, though admittedly rather complicated explanation for all of this.
We're very sorry for any trouble we've caused. We tried to minimize the disturbance to others, but it seems we weren't totally successful there.
Perhaps dueling in the park wasn't as good of an idea as it first seemed.
Maybe the underground tunnels would have been better.
You know, it's a little late for such deep insights. Besides, who do you think were the ones who started this? Don't just act like you're some innocent bystanders.
Oh, I know, right? It's like the gazebo had been like
moving
cut up and
everywhere.
knocked out or something fun. Yeah, that'd have been cool.
I've got a little reward here for you.
Ooh, wind bell. Interesting. I
Keep
might
up
have
the
to
good
equip that down to my primary healer. Oops. Just the cinematic nature of the game's storytelling is not existent. There's some really stiff robotic animations here and there, and like after that, there's nothing really going on. At least it's better than the 2D games because there was actually nothing going on in those.
Are they all still asleep? It's almost time for breakfast.
Oh, it's you, Elliot. Sorry, we didn't mean to keep.
But he didn't even knock.
What's wrong? You look exhausted.
You might say we had a pretty eventful night.
Look at these geriatrics. On the other hand, as you can see, we have gusto to spare. Isn't that right, Fee?
And you call yourselves men.
Of the
You
sea.
just waltz around like that after last night. Are you even human?
Oh, just calm down.
Wow. What the heck did you guys do last night?
Your mom.
Two of you look like you've been chased around town by wolves, but Fee and Laura are all buddy-buddy now.
Yeah, we'll catch you up on that later. First things first, let's grab the list of today's tasks from the mailbox.
Oh boy, bread and lettuce for breakfast. Thank you. I love bread and lettuce. Look, bread is always good, especially warm with some butter spread over it and everything like that, but it's not a breakfast. It's a complement to your breakfast. Especially if you got some eggs with some runny yolk to put over that. Too optional. Oh no, no, no. Family's kitten has gone missing. Oh, we have to do that. Vinquier Street. And a monster. Once again, that kitten would have to have been missing for like weeks, you know, because like there's no way we getting requests that just happen to be a request need like yesterday, you know? These are pre-planned months in advance. It's just weird. I don't really think much thought was given to the requests themselves, just generic fucking fetch quests and shit, you know? Alright, first things first, get the fuck out of my party. And you can keep your crap for now. Wait. Oh, did I get an earth bell? Did I get a wind bell? Wind bell, okay. The best bread ever is non-bread. I mean, sourdough's good. I just mean like overall, you know? Well, we found the cat. One for each game. They detected a massive presence for a cat. They didn't just see the cat and be like, well, that's a big cat. They detected a massive presence. More animations in this side quest for the cat than the entire game so far. Obviously, we're talking to a cat and not like just. At first, it was fine where she just kind of didn't react aggressively back to being swiped at or something. But now it's like, hey, let me tell you the history of this cat and everything, and then you'll understand. As if like that's gonna fucking do anything. Believe me, I've definitely tried talking to cats. Not like seriously, of course, but I mean, you talk to a cat, they don't fucking understand a single word you're saying. I'm sitting here with a cat 2 inches from me, and she doesn't understand a damn thing I'm saying, or else she'd be sitting here going like, you know? It was like Tio with the frickin' wolf thing. It was so annoying. The legendary cat Mr. Tittles. They get tones. They understand tones and presence. If you present yourself calmly and you don't react aggressively back towards them, then they will understand that you're not a threat. Yeah, key words like if I say the TREAT word, my cats will know what I'm talking about, or the FOOD word. But it's more that it's the tone and the pronunciation of it, because you can say something very vaguely similar with a similar tone, and they will react similarly. So it's not that they know the word, it's just the general sound of it more than anything else. Yeah, if I said kitty want feets, I would probably have cats on me. We need to go to La Sag. Gotta get the shoes from the Lemon State. I mean, they're good shoes, so she can keep them on. Cats know they rule the world. Yeah, more or less. Alright, I think I just need to walk around 2,000 steps before I can move on. It's about 60 steps per whatever. So I'll need to do about 20 back and forths. I wonder if walking into a wall counts. I actually don't know if steps are exactly what I think they are. Like one step doesn't necessarily equate to the game saying it's one step. Alright, this should be pretty close to 2,000 steps. I wonder why some dialogue options pop up automatically and others get get drawn out, you know? Oh, whoopsie. Ah, damn it. I hate when you get those little misunderstandings. Oh well. Maybe next time. They haven't looked into whether or not this request is doable for children or persons with our skill output or anything. Just request came in yesterday, throw it to the children. It's fine. It's just a giant monster that's been killing everybody at the docks. Like, the children will handle it. The children yearn for the life-threatening situations. That's the problem with blanket beliefs like that, like saying like all nobles are bad. And like, let's be honest, you know, most rich people are kind of shit, but like that doesn't mean all rich people are bad. And even if like the vast majority of them were, you always give like proper chance for every person, you know? You always give a fair chance for them to prove that they're not, you know, regardless. It's not like mosquitoes where, you know, they all do the same thing and you can expect a mosquito to do the same thing. There's no like nature in which a wealthy person will act all the time, you know? Every person is unique, and how they handle things is differently. They happen to be rich, like, okay, that doesn't mean they're total shit. Chances are, sure, yeah, but, you know. That's just a problem with blanket belief systems like that, you know, just assuming that every of a certain thing is bad just because of a negative interaction you had with some of them, or even just bias in general, which is just dumb and like always dumb. It's always dumb, but that's a different story. I still have oh no, wait, I don't have Patrick. What I just mean is, like, if you see one mosquito, you can assume that it's going to try to suck your blood. If you see another mosquito, you know it's going to try to suck your blood. Period. They aren't going to not do that. They will do that if given the opportunity to. That's what I mean by that. Whereas, like, a rich person may try to fuck you over, but the next one may not actually do that. Because each person is different, their belief structures are different, their actions are different. Some might be semi-altruistic. Chances are, though, if you're a billionaire, you have done some shady things to get there. Like, you don't become a billionaire without fucking over people and doing illegal things. Oh, okay. I guess we have an S-Craft now on him. I think that's everybody? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. I want to say this one, I think this game has the best OST of the series so far.
My turn.
Advantages are my turn.
Go.
Of course. Right.
My turn.
Here we go.
Of course. My turn. Arcus activate.
My turn.
Go.
My turn.
Go.
What am I missing for?
Okay.
Just missing like crazy.
Let's get going.
All right.
She got that plus 50% accuracy though. I think she really should not be missing.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Here we go.
Oh.
Right.
Okay.
My turn.
I hate how the link is constantly taken away. It's annoying having to reapply it.
Okay, it's safe for now.
Oh no, flying fish!
An opening.
Go.
My turn.
My turn.
My turn.
Right. Right.
Floor, let's go.
Understood.
Go. Too slow.
Okay.
Right. Hey.
My turn. That's that. Let's keep moving.
I can definitely see that I need more levels. These things are starting to not die so easily.
Now's our chance. We
My
can do
turn.
this.
I don't know any Yu-Gi-Oh jokes because I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh. So it doesn't matter. You can make as many Yu-Gi-Oh jokes as you want. I won't get a single one of them.
My turn.
Except for maybe Pot of Greed, and even then I don't really know other than it exists.
Right. Oh, we did it.
I've never owed a single Yugi in my entire life.
A challenging foe. We should engage it with care. A worthy
My
adversary.
turn. Now's your chance.
I'll take you up.
Right.
Wait, we were supposed to be wary of this foe?
No one
When
stands
we
a
fight
chance.
together,
But why?
I wonder when that mechanism was made.
I'm guessing.
Okay. Now.
An opening.
It's over.
Here we go. Now's your chance.
I'll take you up.
I'm not entirely sure what the running JP media thread of kids rule, adults rule comes from.
My turn.
Recall reading that there was a sense
Evil will fall
that adults had
before
generally
my
failed the
blade.
country in World War II, but I'm not sure how authentic that was. Even if so, why has it persisted for 80 years? 80 years though? Are you sure?
Success.
That sounds more like a 90s
Oh,
thing.
what a nice looking treasure chest.
My
I never
turn.
really heard about it until the 90s.
Elliot.
I think it's more of like the empowerment of kids and kid choices and stuff like that with like cartoons and TV, you know?
My turn.
Hey, you're cool and awesome and kids rule. Parents just don't understand kids. Cool. You know? That kind of thing.
have a lot of
Take it easy, Asher. We'll see you later.
I did it.
Phantom phobia. Oh, this is time one. Terrifies enemy with illusion of death. Wait, isn't that what this was giving? The yeah, it's intimidation. It's without the intimidation, just phantom phobia. That's a good spell. I don't really have anybody to put it on though.
Dangerous foe.
A worthy
My
adversary.
turn.
Oh, there are two of them now. Well, that's not good.
No, it's
Okay.
Interesting. I'm supposed to, with the vortex, I'm supposed to bring the enemies closer together, but now both of them won't be hit by the same spell.
There you go.
My turn.
That's unfortunate.
Arcus activate.
Oh no, you don't.
I'll handle it.
Of course.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Right. We should keep going.
All right.
No, you material.
The advantage
My
is
turn.
ours.
Go.
Right.
My turn.
Go.
Of course.
Okay.
Go.
My turn.
one
When
stands
we
a
fight
chance.
together,
Slap, slap. Oh no, it's a dodo. Come and gimme. Ah, what a dodo. Turned his back on me.
Let's get him. My turn.
Right.
Okay.
And open.
My turn. We'll cut our own path.
Like I said, I don't know if that sentiment has been around for that long. I've never heard of it being around for that long. I feel like that feels really unlikely due to the general style of 50s, 60s households. Maybe I could see it cropping up during the 70s a little bit.
Here we go. Another chance.
I'll bend you up.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
My turn.
Here we go.
It's also funny because there's an entire subreddit dedicated to how stupid kids are.
Go.
Right.
Okay.
My turn.
Here we go.
I'll handle it. Done. But we can't relax yet.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
What a nice looking chest you have there, ma'am. Oh, how dare you, you pervert! I meant your treasure chest. I meant your treasure with the treasure, it's the box with the stuff in it.
Go.
My turn.
Oh, we did
So
it.
many debuffs, I love it.
Oh, treasure chest.
Sleepy time. I know, I'm just incorrigible, aren't I?
Advantage is ours. I'll handle it.
My turn.
Of course.
My turn. Got it.
It's Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Of course.
Oh my god, Dad! Also, it's because it's loaded with sugar. It's not really a mystery. Adults can't figure out why kids love this sugar puff, sugar stack sugar puffs. It's such a mystery.
My turn. Another chance.
I'll bend you up. Right. Hey. Yeah. Right.
Go.
My turn. Hey.
My turn.
My turn.
Of course.
We just do.
Okay.
My turn.
My turn.
Honestly, that kind of advertising was basically the start of the whole
We should keep
inept dad trope, you know, where the dad is kind of dumb, but the mom is the sassy, capable one, you know. And now you basically see it in every single commercial ever.
This area is full of water.
We're in a fucking
Bet there's some way to drain it.
Let's have a look around then.
time to drain the swamp.
Advantage is ours. I'll handle it. Got it. Laura, let's go.
Understood.
My turn. Another chance.
I'll bend you up. Right. My turn.
My turn. Got it.
And open.
Here we go.
My turn. Hey.
This battle theme is such a bop. It's so good.
Let's keep going.
It really has a lot of tones of the Trails in the Sky battle theme, but the Trails in the Sky battle theme is extremely basic and it's not a very good theme for the battles. So it almost kind of feels like they wanted to revisit that battle theme and like really ramp it up and also kind of make it feel like it's their own. It's a really good battle theme. I like it.
My turn.
Okay.
And open.
Go. That's that. Let's keep moving.
The least sanitary looking sewers have got to be Dark Souls sewers, though. Man, those things just look like you're catching a million diseases as soon as you step into them.
My turn. Now. Laura, let's go.
Understood. Here we go. Go. I'll pick you up. Right.
Right. Let's go. Okay, that
Nice
was
work,
tough.
though.
I mean, there are some that are actual legitimate sewers, like, you know, the sewers from Dark Souls 1. I want to say Dark Souls 3 has some sewers as well, specifically titled sewer.
I'll pick you up. Of course.
Oh, Elden Ring definitely has a sewer.
Okay.
It's where you find,
I'll pick you up. Right.
what's his name? The Turd Burglar or whatever?
Okay?
What's the guy's name? The Turd Burglar guy? In Elden Ring. He slips into your house when everybody's asleep and steals your turds. But anyway, you find him there. The Dung Eater. Yeah.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
My turn. Now's our chance.
I'll pick you up.
My turn.
Right.
Okay.
Go.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Here we go. Go. Elliot.
Got it.
Too slow.
Okay.
Of course.
You okay? My turn.
Do you like counter heal? That's pretty rad.
My turn. Target's eliminated. Let's get going.
Great.
Just Ariel is alright, but I have Breeze, so. You're basically feeding his family when you hire him, so no, he doesn't charge. I mean, why would he charge? You know, you're feeding him. The Great Mighty Pooh. Yeah.
Here we go.
I am the Great Mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you. Yeah, that guy.
My turn.
Okay.
My turn.
My turn.
Right.
A mother load of wait. A mother load of tish come from my chocolate starfish.
It's safe for
How
now.
would you like some scat, you little twat? Amazing enemy. Actually, hold on a second.
All right.
No, 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 no.
All right.
I have a Great Mighty Pooh plush. It even comes with a little piece of corn. Let's see if I can remember. Ah. Can you hear that? Yep. There you go. Yeah, I have a Great Mighty Poo
Alright.
plush, because why wouldn't I? It's kind of hard to hear because I have peak limiters and noise gates on my setup with my compressor and everything. So if it's too quiet, it just won't be audible. But yeah, there you go. So yes, Conker's Bad Fur Day did have a whole boss that was basically a big pile of singing shit, and it was amazing.
My turn.
My turn. Now's your chance.
I'll pick you up. Right. Right. Let's go.
I'll handle it.
Here we go. That's that. Let's keep moving.
But yeah, the boss mechanic is you have to throw pieces of toilet paper into his mouth. Or rolls of toilet paper into his mouth. D-Day? The D-Day was pretty late in the game, dude. That's not the first level.
Oh, a treasure chest.
Was that Tyrol or Tyrol? Well, there's another hidden passage here, but it's scripted, so.
This place seems like it goes on forever.
My father sure gave us a real humdinger of a job to deal with.
Well, I'm sure we must get.
Now's your chance. Go. Now's your chance.
I'll pick you up.
Okay.
My turn.
My turn.
My turn. Now's your chance, Elliot.
Okay. My turn.
My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn.
No one
When
stands
we
a
fight
chance.
together,
There we go. I was wondering when I was gonna get levels, because Elliot needs to restore his EP. Without any EP, you are sleepy. Oh my god, it's that bird thing from Mario RPG. Oh my god, I love you. Your performance was amazing.
An opening.
My turn.
Up close. Right.
Go.
My turn. My turn.
My turn. That's fast. Let's keep moving.
Done.
Damn it, Elliot. You're supposed to be the one gaining a level so you can get your EP restored so I can cast magic on you again. Jeez.
That looks
What a
like
bitch. Let's go.
My turn.
Stay on your toes.
Second.
My turn.
My turn. Here. Now.
An opening. Right.
Okay.
My turn.
Up close.
I think it's funny that because I
before my
sealed their
blade.
arts, they just were like, I guess I'll just do nothing then. If I can't do my arts, I'm not gonna do anything at all. And that's final. Huh. Okay, fine. Be stubborn, bitch.
Go.
Okay.
Okay. My turn. Okay. Okay. My turn. Okay. My turn. Okay. My turn. My turn. Okay. Okay. My turn. Okay. My turn. My turn. Okay. Okay. My turn. Okay.
Right. Is everybody okay?
Is that a treasure chest?
Nope. Leg breaker. Oh, that's the Tanya Harding special. What color was leg breaker? Green, huh? Well, she's got some green, so I can force that on her. What do we got? Speed? Oh, movement? Nah, don't really care about enemy movement. It really, really does not matter. Let's see, it looks like there's a room on the other side there, so maybe I'll go in somewhere in here. Okay.
Advantages, okay. Yeah. Laura, let's go.
Of course. Go. Right. My turn.
I'll handle it. Got it.
An opening.
My turn.
Of course. My turn.
I'll handle it. Got it.
Never played a Dark Forces before. Is it the Star Wars one? That's like a pretty old PC game, isn't it? Ah! Damn, I was surprised. Alright. What's the deal with taking Owl?
My turn. Second.
Of course. No.
My turn.
Is everybody okay?
That'll work.
I'll handle it.
Here we go.
Of course. Off guard. Fall.
Okay.
Go. Of course. Evil will fall before my...
Okay. One of these days I'd like to go through like those all those older Star Wars games. Just kind of go through them all. Ah! I'm afraid of monsters! Sucker.
My turn.
Go. Right. My turn.
My turn.
Here we go.
Right. Right.
My turn.
Here we go.
Okay.
Gee.
Off guard.
I see you.
No one
When
stands
we
a
fight
chance.
together.
Really? Are you happy with, are you pleased with yourself? No, meow meow. No, oh my god. Hey. If you go back over there. Oh, I see how it is. I'm sitting here trying to train my cat to not be a jerk because she's actually trying to go to the treats. And then you just turn me into a complete like liar, and now it was about the treats all along. Oh, okay. Well, so much for teaching my cats a lesson. One second. Almost missed my chair. Yep, honestly, catastrophe. Watch this. Queso treats! Holy shit, Mia! Well, Mia has learned kids on treats. Mia has learned very quickly. Holy shit, she is very food motivated. Good lord. Oh my god, look at her go. Holy crap. Kitties! Kitty go on treats! She's redeemed 200,000 channel points to give the kitties treats, by the way, so. My god, man, she was out in here fast. That's it. Where are the others? Oh my god. Mia is a monster. Holy shit. Dude, she's been in this house for like 2 weeks and already she's like, out of my fucking way. Oh man. Kitties. Oh, Mia got the treat of destiny, the last one. My gosh. Holy crap. Honestly, I would say Raven as my rival. But dude, I don't know if you saw on the camera like how fast she came around the corner, just like instantly, just like it was like she was waiting for it, just, you know? Oh man, that was great. Oh, I love you too, Coconut. You're just old and busted, and she's the new hotness. Old and busted, new hotness. Okay? Is that it? No other kitties around here? Okay. I guess some kitties do not get treats today. But what are you gonna do? Can't exactly go round them all up. Thank you, Cheese, for giving the kitties treats.
My turn. Go!
I'll pick you up. My turn. My turn.
Go! Now's a chance.
I'll pick you up. Of course.
They do.
We should keep going.
They're all good cats. Whoa, hello.
Go! Go!
I'll pick you up. Right. My turn. Is everybody okay?
I spy treasure.
Enemies ahead.
My turn.
Have to fight.
Flames and devil on my trash.
This is the moment.
That was unfortunately bad order.
Done. But we
And it
can't
separated
relax
them
yet.
too much, so everybody used their S-Craft instead of just one or two. It's fine, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna grind out my S-Craft anyway. Taros. Which was Earth. I don't think I have any Earth required. No, it was not. Taros is not Earth. Oh, you know what? Yeah. There was a big boy. Damage of regular attacks raised by 1.5. Delay after attack multiplied by 2? What does that mean? I like the idea of stronger regular attacks. Looks like good strength and HP, balanced everything else. And you get the fort and stuff. But the starting the battle with all that stuff is kind of nice, the buffs. If anybody's, I would replace his, but the mid-battle craft point gain is kind of nice. I kind of like that. Plus, it's already level 4, so... honestly, if anybody's would be replaced, it would be hers. But, I don't know. Actually, you know what? I don't like his. I think his is dumb. I think it's pointless, so... It was actually give him a little bit more of a reason to be useful. Alright, that's where the boss is. We're gonna go back and fight some enemies. Get our crap points back up.
Whoops. Have to fight.
Okay.
My turn. Hey! Right.
My turn.
you up. Of course. Evil will fall before my blade.
Great.
Done.
I guess I'm also close to level, so that helps.
Okay.
My turn. Go.
I'll bend you up. Of course. Now.
Okay, that was...
I'll handle it.
Here we go.
My turn. Right.
I'll handle it.
An opening.
My turn. Now's a chance.
I'll bend you up. Right. Hey.
Oh, the assist attacks do increase
My
craft
turn.
points.
Here we
I
go.
think I just confirmed it there.
Okay.
Right. Hey. My turn.
My turn.
I'll handle it.
An opening. Right. Huh? My turn.
Is everybody okay?
The advantage is ours.
My turn. Go.
I'll bend you up. Of course. Huh? Right. Now.
Okay, that was...
The funny thing is, like, this isn't even grinding necessarily. Like, you could say, oh, you know, you're doing this because you want to grind levels or something. But the thing is there's reverse scaling on XP. I don't gain the same amount of XP anymore. It'd take probably like 20 battles as opposed to 3 battles to gain a level because of the reverse scaling. So it's like it doesn't even let you benefit to gaining levels by grinding out your S crafts out or anything, which is a bummer because it discourages fighting in general a lot of the time. Like it encourages, damn it. It encourages grinding at the beginning.
Of course.
And then it discourages battles from there on out, you
Is
know?
everybody okay?
I ended up having to use points there instead of gaining points. That would have been my last battle, but I accidentally did not get a preemptive there, which means it would have been a very silly battle. So I might need to fight 1 or 2 more.
My turn. Go.
I'll bend you up. Of course. Huh? My turn.
My turn.
Here we go.
Okay, it's safe for now.
That's not bad. Restores a little EP mid-battle, but it's only once per battle for a 10% EP recharge, which is not that much. If it was like 50%, that would be pretty neat. But even then, it's not guaranteed that you'll get it at a point where you need EP, you know?
I'll handle it.
An opening.
No one... Okay.
An opening.
My turn.
My turn. Hey. Right.
My turn.
Here we go.
Right.
This should probably be the last battle. She only needs 5 more.
Go.
Okay.
My turn.
And full. What? You don't get the bonus unless you get all 200 craft points.
My turn.
An opening. My turn. You still have a lot of training.
Oops, I cut it in half. Where's this, Mega Man X? Warning. Blah, 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 be fully prepared, blah, 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 nothing of value.
This one's dangerous. Stay on your toes.
Of course. Behold, my moment.
There you go.
It's like fully loaded on debuffs too.
Right.
I'll handle it. My turn. Laura, let's go.
Of course.
No one
When
stands
we
a
fight
chance.
together,
Hydro Cannon. If it's just gonna be Hydro Cannon, it's not gonna be very worthwhile to equip. This is like exactly the same progression of how the other two got their link thingies together. Just the difference was that there was mutual respect. What's up, Youngblood? I feel like if you didn't know what I just did, like if you haven't never played or watched this game before, you probably just watched me like kill a boss in about 2 seconds and were like, but how? You know? Like what happened?
My turn.
My turn.
Right. Right. Of course.
Okay, whenever I get confused, it's not a good thing.
My turn. Target's eliminated.
Because I have a lot of debuffs that I apply, and then I get confused, and I apply a lot of those debuffs to me. I guess I'll just have to be
Okay.
Go.
My turn.
caring more about status
Okay.
immunity
Here we go.
accessories.
I'll pick you up. Okay, that
Nice
was
work,
tough.
though.
What up, nerd? Over here.
Okay.
An opening.
Here we go.
My turn. Let's go. You're finished.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Right. Hey. Now. Fall. My turn.
My turn.
An opening.
Go. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Gee, hey, gee, hey, come on, we just went over this. Come on. She's like literally catapulting things off of the shelf there. Like things are literally flying off of it. That cat. Troublemaker Supreme.
Success.
I did it!
I thought there might be a scene here with this open room. It felt too cutscene-ish. Oh yeah, I also had that switch. It was just really funny though when she was there. Like there was an object on top of another object that kind of was like jutting out, and she would step on that, and the top object would just it's like, literally cat havoc, causing things to fly across the room.
Here we go.
My turn.
It's a real
Will we
catastrophe.
fight together?
That looks like a tough one.
It ain't.
This looks tough. Careful.
Second. Now's a chance. Elliot.
Got it. My turn. No, it.
I'll handle it. Here we go.
Of course.
We should keep going.
Ooh. Eh. So I guess I get the ultimate ability level 5. It's gonna be level 5 on the Master Quartz again. Which is actually kind of funny because either it means this game is shorter than I thought it was, or there's more levels, or they just fixed the leveling of that Master Quartz so it's not so slow.
My turn.
And you can actually get your Master Quartz up before the very, very end of the game, you know? Giving you the opportunity to swap out Master Quartz if you want to level up something else.
Is everybody okay?
Because the way in the last game with the Master Quartz, it was very slow leveling, and if you wanted to change out a Master Quartz mid-game, you pretty much weren't going to get that leveled up to the max level before the end, more than likely.
My turn.
Right. Right.
I'll handle it. Arcus activate.
Here we go.
My turn.
Here we go.
Of course.
Why am I missing so much?
Okay. Hostiles neutralized.
Both of them have like plus 50% accuracy buffs of some kind. All right. Walked right in front of it and didn't come after me. I guess it really is a dodo.
My turn.
My turn.
Go.
My turn.
Okay.
Here we go. We'll cut our own path. Right.
Huzzah, level up. That means the other 3 might be in line for level up soon. Well, the treasure is clearly this way.
Let's buy treasure.
La Fort.
Oh, there's the exit.
Interesting.
We're finally there.
A resting station, which suggests that there might be a boss up here instead of just being the story thing and done. I mean, it is about it is about the point in our little outing where the greater plot is uncovered, and when we figure out something else that we have to do that's more important than just the general random little bullshit, you know? Seem to have emerged in the Ozdic district. Machias' home is here, if I'm not mistaken. I had no idea that underground passage went all the way to the port here. The network of tunnels beneath the city really does seem to cover the vast area. It's like something out of a spy novel. I'll say, maybe it's a sign. That must be the chime to mark the noon hour. Yeah, that's Heimdallar's cathedral bell. The cathedral itself is pretty far away over in the Skank district, but you can hear it pretty clearly even here. Well, I think it's about time we found something to eat. How about we order to go from one of the local shops? And we don't really have much, but I'd be happy to at least treat you to coffee at our house. Huh? You mean you're inviting us into your home? Nope, not a boss. Decided to grab some fish and chips to go from a nearby pub. With their meal in hand, they headed to Maggie's house to enjoy lunch with a good cup of coffee. Except it wasn't a good cup of coffee. The coffee sucked. Actually, it looks like he's got some legit, like, coffee stuff there, so. Gotta love it when teenagers talk about like the refinement of coffee and food and everything as if they're like wizened, you know, evolved palates and everything like that. Even like kid chefs don't even talk like that, you know? Like like kid chefs that are like on MasterChef or have like actually been cooking for their short lives all that time, you know what I mean? It's just like you're 15 being like, oh yes, a rich aroma with a nutty aftertaste. Quite delicate in its approach, yet robust all the same. Nobody talks about that at all, let alone kids, you know? And it's one of the very unbelievable aspects of these games because they really make it where every main character is a kid and they're just so wise and so educated and so refined and so cultured and so skilled, and it's just laying on the bullshit too much, you know? I get it, it's made for kids, this is a kid's story, you know, they want to make it feel like, you know, if you apply yourself, you too can do awesome stuff as a kid. It's still, there are better ways of just making it so egregious. This is a tiny house? Dude, this living room is like gigantic. What are you talking about?
Ooh, there's a photo.
Randomly voice acting.
Aww, look at cute little Machias there.
He looks like he had such a sweet disposition.
Why does it feel like Machias' dad is going to be one of the villains of the game?
Yeah, before he grew up to be a stubborn old nag.
In fact, it almost feels like all of the people that we've met as like important parental figures are going to end up being bad characters.
Stop nitpicking.
Like that one point they were good,
photos.
and then
Honestly.
something happened that caused them to feel differently about something, so they've worked really hard to do bad stuff or whatever. Kind of like with the Crossbell thing, where it's like everything was fine until this thing happened, and then I knew I needed to change everything or whatever. But I also feel like this being the first of the 4 Crossbell game, or not Crossbell, the Cold Steel games, we're just gonna get somebody that happens to be bad that's doing things behind the scenes, and it's not gonna be a true resolution. It'll just be like a stop to a more immediate threat. And we won't really get the actual plot resolution until the second game ends. And then the same thing will happen with 3 and 4, is my guess.
The governor looks the same as ever, though. Is that woman next to him your older sister or something?
Close enough. She was a cousin on my father's side of the family. Since she lived quite close, she often came to visit. Now her family was just my father and I, so having her around was a big help.
The way you speak about her seems to imply you no longer see her. Did she get married and move away?
She died around 6 years ago.
Oh.
I see. And that has something to do with why you hate the nobility, right?
So...
I never really planned on telling anyone about this, but considering all we've been through, I suppose it's time I told you a little more about me. It's a long story, but would you hear me out?
Nope. I mean, yeah, bud. We're friends. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Glad to.
Yeah, I care.
Thanks.
I care.
Sis was 9 years my senior. Beautiful, kind. To me, she was in every sense the ideal woman.
Get in the egg, bro.
Now, as I said earlier, we're a family of commoners through and through, but my father proved to be a very capable government official, and eventually he was promoted to an important government position, where he started to make a name for himself. Honesty and integrity are a core part of his work ethic, so of course he made his fair share of enemies. But after seeing success in a number of major projects, he gained a reputation both inside and outside the government. My mother died when I was still young, but Sis happened to live around here and ended up helping us in more ways than I can count. Since she was his niece, my father always made a fuss over her. And even though she didn't live in the same house, she was like a real sister to me, a real daughter to my father. I was always so proud of her. As a child, she was practically my idol. And as you'd expect, she had countless admirers among the men of the city. But for all her popularity, she was always level-headed and sensible. So I never felt I had anything to worry about, until he appeared. He was one of my father's subordinates at City Hall, though unlike him, he was a noble by birth. A man of high rank, too. However, he had none of the arrogance or haughtiness one usually associates with the nobility. When I met him myself, he came across as an honest and loyal man. He met Sis when Dad introduced him to her one day. And eventually, the two of them fell in love and began a relationship, despite the difference in their social status. As a child, I was frustrated beyond words, but even I had to admit that the two of them made a good couple. And Sis seemed so happy when she was with him that I had no choice but to let it go and accept their relationship. Time went on and they became engaged, with Dad acting as the go-between. And that's when everything started to fall apart. His family couldn't have been more blatant in their attempts to undermine the relationship. Apparently, one of the four great houses, House Cayenne, proposed an arranged marriage on short notice.
Those are the Pepper people.
And the Count's family were up in arms at the thought he might choose to take a mere commoner as his wife.
Most, a lot of the whole, don't marry a commoner thing, it's proposed as, you don't want to mix bad blood or genes or some other bullshit nonsense garbage that's not true. But really what the reality is that they see their children as objects. They are things to be bartered with in order to gain power and money. So if one wealthy family marries into another wealthy family, then those two wealthy families become super duper wealthy family and they gain more power and money together. But the kids are just being forced into it. Gee. They're not even up there. They're over here. Yeah, they're not even up there. They're over here. Yeah. Idiot. You got plenty. Come here. Come on. Anyway, that's why they actually get mad, like the parents of wealthy kids who want them to marry into different families. It's not about mixing bad blood or some bullshit like that. Of course, unless they are particularly racist or something, then, you know, yeah, there might be some thing there. But generally speaking, it's about money, and they don't give a shit about their kids. They're just an ends to a mean, or means to an end.
Since my father held an important post, they were limited in how shamelessly they could try to sabotage the marriage. They began to harass and threaten her in secret every way they could think of. It made her life a living hell. Maybe she didn't want to cause trouble for the man she loved, or perhaps she did it out of consideration for my father. But all that time, she chose to endure it alone. She never discussed it or asked for help. And finally, it became so crushing that she took her own life. It was only afterward that my father and I learned what had really happened. It seems that at the very last, he had chosen to betray her love for him. But I told her, he said. I told her I'd treasure her as my mistress instead if she'd just accept that we couldn't be married. I just don't understand it. Why would she take her own life?
Come on, baby, I may not marry you, but I'll totally have you as my side piece. Come on, what's the big deal?
After that, my father seemed to redouble his efforts. It was like watching a machine kick into high gear. With the help of his ally, Chancellor Osborne, he was able to wrest control of City Hall from the noble faction. Then, 4 years ago, he was appointed to his current position as governor of Heimdall. And that's how the Regnitz family came to be where it is.
I don't even know what to say.
So that's why you started hating nobles?
Yeah. I was so furious at Sis's death. My hatred
At
needed
least,
to be directed at
so
someone.
I will say at least this actually makes sense why he would not like nobles, because that's a very noble thing to do, to like have arranged marriages and you know, harass somebody and tell them they're inferior simply for even attempting to like have a relationship with somebody in their status or whatever. So like I could see that being a very common thing that you would see and you would recognize and attach that to something nobility would do, and thus not like nobles in general. So that does actually make sense for him to not like all of them, instead of just it being something personal that one person did, and then he's mad at all of them for what one person did. That'd be
First
stupid.
I blamed her fiance, then his family, then the family of the Duke who tried to intervene. In the end, I just hated the nobility as a whole. The people, their culture, the entire idea of social classes.
Yeah, class system is garbage.
I desperately wanted the strength to win against them, to show how right I was.
Zero value or merit to
wrong they
it
were.
as a system, okay? And then on top of that, it has zero logic to it whatsoever. Like as if somehow somebody is better by the mistake of their birth, you know? Like the just that means nothing.
But deep down, I knew the truth about my hate. I knew I was taking out my anger on people who didn't deserve it. People who had done nothing
Were
wrong.
you though? Were you?
You did?
They may be from different social classes, but people are still individuals. Sis's fiance was faithful to her. He just wasn't strong enough to shield her from all that ugliness, despite his love. An account in his family were only acting in the best
Nah, you don't
interests.
want to piss off somebody in a
Just to be
social
expected.
status, because they'll make your life a living hell, since they have all sorts of sway.
Ultimately, I've had to acknowledge
And they are that
not all
petty.
commoners are
They
good
absolutely
people.
will.
Not all nobles are unworthy of respect. Eustace might not have done much to change my opinion, but getting to know you two showed me that there are nobles who live up to that name.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything
Yes.
though. Just because a couple of them live up to the name of noble, it doesn't mean that you should live by the standard that somehow some people are better than others simply because of the mistake of their birth. I say mistake because it's like a random happenstance. It's just it's just a fucking, you know, oh, you got born here so you're better? No, that's not how it works.
I have no idea how
All
my father
humans
feels
are
about all
born
this.
equally. All humans are born equally.
But this is how I've come to feel.
I see. You have my thanks.
I'm glad you felt you could talk to us about.
Still, I don't think it hurt to be a bit more honest with yourself.
Why is it that they got fish and chips and they all have hot dogs in front of them? They all got fish and chips, but they all have hot dogs.
If you're willing to admit all of that, maybe you can find it in you to be friends with Eustace too.
Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, it is what you said. Yeah. I didn't see that line. There are fish and chips in the middle, but like, it specifically said they all went and got fish and chips. It didn't say they went and got fish and chips and hot dogs.
Self-centered fool can go choke on a palm.
Like, if you're gonna over elaborate on stuff, at least build your world around the over elaborations. You know what I mean? Like they fucking go into intimate detail about how like long it took them to take a shit, and then they just go ahead and betray it and pretend like that never happened. You know, it's like, why over elaborate if you're not going to place the objects there that you talked about? There's neither potato chips or fries on the table. None of those things are chips in any cultures. Those are hot dogs or sausages or brats. Okay?
He's mocking me for spending so much time studying, or telling me I need to get out more.
I don't think he goes quite that far. Besides, I don't think he does it on purpose. He doesn't mean any harm.
That's the most irritating part. He does it without thinking.
Bratwurst. B-R-A-T-W-U-R-S-T. Bratwurst.
Well, that was a good coffee break, wouldn't you say?
Oh, now we got all the S-crafts. Probably. Well, I know Jesus has his. I know Emma has hers. I know Alicia, whatever her name is, has hers. And then I'm pretty sure Gaius has his. So yeah, Gaius Van Belsar. Well, this is a hiccup. Yeah, it was an audio glitch in the game. Apparently there was a burglary and the burglar left a message for us. I wonder if it's what's his butt. The phantom fart smeller or something like that. so weird how they just gloss over these missions. They make such a big deal about going and getting your missions and turning them in, and then like the two at the end of these ones, they just kind of go, anyway, you finished it and turned it in. Here's your reward. The end. Trying so like all this like stuttery movement is just because every time you even slightly deviate from a cardinal direction, it just and stops. This might be a matter for the law enforcement, but now let's have a bunch of random kids investigate the burglary instead. It'd be one thing if it was like we were bracers. We keep getting bracer-like jobs without actually having any kind of authority or logic for our presence. Right, Fort? Or at least is peeling potatoes for a good long time. You know, like the rest of his life. Fulfill my conditions. I promise that it shall be returned to you unharmed. If not, I make no guarantees. First, you must not report this incident to the railway military police. Second, you must deliver the other card here to the members of the Thor's Military Academy Class 7 Group A. Third, the aforementioned Group A must overcome the trial written on said card. Salutations, ladies and gentlemen of Thor's Military Academy. Should you wish to recover the treasure you seek, accept and overcome the trials I have placed before you. All the keys lie within the Vermilion capital. The first key is at the feet of the Conqueror with the heart of a lion. Well, it's a statue. At least that's actually reasonable. We'll see if it lets me do it or if it'll just basically do it for me. These little treasure hunts are usually pretty bad. These are like... Oh, sorry. These are usually the side quests that I just end up not doing because they're super vague. And it's like if you don't memorize the exact layout of the town with all the little doodads and details and everything, then you just cannot do it whatsoever. It's really frustrating. If you're gonna do like a treasure hunt and utilize like landmarks, they need to be like well known to the player, because if you lived in the city your entire life, that's one thing. You've come to know every last little detail of the surroundings. But if you're playing a video game and you just kind of breezing through the town once or twice, you don't know it very well. You need to give the important landmarks that stand out to the player. Otherwise, they're just never going to find it without a guide. Second key is in the northeastern seat of the Prismatic Palace. I'm guessing the Prismatic Palace is like the garden, because there's lots of colors.
Just coming here reminds me of last night's ordeal.
Sounds like you had a rough night.
Oh, is that where it led us out to? Oh, I thought it was up here. Northeastern seat. There we go. I've never been here. I wasn't in here before, so yeah. I didn't even know the Crystal Garden existed, or else I would have known this right away is the location. At the round table where once rested the gauntlets that supported the east of the city. The round table? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, look, it's the Phantom Thief B. Phantom Thief B. Blue Blanc. Come on. Like always, like I couldn't even sense him coming. I hate. Once again, this is so hand wavy to just be like, I could just sense anybody, anywhere, you know. Especially in a public area, you wouldn't be able to determine footsteps or anything that much unless they were really on top of you.
There's so many butterflies.
It really gives the place an exotic touch, huh?
It's Butterfree! Get her Pokeballs out! Alright, the only thing I could think of is that something that props the east up, because we can't go into the east side of the city, would have to be in the center. But that would just take us back to the plaza, right? So... Found another card at the round table where once rested the gauntlets that support the east of the city. I don't understand what that means. Schwarzer says exactly. Guess it could be literal round table. At the round table, the gauntlet that once supported the East City or some such. At the round table were once rested the gauntlets that supported the east of the city. I'm guessing it's like a important table, like a city council table or something like that. But the thing is, I don't really have access to the city council or anything like that, you know? But you know, when you're sitting at a big table, you rest your hands on it. Those are the gauntlets that supported the East City, you know? That kind of thing. Leaders, where leaders would gather. Unless it means my house. Cause like the Bracer Guild. That once supported the city, you know, but no longer because... Yep. The gauntlets, bracers. Bracers are not gauntlets, by the way, let me be clear. A bracer is something that's worn on the wrist. A gauntlet is a glove, okay? Also, it's kind of funny because it's giving you hints about the symbol of the Bracer Guild, but it's like you're not bracers and you have very little interaction with them. So it's not very not a very prominent part of the lore in this game specifically. Riddles and hints and everything need to be solvable within the context of the game that you're playing, not previous entries. On the bottom of the white burden of the steel bird perched at the water's edge. So like the dock or a boat or something. But it kind of implies airplane, not boat.
Being near water always helps me relax.
Oh yeah, your hometown is right on a lake, isn't it?
Esperanza?
I believe it means hope.
Oh, it's a fishing spot. Damn, that's what I forgot to get. I forgot to get the fishing NPC stuff.
Wow, this is a big one!
If they're getting their underwear stolen, that's because of the underwear gnomes. Underwear. You know, the underwear gnomes.
Not bad. Caught one.
back of the white burden of the steel bird perched at the water's... Oh, okay, so there's gonna be a steel bird perched at the water's edge, which is probably gonna be a statue of some kind. And then there's a white burden. Some kind of blockade or something. I don't think it's here. It could be at the river. Which one had the river? That's what I was thinking too. A song was going through my head. That is gonna take me to the same area more than once.
This park is so peaceful, it's easy to forget we're in the capital.
I could take a nap here.
I do think it's at the port still. I just don't know about a steel bird.
Yeah, people love to come here to relax.
There we go. The white container was what made me think about it. Crane. A crane is a bird. Steel bird. Oh, he just said it. Crane. Yeah. Crimson Crown you seek sleeps within a black ark nestled in the steel car that marches with the minutes. So a train or the little ferry thing or whatever. A black ark. Yeah, Phantom Thief bullshit, yeah.
This looks like a nice spot.
Your face looks like a nice spot to punch something. I didn't even notice that the ferry was over here. Or else I would have checked that first. He hid something very cleverly. I wonder where it could be.
So the tiara really was in there, huh?
By the way, that's Phantom Thief B disguised as the driver. You can tell the hell
The
color.
last passenger who stepped off the tram was Phantom Thief B himself. I don't remember there being any unusual passengers on board, though.
I see. So you have no idea who Phantom Thief B could have been then?
To have done so much and yet left no trace of his presence. He must truly be a master of covering his tracks.
I'll say. But hey, at least we were able to get the tiara back. I suppose that's good enough.
What's wrong, Rean?
Why are you staring at me like that?
I think it's time we put an end to this little charade. Don't you, Baron Blue Blanc? Or should I call you Phantom Thief B?
What?
This savory taste is why the unripe fruit is the most delectable of all.
You know what he means by unripe fruit?
Wait, aren't you the Baron we met earlier? But that mask...
That's the mask of Phantom Thief B.
Allow me to introduce myself once again. I am Phantom Thief Blue Blanc, otherwise known simply as Phantom Thief B. Baron Blue Blanc is but one of the many roles I have assumed during my pursuits. Incidentally, might I ask when you first discovered my true identity?
It didn't really take much discovering. You went out of your way to show up in the Crystal Garden after all. Now, maybe it's just me, but I find it hard to believe you were seriously trying to hide your identity.
Yeah.
Your disguises, nothing short of perfect, I have to admit. But with all the work you've put into this, I suspected you might come check on us near the end of your little game.
Ha ha! I see. Excellent deductive reasoning. Simply splendid.
But why would you do something like this? Why go to all the trouble?
Does that interest you? Must there be a motive?
Nah. Now that we know your identity, there's nothing more to discuss.
Theft is a crime.
Indeed. A crime we will not allow to go unpunished.
What spirited youths you are!
Yay! Convenient villain teleport.
How did he do that?
Just a little trick I like to keep up my sleeve. Regardless, you have provided me with...
He's one of the enforcers, so they all have convenient villain teleports.
One day, I will be watching your future achievements with keen interest. Ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again, I bid you adieu.
He disappeared again.
That's quite a little trick.
He might still be nearby. Let's search the area.
And they found nothing. And you're gonna reward me with like 100 million meter, or just 1 million mirror, right? Yeah, as he gets teleported into a wall and explodes himself. That would be good. That's not bad. All done. Wow, that's a lot of quests for chapter 4. Good lord. This was definitely one of the more longer chapters, and we're not even done yet. Like we haven't even had the major like plot reveal thing for this chapter yet. Oh, we gotta go to the Seng district. Assemble outside St. Astria's girls' school at 5 o'clock, which is where his sister is. Maybe it's just because they were tired of the fact that, like, it was so painfully obvious to the player, you know? Apparently I'm already in the Sink district? Or do I have to... Oops. Damn it. Wow, you don't even have me walk on it. Just fade out, fade in. Boy, this is a really costly mistake. Yeah, I think it's fine. That wasn't hard to figure out anyway. It was painfully obvious. Like I knew in Sky with the first time I ever got one of the little messages. I don't think they really did anything to try and hide it either. You know.
They were wearing the same uniform as Reen's sister.
Yeah, they must go to St. Astraea too.
So, the famous St. Astraea Girls' School is around here, huh? It's supposed to be a combined middle and high school exclusively for the young ladies of the nobility.
Yeah, this is one part of the capital that the masses have no reason to visit. Although, I can at least support the school's commitment to fostering chastity and rejecting materialism.
Every study in the history of time has shown that abstinence does only harm, because it specifically doesn't educate about what you're getting into when you eventually break the rules, which you will almost always as a kid. So it just, once again, it just feels like Macchius is back on his fucking misogynistic bullshit, you know? Rejecting materialism, though, I can get on board with. You know, that's basically the worship of stuff, things, you know?
You seem to know an awful lot about a fancy girls' school.
No, I don't. This is all just common knowledge.
Anyway, let's go and wait by the front gate.
Yeah, those were the instructor's orders.
I'm feeling kind of nervous, actually.
Why would you?
Because it's a school full of girls, and girls are
To
scary.
men, this academy must seem clad in the mysterious, impenetrable aura of feminine nobility.
And men are dumb. Really fucking dumb.
I was wondering, did you not want
How much wood
to
could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? No, you weren't wondering that? I was wondering that.
My father did recommend it to me, but they offered no classes in martial arts. That alone was reason enough to look elsewhere.
I can totally understand that.
Though I get the feeling Laura would cause a real uproar if she went to a school for genteel young ladies.
Yeah, I can picture the chaos now.
Oh? I have a number of acquaintances who attend there, and from all I hear, it does seem to be a wonderful school. I've heard that even Princess Alphen herself is a student there.
I've heard that too.
Princess who?
You've seriously never heard of her? I know you're not from Erebonia, but even still.
First we've heard of
I wouldn't
her
be surprised if
as a
plenty of
player.
Erebonians didn't know who she is.
She's never been mentioned in any of the previous
Princess
games.
Alphen is the daughter of our reigning emperor, His Majesty Emperor Euget. She's supposed to be as sweet as an angel and popular with everyone.
Is that so?
Actually, I believe she's the same age as Fee. I've had the opportunity to meet her once before. She truly is as charming as the rumors suggest.
I figured as much. I've seen photographs of her plenty of times in magazines, though I've never had the opportunity to meet her.
And she's gonna end up walking right out there or being right next to me.
Sounds like she's in the same school year as Elise. Come to think of it, she has a twin brother,
100%
too, Prince
chance
Cedric.
that we will meet her like
He's the crown prince
right
of Erebonia.
in this segment.
Oh, right. I think I've seen a picture of the prince in a magazine before. Dark blonde hair, like Eustace's brother, right?
Oh, I think you're thinking of Prince Oliver. He's Cedric and Alphen's older brother.
Why isn't he the crown prince then?
I've heard the reason is that his mother was a commoner. It seems like a stupid reason to deny him the right of succession, but that's how nobles do things.
I feel like I've been hearing his name a lot lately. He made a big splash when he came back from Liberl aboard that airship. You know the one, right?
Ah, you must be referring to his return aboard the Arcel, after the crisis in Liberl was put to rest.
Which technically was only like, what, a few months ago, because this takes place in the same time as Azure and Zero.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. It really made
So
a big
it was a very,
impact.
the crisis in Libero was still very recent. Which is interesting because you'd figure it'd be a bigger talking point to like the whole uproar of everything. Because the Barebonia almost declared war on Liberl, or rather used the mass orbital like canceling that the island did as a pretext to declare war on Liberl. Not just because they were fake, like they knew the cause of the orbital outage, but they were using it as an excuse to try and declare war. Not only because it was an excuse to declare war and they wanted to do that, but also because Liberl was basically defenseless. And it would have been easy pickings. But if it wasn't for Oliver, that would have, they would have actually gone through with it. But he stopped it due to his ties. But like, I feel like that would have been a major factor in like the development of this story and how things are shifting around.
I'd never seen an airship
Maybe-
that looked so white and elegant before.
Maybe we actually start to see some of that as the main plot starts to surface.
I
Perhaps,
believe
and
my
that's why they
father went to
mentioned it.
welcome the prince back in his capacity as imperial governor too. And yeah, now that you mention it, that does seem to be when I started hearing his name around a
It
lot.
might just be that they like to name drop their previous games a whole bunch.
Oh, you're all here already.
Ah, you made it.
It's good to see you all again.
That makes one of us.
You're a bunch of early birds, aren't you?
Well, we just about finished up everything we had to do when we got the call to meet here.
Were you able to finish up everything on your end too?
As if we'd leave any loose ends. If not for our unfamiliarity with the city, we would have been finished this morning.
Every time.
Looks like getting these two to kiss and make up will be an uphill battle.
Well, some say that when someone gets under your skin, it means you really care about what they think.
Wait, did you two?
I figured the girls would be the first to notice.
Of course.
Of course we made up and smooched, obviously.
I apologize for any worry I've caused you.
We're fine now.
Really? That's great! It sure is. Maybe after this field study is over, we can get together and spend the night talking in one of our rooms.
Sounds good.
The thought of a Class 7 pajama party makes me a little embarrassed.
That's girls for you.
Yes,
Elfin
it is.
sleepovers go together like jam and toast, huh?
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. Girls and sleepovers go together. I would
That
try to
must be
stay the night at my
Heimdall
friends'
Cathedral's
houses all the time because we'd stay up all night drinking soda and playing video games and shit, like or Magic the Gathering or D&D or whatever the hell. Like almost every single weekend, I would try to find one of my friends to stay the night at, like every time. So, what do you mean, girls and and sleepovers that go together like peanut butter and jelly. That's like every person when they're younger, you know?
It has a solemn, stately sound, wouldn't you say? It sounds so different from how it does in the Ost District. Though that makes sense considering the distance.
That bell ringing must mean it's 5 o'clock, which means it's almost the time we were supposed to meet here.
Rean?
Elise, what are you doing here? Wait, I guess this is your school, so where else would you be?
But yeah, I have a sort of quest to go through the entire Legend of Heroes game series because I haven't played them all. And I mean like the main games, not these PSP ones. These are like the original Legend of Heroes games. I mean these ones, the Trails in the Sky and all that kind of stuff. So I played Sky a couple years back, and then this year, since I want to say May, we've played Sky 2nd Chapter 3rd, Azure 0, and now we're on Cold Steel 1.
Yes. I see all of your classmates are with you too.
It's only been a week since we saw you, hasn't it?
Well, we were told to meet here.
Wait a minute. Are you the ones? The 9 guests I was told to expect at 5 o'clock sharp?
Well, there are 9 of us in Class 7. Wait, what?
Then that would mean you're the one we were told wanted us to come here?
Actually, I suspect that would be a friend of mine. Why does she always have to be such a mischief maker? I swear.
And that's gonna be the Empress
given me a little
or
warning
Princess or
before
whatever.
Elise?
Anyway, where are my manners? Welcome to St. Estrella Girls' School. I hope you'll enjoy your visit. Right this way.
So much activity with every girl sitting there in the exact same position with their arms at a 15-degree on their side. You're what? What the hell is a Tweniger? It's once again the Mary Sue, Gary Stu complex. We're all the hero protagonists of this game, so we're the coolest in the world, and we're so pretty and handsome and awesome and the bestest ever, and everybody loves us automatically no matter what, even the bad guys, which is a very, very, very unfortunate, massive issue with the game's storytelling. It compromises the integrity of storytelling when just everybody loves hero protag guy as the coolest ever every single time, you know? Oh, I didn't see that one. You ordered a family-sized chocolate parfait for dessert tonight, and the kid ate the whole thing before I got more than like one bite because he assumed it was fair game. Oh man, that's a bummer, but also funny. Sounds like me when I was a teenager, dude. I would just eat everything. I was voracious. Rosengarten.
What's in here?
It's Rose Garden.
It looks like an indoor garden. This is the Academy's Rose Garden.
It's just,
The person who called you here is waiting inside. Who did call us here anyway?
At first I thought it said Rosengarten, and I thought, isn't there a last name of someone named Rosen? But a Rosengarten would just be Rose Garden.
Whoever they are, they must have considerable social standing.
30-ounce bucket? Damn.
Your Highness, I brought the guests.
That sounds like a light snack for me, a teenager me.
Thank you. Please show them in.
Yeah, 100% it's the Empress or Princess.
No way.
Hey, Elise, is that...
You don't need to ask when you already know. Now, if you'll follow me. I knew it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. My name is Alphen. Alphen Rice Arner. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Rice? God, and I thought I butchered foreign words. Now I want a 30-ounce bucket of parfait, dude.
Come on, Elise, cheer up. I'm sorry, all right? I was only trying to tease you a little. Don't you have something you wanted to discuss with everyone? Please, go right ahead. Well, that aside, it's been a long time since I last saw both of you, Eustace and Laura. I'm glad to see you're both well.
Persona Steel? Honestly, I feel like Persona definitely does the class bits way better, but it's alright. I'm not hating it. I'm enjoying most of it. It's mostly just... It's the writing. It's the writing. Every single time I have a problem with these games, it's the fucking writing. Because they take away any kind of, like, viewer interest in figuring out the subtlety, because there's none. And then just the sweeping, hand-wavy sort of, I don't detect anybody kind of stuff, you know, all the time. And then, of course, the over-elaboration and over-formalities on everything. Everybody always exchanging hi, hello, nice to meet you, hi. And it just kind of, like, makes it go way longer than it needs to, even with a slow burn story. But everything else is fine. Everything else is fine.
You've become even more fetching since we last met.
And then there's the
Aw, thank you.
awkward moments where it's kind of
I
icky.
was rather hoping that you'd decide to enroll in Saint
And it's not because like somebody is icky, it's because they're the main characters are being icky, which means the writer thinks that that's fine, which means it's icky.
But it seems you chose to attend Thor's after all.
Well, I've committed myself to following the way of the sword, and Thor's gives me a place to hone my skills. I apologize for not being able to live up to your expectations.
First I lost Angelica to Thor's, then you too. Perhaps I should just transfer there next year myself. Your Highness. Got you to look. But I...
Well, she seems lively.
The voice acting helps quite a bit, but probably half of the main plot isn't voice acted.
Seems far more easygoing.
You'll have like a scene where there's no voice acting, and then randomly there's voice acting for like 5 lines, and then it goes back to no voice acting. Yeah, you're talking about Horizon. Yeah,
I've heard plenty
which comes
about
out
her,
next
but
year.
None of that prepared me for meeting her in person.
So, this is what it's like to be in the presence of royalty. It's actually rather overwhelming.
I can see why people always compare her to an angel.
Me too.
Please don't worry about me. Well, I still have much to learn before I feel like I deserve my status among the nobility. I've been blessed with wonderful friends, and I'm enjoying life here at the Academy.
Well,
Oh,
she
he's-
does seem to have at least one wonderful friend.
He's remembering the letter she wrote, I
An
think.
understatement when that friend happens to be Princess Elphin.
The OST is very good in this one. I think this one has the best one yet. And also, I'd like to point out that that in the first 5 games, specifically Trails in the Skies trilogy, the music was kind of but there's just something about like how all 5 of them kind of mostly sound the same, and they reuse a lot of tracks. They actually redid everything from the ground up with this one, where it's like they're not reusing the same tracks from the previous entries anymore. That every track is unique and it's well composed, and I appreciate that.
Elise has told me so much about you. Your Highness.
I'm honored that you'd say so. Elise always mentions in her letters what a great friend she has. As her brother, I wanted to thank you for that.
Rain. Oh, it's so refreshing. You're every bit the person Elise says you are. Perhaps even more so.
Huh?
Actually, I have a teensy-weensy favor to ask. Do you think I could join Elise in thinking of you as my dear brother as well?
Considering we know each other so well, why not?
What?
Your Highness! You see, Elise has spoken of you so often that in my heart, you've already come to feel like family. And now that I've had the opportunity to meet you, I fear I simply can't suppress these feelings any longer. I have 2 brothers already, of course, so I'm sure it won't take long to adjust.
I couldn't possibly. I mean...
That's enough, Your Highness. Aw, don't be so stingy. Surely it wouldn't hurt to share him with me a little.
So you know how we were like worried that we were gonna have the weird incest trope that is so prevalent in these series?
Anyway, that aside, the reason I called you here today was not to talk with me. There is someone else who would like to meet you.
Why? It's not like we're famous.
Yeah.
Who do you mean?
Oh, it's Olivert, or Olivier, or Olivert, or whatever.
Isn't that?
A guitar? No, a lute?
Oh, it seems he's arrived. Oh,
I apologize for keeping you waiting.
Thanks, Matt Mercer. Isn't it weird how the incest trope only happens really amongst the main protagonists and their sister? It's never like any other character. Ever. Why is it Olivier and look, it should not exist at all. Let's be honest. That trope is weird and fucking gross. Especially considering it almost always has a younger sister who is quite young. And that makes it even more fucking gross. But like, it's always the main character. Never anybody else. Why? You know why? It's because they think that is a common thread to connect to their audience where they can relate to it or something. Meaning they are in favor of it. Meaning they endorse it. Meaning the writer is like, this is a good thing. You're welcome, fans. It's gross. It's really fucking gross.
Well, I trust everyone here has been making themselves comfortable.
And it's in every one of the fucking games. Every single one.
who's this guy?
I'm not sure, though I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
I serve as a music instructor in the hallowed halls of this fine academic institution. In truth, I am ever on the hunt for that elusive mayfly we call love. But that might raise eyebrows at a girl's school.
Aren't mayflies the ones that, like, lay their eggs underneath your skin and then, like, they grow off of you and then eventually hatch? Which is, like, a weird thing to call love, a mayfly?
But whose pulse would not quicken wandering into this untainted cloister of dew-eyed maidens? Ah, the romance.
Could he be?
I think that's quite enough. Any more of that, and our guests may start edging toward the exit.
I find it hilarious how they had a Japanese-style trope for a joke in a very, very Western-themed, styled setting. The whole, that's a fan. It's like a common trope to smack somebody with a fan. Not. in a lot of anime, and to have it here is weird. Not to mention it's like popped out of nowhere, then disappeared. It's just kind of weird.
Always count on you to never miss a beat, my dear sister.
Oh, wait. So this is... Whoa.
Indeed. Tis I, Olivert Rice Arnon, also known by some unscrupulous individuals as the Debaucherous Prince.
Why would you brag about
I
that?
also serve as Thor's Military Academy's ornamental chairman of the board. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
Ornamental? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, like no voting powers or something along those lines. Just as like like somebody that attends the meetings but doesn't have any actual power. The load in, funny.
I have to admit, I was surprised to learn that you're the chairman of the board of directors, Your Highness. I'd heard that the chairman was a member of the Imperial family, but still.
I'm not surprised. Who would expect the infamous prodigal son to chair a committee at a prestigious academy like Thor's? I suppose it's not surprising they'd rather keep it hushed up, though. It wouldn't exactly be great for the school's image.
That's surprisingly forthright coming from you. Is it really true, though? I mean, that you were the one responsible for establishing Class 7, Your Highness?
Indeed. You see, it's always been a tradition that a member of the Imperial family serves as chairman of the board. At first, I wore the title in name only, but I had a change of heart after my vacation in Liberl 2 years ago.
Oh, that was 2 years ago. Okay, never mind. That was longer ago than I remember.
You were in Liberl back then?
That would put your visit during the incident that occurred there, correct?
You know, that's a wild assumption to make once again, because a year is 365 days. That whole thing lasted like a week, you know? Yeah, it's roughly the same time frame, but to assume that he was there during the incident is doing some legwork.
Right.
He was.
All I've done since I returned to Erebonia has been inspired.
He's
by my
one of the party
experience during
members,
the
in
crisis
fact, but
Liberl. As a result, fruitless though they may prove to be, I've set a number of plans in motion. One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's Military Academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will.
it is interesting to note now, though. Like when I saw Olivier there, I knew that he was being inspired by the incident because we already knew he was being inspired by that to change things around because of the drastic things that occurred there. But like to really put it to paper now, saying that the incident in Liberl is a huge part in how this came to be is kind of nice.
Winds of change, huh?
I can only assume you're referring to our class?
Then the one who decided to throw both commoners and nobles into the same class was...
Yes, the idea was mine. Although the selected students also had to have a high aptitude with the Arcus units too.
I think I'm finally starting to understand the reasoning behind Class 7, and why we're being sent all over Erebonia on these field studies.
To show us firsthand and give us cause to consider the conflict between the two factions. That is the purpose behind our field studies. Is it not, Your Highness?
That is one of the reasons, yes. However, my foremost intention was to show you that during your lives, you will encounter many obstacles and conflicts, not just between factions, but between the capital and the provinces, tradition and technology, even between nations. In these turbulent times, I thought that this would provide the hands-on education today's promising youths need. We need up-and-comers who can think and act independently to face tomorrow's challenges head-on.
That makes sense.
Wow, that's quite a plan.
I can't help but feel a little unsure whether we can live up to such high expectations.
Hearing your explanation has, at the very least, cleared up many of the doubts I've had up to this point.
Class 7 does seem like an ideal environment to expand one's outlook on life.
I feel like going through everything we have so far has brought us closer to doing exactly that. Yep.
I mean, it's kind of lucky
I'm so pleased to
happenstance
hear
that we
it.
happen to have significant struggles during our travels, you know, because video game gotta have some drama,
Just
right?
listening to you makes me feel even more certain that establishing Class 7 was the right decision. Especially since while the idea itself was mine, I have no real say in how the class is run day to day. Even so, I still hope to meet all of you at least once, if only to tell you all this. That was when Alphen stepped in and offered to set up this little meeting.
Actually, that's considered head of the table, so it's actually kind of more of a prestigious position to be in, which is funny because it shows kind of a lack of foresight on the developers, or it intentionally placed the hero closer to the prince because he's more important and thus has to be closer to the conversation or something, you know? But yeah, the either ends of the table are considered the most prestigious positions on the table.
I see.
It's usually for the heads of household.
Well, I could hardly refuse such a sincere request from my brother. But it also presented me a fine chance to finally meet Elise's beloved brother, as I've always wanted to. Your Highness.
Also, the place settings are way too far apart.
Thank you for taking the time to
It's a pretty
tell us all
common
this,
thing
Your
for
Highness.
games that don't really care too much about the presentation. You'll get like tables and chairs that are way too big, place settings that are way too far apart. Like play Final Fantasy XIV and just like sit in a random chair, and it feels like you're like a very short child sitting at the adult table or something like that. It's very awkward.
I feel like now that I know, I want to live up to the promise you saw in Class 7. Thing is, am I right in assuming that Class 7 doesn't exist just to fulfill your progressive ideal?
What do you...
Oh?
The board has its chairman, of course, but 3 directors besides. My older brother Rufus, Imperial Governor Karl Regnitz, and Irina Reinford of the Reinford Group.
Oh, yeah.
Now that you mention it.
They do seem to have certain expectations for us.
It's to
Precisely.
fulfill their capitalistic urges and desires and their own political agendas. But he probably managed to use his sway as Emperor's son in order to get this class going, so long as there was a benefit for them to be had. So primarily the role of the Class 7 is to do what he said, along with a couple other things. But he was able to finagle the class to be created, despite no sway in it, by offering a lofty potential gain for the other parties involved.
As I mentioned, I no longer have anything to do with how Class 7 is run. That authority lies with the directors. As you're keenly aware, Rufus and Governor Regnitz sit on opposite sides of the factional divide. And while Chairman Irina is mostly involved with Class 7's technology, like the Arcus, her intentions are a mystery to me. And it's those 3 who decide where you'll travel for your field studies.
Most likely, Irina is in favor of the current class system because it makes her rich, especially considering that it also means that there's more military presence and she makes weapons. So,
Is that right?
When you put it that way, it does make it seem like some kind of bargaining is taking place behind the scenes.
It was one of the
Duh.
conditions they gave in exchange for allowing Class 7 to be established.
as I
I'll
said,
admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country. Well, I suppose when I put it that way, it sounds positively heroic. But that's just me. Don't feel too pressured by it. You're students, first and foremost. Reach out and grab that fragrant rose of school life. Join a club. Eat cheap food with your friends at midnight. Fall in love. We live but once. Make your youth count.
yes. Cheap food, junk food, eating what you want. Oh, it seems like a lifetime ago. Ugh. My heart, Prince Olivert, you have captured it with your flowery words. I do so miss eating fast food without hesitation, without worry. Candy, cake, 5 pounds of spaghetti. To be young and be able to eat a 30 fucking ounce parfait.
You know, it's weird, but hearing you say that kind of takes a load off my mind.
By the way, just earlier you said that we believed the Class 7 would be a great light. Is there someone else involved with Thors who shares your vision for...
There is. Principal Van Dyke.
Oh, it's not Vandy Dick? Oh. Van Duck.
I once
Got
attended
it.
Thors myself and studied under him. He gave my proposal to establish Class 7 his full backing.
I see.
He's been particularly considerate toward us ever since we arrived at the Academy.
While he has no direct control over the running of the Academy, he does preside over the board meetings. And above all, he's the one who assembled an excellent team to give you first-rate training.
An excellent team, you say?
Are you referring to Instructor Sarah?
Ding. Still
She's
not
certainly one of
quite
them.
sure what's about Sarah. I think she has previous military experience or something along those lines. I mean, she obviously
Coaxing her
does.
away from her former
But
line
I
of
think,
work
like,
certainly played a large
I don't
part
know.
in giving
I guess
Class 7 a great foundation.
with her flippant personality, she could have been a bracer maybe, but I'm not so sure about that because she has a lot of experience with military officials, and teaching in a military school is more than just being a good at combat. It's also having a strategic mind, because a military, somebody skilled in military tactics is not the same as somebody skilled in combat tactics, right? So I have my reservations about her potentially being a bracer, but I do think that it's possible that maybe she was part of some kind of military force, maybe even like the trained military thing. But she's like, what, 20-2 or something, and they treat her like she's ancient, of course.
She is,
'Cause-
after all, one of the strongest people in the Empire, and her experience makes her a natural field leader.
But like, the ages of the characters in these games is absolutely ludicrous, of course.
Wait, what?
Instructor Sarah? One of the strongest people in Erebonia?
Exactly what experience might you be referring to?
And before she's one of the Divine Blades.
I've even heard rumors of her daring exploits myself. She was known as the Purple Lightning. Doesn't that sound exciting?
Wait. Purple Lightning?
I knew it.
If you two have heard of it, it must be a household name among martial artists.
That's right. Though I've just heard it in passing.
Ah, that young ace of the Erebonian Bracer Guild.
Oh.
And one of the Empire's most famous bracers.
So she was a bracer.
She has a history full of brave feats and dangerous deeds. She was even the youngest bracer to achieve A-rank status. Back then, she was known as the Purple Lightning. Now, you know her simply as your homeroom teacher.
Didn't they say something before about the Purple Lightning being one of the Divine Blades? Because you have Caius, and then you have Argos, or whatever the hell his name is, I'm pretty sure that means that, I'm pretty sure I remember hearing something about Purple Lightning being one of the Divine Blades as well. Arios, yeah, whatever. So the thing is that A rank is the highest rank of bracer that you can be, but S rank is like an unofficial rank that the Divine Blades have, and there are 4 Divine Blades. Where I mean, Caius being Estelle's dad, the protagonist of the first games, Arios being a friend of the crew from Crossbell, and of course you're going to engage in another one of the Divine Blade story here, and it's very well could be Professor Poopy Butt, whatever her name is. It's always funny how like the wizened master is always usually somebody of like at least some like relative age, you know, like 30s, 40s or something, but mostly like an ancient wizened master is, you know, 50, 60, 70, right? And then in these games, some ancient wizened master is like 22. Cool. I love how she treats it like it's Reen's fault that the Empress decided to be all handsy with him. It's all Reen's fault, of course. Once again, forced drama and conflict with no logic behind it whatsoever. Obviously, true. Good point. Good point, Fort. Tomorrow I'll be attending a garden party sponsored by the local government for the start of the festival. Or rather, Machias' father invited me. Anyway, let's not waltz around the matter. I was rather hoping that you would join me as my dance partner, Reen. So, if the game wasn't creepy, weird, and gross, his sister would be over the moon, ecstatic, absolutely thrilled. Like, oh my gosh, the princess has shown interest in you? Oh my god, I'm so happy for you, you know? And instead, you have the weird, icky, gross, incest, fetish, weird trope that's so prevalent in these games. Do you think Her Highness knows that old saying, a dance today, a wedding tomorrow? I've never heard that saying before. Sure, that's fully in the realm of tabloid speculation. Probably has a lot to do with it being taboo, you know? Still, there's no denying that many will interpret it that way. I mean, okay, it's one thing if you're older already and then your parents remarry and you suddenly have a stepsister and you're like already an adult or whatever. Like that is not creepy weird, and it can be one of those things that like it feels taboo, but you know, we're doing it anyway or whatever. But if you don't have this like history of growing up with them like as kids where you clearly have a brother-sister relationship, whatever, like maybe a little awkward, but fine. But the fact that like all this stuff is all because like he's adopted, right? So they're not blood related. That's what I'm talking about, because they're step siblings. They're not actually brother and sister. But like I can see if they like later in life became step siblings, they don't have like a history or anything. Whatever, fine. Moving on. But with their situation being that they grew up together, having a very clear brother-sister relationship, despite not being blood related, it's still fucking gross. It's weird. Like technically fine, but still weird. I don't think I can. I mean, it would be an honor, but it's like too great of an honor for someone like me. Oh, not at all. Your father may be a baron, but the Schwarzers have long, deep ties with the imperial family. Long and deep ties, huh? If you can't keep it in your pants, keep it in the family. Damn it. God damn it, Vax. Apologize if this comes across as rude, but inviting you would likely create less opposition than if I were to invite Jesus. Why wouldn't you invite Jesus? I see. Well, I can't deny that. You needn't apologize. I find your choice rather fascinating, actually. Anyway, I don't really think I'm the man you want. Sometimes I can barely keep from tripping over my own feet. Is that so? Elise once told me that she asked you to help her practice the finer point of ballroom dancing. In fact, she says you're an excellent dancer, that you step lightly and very gracefully. Is that not true, Reen? I understand. It was rude of me to trouble you with a petition like this on such short notice, and besides, I don't suppose you would have much interest in dancing with a little girl like me. No, that's not what I mean, Your Highness. That's my sister, all right. She really knows how to twist a knife. Your Highness, please, you too, Prince Oliver. Actually, she's like 15 and he's like 17, so that would be completely reasonable. It's kind of like puppy love sort of thing. I see no problem with two kids going to a dance together. Literally, high schools have dances multiple times a year. So, I had no idea the Imperial family was such a lively and cheerful bunch. Get the feeling they aren't all like this. I see now. How could it not have crossed my mind? Perhaps the truth is that you already have your heart set on someone else? Or is there someone you're already courting? Well, do you? I'm positively dying to know which maiden has conquered the battlefield of your heart. I mean, how am I going to get out of this one? I'm not sure how to turn her down gently. Very well, I shall relent this time. However, next year I'll be 16, just like your sister. That's when I'll be making my debut into high society, so I'd be very happy if you'd give my invitation some thought. Well, aren't you the lucky one? Yeah, see, once again, it's a hero pro tag guy, the Gary Stu complex, where hero pro tag guy is the coolest everybody ever, and everybody loves him, and everybody wants to be his. Every girl wants to be his girlfriend, and every guy wants to be him, and even the villains love him and think he's so cool and awesome. There's a game on the PS2 called Ephemeral Fantasia. It's egregiously guilty of the Gary Stu complex. Like, everybody loves the hero, and everybody wants to be with him. Everybody. And there's even a scene from the villain where he's like, I can see why all the girls like you. You're the coolest ever. And I find it hard to resist your wiles or some shit like that. And it's just like, really? Even the boss of the game is just like, I think you're the coolest also, and I want to be you. Come on. Yeah, get in the car if you want to live. Now it's 9:30. Apparently there's something that the train cops want us to do. The most elite force in all of Erebonia, the train cops. Terrorists. Indeed, I'm afraid we have no choice but to define them as such. Unfortunately, we have no clue as to their aim, nor do we know the names of the group members, its size, or its history. At present, it doesn't even seem that the terrorist group has established a name for itself. Would I be correct in assuming the man we met in the Nord Highlands, who was trying to start a war, is a member? So he's one of them. He said his name was Gideon, or G. Obviously, Gideon, same universe as Scott Pilgrim. Just keep connecting the dots, baby. Keep connecting the dots. It's all connected. That's why it's called the Legend of Heroes, because every universe is connected to this universe. Obviously, because of the same name. Duh. By the way, for those of you who don't know that joke and why I keep making it all the time, it's a mockery of people that think that Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X are in the same universe, because there's a character named Shinra in FF10 too, and he's trying to use the Far Plane as an energy source, which is vaguely similar to Mako and the live stream and everything like that. And it's the most ludicrous connection ever. I mean, I get fan theories and fan canon and all that kind of stuff, and fine, whatever, like, you know, live your best life or whatever, but it's just, not only has it been debunked many times, but like, it's really a stretch. But anyway, because there's two characters named the same thing in different games, then obviously they're in the same universe. And it's like, bro, every Final Fantasy has a Cid. And they're all different people. Like, people having the same name is... How many people share your first name? You know? Millions? Right? You know, it can't possibly be connected in any way. Or it can't possibly not be connected in any way. Anyway, it's just a mockery of that fan theory. And we just kind of make a joke about it here often. So that's what the man who encountered in the Highlands was up to. He does sound like a terrorist type. And you think he and his group are going to try to something tomorrow on the first day of the festival? We're currently operating under that assumption based on zero evidence. The summer festival lasts 3 days, but unlike festivals in other provinces, only in the first day garners much attention. It's been a month since the incident at Nord. If they intend to make their next move soon, tomorrow is a likely time. That makes no sense. They have no evidence, it's a wild assumption based on nothing. Yeah, there's unrest in the capital or in the country, and maybe they might target the festival, so maybe extra security, and that's about it. But like, they're treating it as if they absolutely, positively, certainly know, which is of course absolutely, completely, and utterly ridiculous. Terrorists do love their time in the spotlight, after all, and considering how easily Gideon gave you his name, I'm betting we'll start to see some of them acting more openly soon. First you gather arms and other like-minded allies in secret, then you reveal yourself with a bang and keep going in quick succession. That's the typical terrorist MO. Is it though? Because most terrorist attacks I've ever heard of, it's pretty much a one and done kind of situation, and then maybe like years later you try again. Like with the whole 9/11 thing, there was like years before 9/11 happened, there was a bomb that detonated in the parking lot of the towers as a means of potentially trying to bring down the building. And it wasn't until much, much later that he tried to get his, revenge and finish the job or whatever as it would be, kind of thing. And you want us to assist with countermeasures against them? Right. The RMP will be joining forces with the Heimdallr military police to bolster the capital's security. Unfortunately, as big as the capital is, I can't say with complete confidence that there will be no holes in our security. That's where you come in. You'll be assisting our security measures as a reserve force. It'd sure be nice if the guild was still active here. They would have come in mighty handy right about now. Yes, I don't disagree. Sarah, you do know that the RMP had no involvement in the guild's withdrawal from the capital, right? Oh, really? I mean, your boss and that brother of yours could hardly make their opposition to the guild more obvious if they have tried. These two really seem to have a messy history between them. Sure looks that way, especially where the guild is concerned. Although it sounds like your brother has been keeping busy in Crossbell recently. Who would be her brother? So what's it gonna be? Whether you choose this as your field study task or tomorrow is totally up to you. If you decline, there are plenty of tasks the government needs taken care of, like you've been doing the last 2 days. The summer festival is a busy time after all, lots of little details that need to be squared away. I think I speak for Group A when I say we'd be glad to join in with the anti-terrorist countermeasures. Group B feels the same. All right then. Thank you for your assistance. Now let's move right along to confirming the patrol routes you'll be following. Earl Diggs. authoritarian rule, getting rid of anything that might compromise their authority, obviously. To be fair, a mercenary force having authority to do anything like lawful is a very, very dangerous thing. That's why most mercenaries nowadays, you can only, or like bounty hunters or anything like that, you like, okay, so you can hire a mercenary to do illegal stuff, I'm sure, but a bounty hunter or mercenary that is like legally hireable typically will only go after like somebody that has a warrant for their arrest or something and to bring them in or something like that. It's always a legal thing, which you have authority to do in certain situations, like a citizen's arrest or something like that. Then there's some kind of authority. But yeah, it's a very, very dangerous power to give just some random organization that doesn't have proper training, you know? Because I mean, you already see what happens when a police force has already very extremely limited education and training to begin with, you know? Corruption, basically, you know? Yeah, I've been wondering whether or not they were Jaegers or society members. That night. I could just go back to sleep. Let's go check it out. I just want to go back to sleep. Let somebody have their little alone moment. Oh, good. Yay! Gave me a chance to save. Good. Because that means I can go and end stream and and be done. The long cutscene. I had a chance to save it at 9, and then I thought, oh, it's just story stuff, so I'll just get through this really quick, and then I'll save it after the dungeon or whatever's next comes. And it just went on and on and on. So yeah. Anyway, that's it for tonight. I am very tired. So more of this all through the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, sorry, today's Tuesday, isn't it? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We'll continue playing this game until the weekend. Or we finish it. I think we'll finish it on Friday based on the length of all the other games. I think what are we on in terms of time? We're at 38 hours. So that's after like a week and a day. 60, 70 hours per game is usually about how long they take. So yeah. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. All the love and support, bits and donations, and subs and resubs. Thank you for continuing to keep this stream alive. I appreciate your support because truly, honestly, without your help, we ain't here. So thank you as always. And about 16 hours from now, we'll be back with more Trails of Cold Steel. Looking forward to it because definitely the game is going to start opening up at this point. If you've been watching our journey, or if you are a fan of the series and know what's happening, chances are things about to get spicy. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Good night, everyone.